He is probably the most well-known game creator in the world.
In the space of gaming, he's the master. 誰もが見たこともないものを作りたいんですけども、人は自分でプロデュースするしかない。
When you balance expectation of hundreds of millions of dollars in investment with wanting to stay true to your vision, that's like playing Russian roulette with 6 bullets.
The risk is it's too radical, and that's where the creative courage comes in.
子供の頃から妄想癖があって、未来を見たというか、テクノロジーが世界をつなぐっていうかね。
In an era brimming with legendary video game developers and iconic titles, one name stands out for his unparalleled creativity and visionary approach to game design: Hideo Kojima. From a young age, Kojima displayed a unique genius talent that would later transform the gaming industry, creating experiences that no other developer could replicate. It was his innovative storytelling and boundary-pushing design that redefined what games could be. Hideo Kojima's journey in the gaming industry began in the mid-80s when he joined Konami. Despite his initial struggles, his breakthrough came with the release of Metal Gear in 1987 for the MSX2. This game introduced the world to the stealth genre, showcasing Kojima's knack for blending innovative gameplay mechanics with intricate storytelling. Even at this early stage, Kojima's games were marked by their depth, narrative and complexity, and attention to detail, setting him apart from his peers and other game developers at the time that was in this race. It was a competitive time, and devs were creating games that defined an era and left a long-lasting legacy. All of this a very young Hideo Kojima would have to navigate through. What truly made Kojima special was his approach to storytelling. Unlike many games at the time that were focused primarily on gameplay, Kojima's games were deeply narrative-driven, often incorporating cinematic elements inspired by his love for films and books. His storytelling was sophisticated, featuring complex characters, intricate plots, and themes that explored the human condition, politics, and technology. This narrative depth was unprecedented in video games and attracted a mature audience seeking more than just entertainment, but in fact a new wave and a different style of gaming, unlike anything we've ever seen before. Snatcher was a game by Hideo Kojima which was originally released in Japan in 1988 for the NEC PC, 8801 and the MSX2. It's a cyberpunk-themed graphic adventure game similar in style to Policenauts, and is often praised for its deep narrative and atmospheric world building. By the time Snatcher was released on the Sega CD, Hideo Kojima had already established a reputation with Metal Gear that paved a way into the industry, and his growing fame helped Snatcher gain attention, especially among fans of narrative-driven games. When Snatcher was released on Sega CD in 1994 for Western audiences as well, it entered a gaming landscape filled with several popular and high-ranking titles across various platforms, such as a few well-known games as Super Metroid and Final Fantasy. Snatcher was ultimately released during a period rich with iconic and influential games that were pushing the boundaries of what video games could achieve in terms of storytelling and graphics and gameplay, and overall what the hardware would allow them to achieve. Although Snatcher carved out a niche for itself, particularly with fans of narrative-driven experiences, it was up against some of the most popular and critically acclaimed games in history, which overshadowed its success on a broader scale. Snatcher was more successful than its counterpart, Policenauts, especially in terms of its lasting impact and recognition in the West, and several factors contributed to this. The Sega CD version of Snatcher brought the game to Western audiences, something that Policenauts did not have until an unofficial fan translations many years later. This gave Snatcher more exposure outside of Japan and allowed it to gain a cult following amongst the West. Snatcher is often praised for its gripping cyberpunk narrative, which drew inspiration from films like Blade Runner, and themes of identity and technology and a dystopian future resonated well with both Japanese and Western audiences during this time period, with such movies that were very sci-fi by nature, especially during the 90s when cyberpunk was a popular genre. You could say that this was really an extension of Hideo Kojima's experiences growing up, in an era where technology was blooming, and showcasing really the human innovation that was breaking the boundaries of what technology could really achieve. We was moving towards the digital age and the internet, and just like the universe that is ever expanding, so is the human innovation. And all these pieces of media back in the early 80s and 90s are a collective idea that would become what it is today. Gaming has changed.
Intelligent television by Mattel. More sophisticated than any video game that has come before.
The console wars are often synonymous with the fierce competition between video game console manufacturers during the late 1980s and 1990s, particularly the iconic rivalry between Nintendo and Sega. While there are many earlier skirmishes in the gaming industry, the term console wars truly took hold during this period of an intense competition that shaped the future of gaming. The earliest form of console rivalry can be traced back to the late 1970s and early 1980s, with systems like the Atari 2600 and Intellivision vying for market dominance. However, this era was marked by more of the infamous video game crash of 1983, a collapse caused by market saturation and poor quality control, which nearly ended the console market altogether. It was this crash that set the stage that would later become the true console wars. Battle began in the earnest during the mid to late 1980s with the 8-bit era. Nintendo's NES launched in 1985, and 1983 in Japan as the Famicom played a pivotal point role in reviving the video game industry after the crash. Sega attempted to challenge Nintendo's dominance on the world stage with the Sega Master System, but despite its strengths, it struggled to compete with Nintendo's vast library of games and strong third-party support, leading to Nintendo's near total control of the gaming market. The console wars, as most people remember them, reached their peak in the 16-bit era. Sega launched the Genesis Mega Drive in Japan in 1988, marketing it aggressively as a cooler, more powerful alternative to the NES. Their famous slogan, "Genesis does what Nintendo don't," epitomised the direct challenge Sega posed to Nintendo at the time.
Get Joe Montana free, Pat Riley free, Buster Douglas free, Super Monaco GP free, or Collins free. What Nintendo? Buy a 16-bit Genesis system between now and October 31st.
In response, Nintendo released a Super Nintendo Entertainment System, the SNES, in the 1990 to 1991, sparking a fierce battle between two giants. Iconic games like Super Mario World, Sonic the Hedgehog, Street Fighter II, and Mortal Kombat became the battleground for this rivalry, with each company pushing the limits of whatever the consoles could achieve. Ultimately, the SNES was more successful than the Sega Mega Drive Genesis. The SNES sold around 49 million units worldwide, while the Mega Drive sold about 30 to 35 million units. Although both consoles had significant success, the SNES ultimately outpaced the Mega Drive, especially due to its strong lineup of games and better global market performance. Metal Gear was released on the NES, but this version was a port of the MSX2 original. The NES version had some differences, including altered level design and gameplay mechanics, but it introduced the series to a broader audience, especially in the West. It was a smart marketing decision that Konami could make, considering that the NES at the time was the most dominant super console. The MSX2 was a great console, but it wasn't in the same leagues as Sega or the likes of the NES. Metal Gear sold significantly better on the NES compared to the MSX2 because the NES version was released in North America and Europe, essentially reaching a much larger audience than the original MSX2 version, which was primarily limited to Japan and parts of Europe. The NES version became a cult classic in the West, largely introducing the franchise to international audiences, although truth be told the MSX2 version was better. But in a competitive landscape, having Metal Gear on the NES was a must, considering it brought more attention to Kojima's brilliant work, and in the fact would submit his place into a lineup of other great titles that would come in the near future. It really was a metaphorical space race for the ultimate gaming experience, East versus West, in this gaming Cold War. So what does all of this have to do with Policenauts? Well, everything. This game was released initially in 1994 for the NEC PC 98, and it is often regarded as a hidden gem, particularly outside of Japan. Despite its innovative storytelling and cinematic approach similar to Snatcher, it largely went under the radar compared to other major titles of the time, especially in the West. This was partly due to its platform, the NEC PC 98, which was mostly confined to Japan, and the game's focus on the niche genre of interactive cinematic adventure during a period when more action-orientated games dominated the market. Kojima conceived Policenauts whilst working on Snatcher in 1988, and began development in the 1990s. He wanted the production quality to match that of a major motion pictures, and created a scripting engine to give him more creative control, drawing creative influences from American buddy television shows, contemporary social debates on anti-Japanese sentiment and organ transplantation, and Japan's heightened interest in space travel following the first Japanese manned trip to space in 1990. He sought to explore the concept of how living in space may affect human society and life, socially and psychologically. All of this would be orchestrated into the game of Policenauts. It is fair to say this game is an underrated storytelling masterpiece, but given on its release date in '94 and on such dominant consoles at the time, that outweighed PC and still does today. It really did not allow Policenauts for its voice to be heard in all the seismic noise. We can't forget that the PC 98 was relevant in the 1980s, and by this time, Policenauts was released in 1994, and given on its genre and the fact it wasn't released to Western audiences or put on any other platform that wasn't in the height of its stage, it really didn't have much of a chance. It was a diamond in the rough, a diamond dog. It played a part in changing history, but wasn't received to the masses.
Saturn from Saturn. 64ビット級ゲームマシンセガサターン地球新発売 Sega.
With the arrival of PlayStation and the Sega Saturn in 1994 and 1995, the gaming world was on the brink of a new era with the introduction of 32-bit consoles, bringing them with the promise of 3D gaming and more immersive experiences. The Sega Saturn was released in Japan in November in '94 and the US in '95. The Sega Saturn was a powerful system, particularly adept at handling 2D games and early 3D graphics. It was initially successful in Japan with a strong lineup of arcade ports and innovative titles. Just 5 months after the Saturn's release in the West, Sony launched the PlayStation, which quickly overshadowed its competitors due to its superior handling of 3D graphics, a strong marketing campaign, and an impressive lineup of games, such as Ridge Racer, Tekken, Resident Evil, and Final Fantasy VII, and at some point into the future in '98, the renowned MGS1 that took the world by storm, and cemented itself amongst the greats in gaming and pushed Konami and Kojima's reputation amongst other big devs at the time. With Policenauts being initially released on the NEC, a platform that was limited to international reach, it was also then ported to the 3DO. PlayStation and of course Sega Saturn, it all still remained a Japan exclusive, which really limited its global impact. The trouble is, when Policenauts was ported to these consoles, the world was already captivated by the possibilities of 3D graphics. Games like Super Mario 64 on the Nintendo 64, Tomb Raider on the PlayStation, and Virtua Fighter on the Saturn. They were all pushing the boundaries of what video games could do, making it harder for a 2D adventure game, no matter how well crafted, to stand out. The PlayStation's launch marked a major shift in the industry, emphasizing 3D graphics and offering developers a platform that was both powerful and accessible. This allowed for a surge in creativity and the development of games that would become instant classics. The PlayStation quickly became the console choice for developers and for consumers. The PlayStation arguably became the most dominant console in this console war. It is thanks to its ease of development compared to the more complex Saturn architecture that the PlayStation remained number one. The PlayStation excelled in rendering 3D environments, which was a significant leap forward from the 16-bit era. Sony's ability also was to attract third-party developers led to a robust library of games, which of many became defining titles for the console. And not to mention Sony's marketing targeted an older demographic, positioning the PlayStation as the console for serious gamers, which resonated with the market. Policenauts is a brilliant game that just unfortunately didn't receive the attention it deserved outside of Japan, leaving titles like Policenauts to become niche classics rather than mainstream hits. Policenauts is recognised as a cult classic, and it is appreciated by the fans for storytelling and Kojima's knack for creative ideas that think outside the box. This period of intense competition not only drove technological innovation, but it also laid the foundation for future rivalries, including Sony's continued success with the PlayStation and Microsoft's later entry with the Xbox in the early 2000s. A console war economy without an end. East versus West. An English localization was planned for the Saturn but was eventually cancelled, with Kojima citing technical problems with the translation, which could have boosted Policenauts' reputation in the gaming world. Kojima's work grew following the release of Metal Gear Solid in '98. The demand for a translation built until a fan translation of the PlayStation version was released in 2009. Interactive cinematic experiences wasn't also popular back then in the 90s, but in the recent years the resurgence of interactive cinematic games has brought the genre back into the spotlight, echoing the narrative-driven experiences pioneered by games like Policenauts. Titles such as Detroit Become Human, Heavy Rain, and Until Dawn, and including Beyond Two Souls, games that are cinematically narratively driven and have a sci-fi kind of feature about them. Detroit Become Human is a prime example of how far interactive cinematic genre has evolved. The game offers a richly detailed, branching narrative that adapts to the player's choices, reminiscent of the complex storytelling found in the classics like Policenauts. However, thanks to its more advanced technology and great computing power, Detroit Become Human elevates the experience with cutting-edge motion capture technology and lifelike animations, creating a deeply immersive world where players feel truly connected to the characters and the unfolding story. While Detroit Become Human and Policenauts share thematic similarities, both exploring sci-fi elements and technological advancements, and the role of detectives in solving complex mysteries, their narrative structures differ significantly. Policenauts is largely linear and straightforward, with player choices having minimal impact on the overall story. Dialogue options and interactive elements are present, but they are primarily served to produce additional background information on influence on minor interactions, rather than leading to branching storylines or multiple endings. The game's focus is on delivering a cohesive cinematic experience, where the emphasis on the story is crafted by Hideo Kojima, rather than allowing players to shape the narrative through their decisions.
ここにしばらくいればやめられるさ。そうかな。そうさ。必ず吸わなくなる。
Despite these differences, the influence of games like Policenauts on modern titles like Detroit Become Human is clear. Policenauts may not be as narratively driven through player choices, but it still offers moments of interaction that affect the immediate gameplay, such as upsetting characters by asking too many questions, or the tense disarming of a bomb, where a mistake can lead to a game over. These elements show the evolution of storytelling in games, whilst Policenauts laid the groundwork with its cinematic approach and detective-based gameplay. Modern games like DBH have built on this foundation and expanded the player's role in shaping the narrative, just like many games out there today within Bethesda's games such as Fallout or even the likes of Skyrim and Oblivion.
Her life's in your hands, Marcus. Just say the word and she'll be spared.
I'd rather die here.
Over the years, player choice has gained significant popularity in gaming, with many modern titles offering branching narratives that allow players to shape the story based on their decisions. But this approach enables players to feel more connected to the game, making choices that reflect their own values and perspectives. But however, the brilliance of Hideo Kojima lies in his ability to craft a compelling story that keeps us deeply engaged with the characters and the overarching plot, even without relying heavily on player-driven decisions. Kojima's storytelling is intricate narratives that challenge our perceptions of reality, that often break the fourth wall and incorporate meta commentary. While players may not have the freedom to decide the outcome of the story, Kojima's unique style ensures that we will remain fully invested in the journey. All of his characters are richly developed, and the themes he explores resonate on a profound level, which allows us to connect with the story in ways that go beyond just a simple choice.
I know. We've inherited freedom from all those who fought for it. We all have the freedom to spread the word, even me.
Although with that being said, in MGS1 there are actions that can impact the game's ending, such as the torture sequence if the player gives in to Ocelot that will lead to Meryl's death, and at the end you leave with Otacon, or if you resist the torture you go home with Meryl. And also in MGS3, if you kill the end, it removes the cutscene later in the game.
Boss!
And same goes for Quiet, which eliminates a big portion of the cutscenes in an already limited story. Whilst the game may not be dialogue driven by the player, sometimes Kojima allows the player's actions to shape events. Both David Cage at Quantic Dreams and Hideo Kojima at Kojima Productions have pushed the boundaries of what video games can be, challenging the notion that games are purely for entertainment. They've used the medium to explore deep and philosophical questions and to tell stories that resonate emotionally with us players. Their games are marked by a strong narrative focus, a cinematic presentation, and a commitment to the merging of the worlds of film and interactive entertainment. They both differ in style because Cage often focuses on emotionally driven human stories, whereas Kojima's work frequently incorporates elements of science fiction, espionage, and the surreal. Both have significantly influenced the evolution of cinematic gaming. It's their shared ambition of becoming filmmakers that has led them to create these kinds of games that are as much about experiencing a story as they are about playing a game. And in doing so, David Cage and Hideo Kojima have redefined the boundaries of video game storytellings. That Policenauts itself is a game that is an interactive experience that has gone on to branch out to several other games that have made cinematic gaming fun to play. Since Policenauts wasn't widely received at the time of its release, many gamers might have only discovered the title through other sources, particularly the Metal Gear Solid series, because personally I had no idea the game even existed until I started digging into the references hidden within MGS1. The first clue came when I booted up Metal Gear Solid and heard the intro songs from Policenauts play as the Konami logo appeared.
An otaku's a guy like me who likes Japanimation. Japan was the first country to successfully make bipedal robots.
And as I dwelled deeper into the game, another reference stood out during a cutscene in the computer room where Snake speaks to Otacon. One recent example of Kojima's admiration for modern anime is Studio Trigger's Cyberpunk Edge Runners, a spin-off prequel of Cyberpunk 2077. The series centers on David Martinez, a young boy struggling with poverty in the dystopian Night City. While Cyberpunk 2077 had a notoriously rocky launch that it never really fully recovered from, Cyberpunk Edge Runners was an instant hit, and it was celebrated in its stunning animation, brilliant use of cyberpunk themes, and its gripping tragic storytelling. In many ways, the anime became the best thing to come out of Cyberpunk's universe. Hideo Kojima himself was so captivated by Edge Runners that he watched the entire series in one sitting. But in the computer room in Metal Gear Solid 1 is where I first came across these posters, and I was really intrigued to know what it was. But on all that being said, essentially Policenauts is like an anime in a video game form, known as retro anime to be exact, that holds up remarkably well alongside other popular titles from that era. It's a unique art style, it's got a gripping narrative, and well-crafted characters. It makes it a standout experience, even decades after its release. Honestly, I wish it would be adapted into a series, because it would definitely be worth watching. And coming from me, that says a lot, because the truth be told, I'm not even really a big anime fan. I just want to briefly mention City Hunter, which has a very similar style to Policenauts in terms of its art, which is a popular Japanese anime and manga series created by Tsusaka Hojo, which originally aired in the late 1980s and the early 90s. The series follows Ryo Cyber, a skilled and charismatic private detective known for his sharp shooting and womanizing tendencies, as he takes on various cases in Tokyo. His partner, Kaoriura Makimura, often keeps him in check despite his flirtatious behaviour. The character dynamics are uncanny, because between Jonathan Ingram, the protagonist of Policenauts, and his partner Ed Brown, can be seen as somewhat similar to the relationship between Ryo Cyber and Kaori Makimura. Both pairs have a strong bond and complement each other on other skills, though Policenauts has a more serious tone compared to City Hunter's blend of action and comedy. Policenauts and City Hunter both have distinctive stylized presentation that was so characteristic of the late 80s and 90s, Japanese media that took inspiration from Western media. City Hunter's depiction of urban life with its sleek visuals and cool charismatic characters is somewhat echoed in Policenauts. Retro anime was truly a beautiful thing, and it's thanks to these old relics that anime would really become what people enjoy today. So like I said, I was completely unaware of Policenauts at the time, and this was many years ago. It was really up until MGS2 that I started to do some digging, and once again we see a Policenauts poster, but in better resolution. Because MGS2 came out in 2001, and by that time I was still on the PlayStation 2. I barely even had access to the internet at the time, and problem is it wasn't sourcing a console to play Policenauts, it was the fact there was no English translations or voice dubs. And my school teach French, and the truth be told, it should have been Japanese, because then I would have been able to play the game the way it should have been played. So Tokugawa Heavy Industries is a fictional conglomerate in the game, and they have a lot of corporate influence and power within the narrative, including weapons and military technology. And according to sources, their insignia is meant to be on Grey Fox's helmet and Olga's, but truth be told, the resolution's too bad to even tell. But if we ever get an MGS1 remake, I suspect this is what we could be looking at. Coming back after playing Policenauts and jumping into MGS again, once I knew what I was looking for, things started to make a bit more sense. Tokugawa's Industries was supplying the big shell, as we can see here, their insignia on the pipes. Just another subtle nod and a strange kind of multiverse that these games share, but essentially it's Policenauts' meme that is living on, unless Tokugawa are behind this entire simulation, just saying.
Snake, it's my turn to protect you.
It's even showcased in MGS4 as Raiden is decked out in this epic exoskeleton cyborg suit, and with the insignia that is showcased once again. It's clear that Policenauts still lives on. I guess after all of its sci-fi elements and themes do extend into MGS's legacy, and it does have a chance to live on, since it is more widely known to its fans for the MGS series. The original PC-98 release utilised pixel art. The visuals were relatively simple, relying on the PC-98's limited graphic capabilities and the MIDI-based music, FM synthesis, sound effects. Audio quality was dependent on the user's sound hardware, also the keyboard and the mouse support. The game played like a visual novel with point-and-click elements, and this version of Policenauts was featured more rudimentary with visuals and sound. But with the PC-98's limitations meant this version was the least graphically advanced. Aside from it visually looking different to the later games that was ported on different consoles, it also had a different intro theme that we all recognise from the later ports. Several pixel art games were popular at the time, showcasing the beauty of creativity of 2D graphics such as Mega Man X, which was a fast-paced action platformer that revitalised the Mega Man series with slick pixel art, smooth animation, and dynamic gameplay. And not to mention Castlevania Rondo or Blood, although not widely known in the West until later, this in the entry of Castlevania's series was celebrated for its detailed pixel art, fluid animations, and challenging gameplay, another masterpiece in Konami's categories. And the 3DO in '95, which was an interactive multiplayer multimedia console that was more powerful than many of its contemporaries. You had full colour higher resolution graphics compared to the PC 98 version, sprites and backgrounds were even redrawn and improved, taking advantage of the 3DO's capabilities. CD quality audio with remastered music and voice acting, the 3DO's version had significantly better sound quality with redone sound effects and voiceovers. Plus the controls had gamepad support with point and click mechanics, and the interface was designed to be more console friendly. The unique aspects of this version introduced better visuals and audio, setting the stage for the later PlayStation and Saturn ports. And this game included full voice acting, which was a major upgrade over the PC 98 version. And PlayStation in '96, Sony was a market leader in the mid-90s with 3D graphics capabilities and CD-ROM storage. You had full colour graphics with improvements over the 3DO version, the visuals were further refined with more detailed character sprites and backgrounds. The CD quality audio similar to the 3DO version with high quality voice acting and music really made it stand out. Plus the gamepad support with the intuitive interface tailored for the PlayStation controller. The game retained its point and click elements but was optimised for the console experience. The PlayStation version offered considered the definitive one due to its balance of improved graphics, sound and accessibility on a more popular console. It featured minor censorship changes for the Western market, though the game was not officially released in the West. The Saturn version was also announced for a North American release, but was quietly cancelled, allegedly due to a translation difficulty. Sega Saturn in '96, just like the PlayStation, was known for its 2D capabilities and a powerful sprite handling. Similar to the PlayStation version with some enhancements specific to the Saturn's hardware, some visuals effects were better on the Saturn due to its superior 2D capabilities, though differences were minor. And the sound comparable to the PlayStation version with high quality audio, the Saturn's sound chip produced similar results, though some argue that the Saturn's version had slightly better sound quality. And as for the controls, gamepad support with a user interface similar to the PlayStation version, the game was optimised for the Saturn's controller. The unique aspect of the Saturn's version included some additional content, such as slightly enhanced cutscenes and additional voice lines. There was also support for the Sega Saturn's mouse peripheral, which improved the point and click gameplay all round. In an interview with Hideo Kojima in 1996, he's commented that the Sega Saturn version is his favourite version of the game, as he feels it is the most complete version. He also commented on that he retains a soft spot for the PC 98 release because it was the first version. Anime International Company, the AIC, is well known for Japanese animation studios that have significantly impacted the anime industry, producing a wide range of popular series and films. Founded in 1982, the AIC quickly established itself as a major player in the world of anime, known for its high-quality animation, innovative storytelling, and the ability to bring complex, visually stunning worlds to life. Their work had not only influenced anime, but also had a lasting impact on video games, particularly in the way that they inspired the narrative-driven and visually distinctive games such as Policenauts. AIC's anime productions, particularly in the cyberpunk and sci-fi genres, really helped popularise certain visual aesthetics that became synonymous with futuristic and dystopian settings. Policenauts shares this visual DNA with its richly detailed backgrounds, character designs, and the use of colour that evoke the kind of world-building seen in anime like Bubblegum Crisis. The gritty neon-lit cityscapes and the technological themes in Policenauts echo the settings of many AIC productions that was later installed in the later ports of the games of Policenauts in the PlayStation 1 all the way to the Sega Saturn. To understand the process of how Policenauts visuals and animations are put together, we first have to take a look at cell animation, which involves creating hand-drawn images on transparent celluloid sheets known as cells. These sheets are then layered over static, painted backgrounds to create a sense of depth and movement, and each cell represents a single frame of animation. And animators must draw hundreds, sometimes thousands of these cells to create a seamless sequence of motion. The process begins with the creation of keyframes which depict the major movements in a scene. In between frames, known as in-betweens, are then drawn to fill in the gaps between these key moments, ensuring fluid motion. Once the drawings are complete, they are traced onto cells and then meticulously hand-painted. These cells are photographed one by one over the background to produce a final film strip, which will then be played back at the standard rate of 24 frames per second. It creates the illusion of motion. So now, as we dive into Policenauts itself, we'll break down the key themes that this game masterfully explores and examine how it resonates in today's world. Despite being released decades ago, Policenauts remains one of the best cinematic interactive cyberpunk retro anime experiences available. Its narrative rich with social commentary, and it still holds up remarkably well in 2024 if you ask me. And its influence can be seen in many modern titles. To truly appreciate Policenauts in all its glory though, it's important that we play the best version available. And after careful consideration and taking Hideo Kojima's advice, I've chose the Sega Saturn version, which has been patched with the English subtitles for seamless experience. This version will not only preserve the game's original charm, but it also enhances it with the superior features that the Saturn port offers. If this piques your interest, I've included the links below so you can easily access it. Trust me, this is one journey into the cyberpunk world that you won't want to miss. So without further ado, let's take a retrospective look into Policenauts' story.
2010年、人類初のスペースコロニービヨンドコーストが完成し、人類の宇宙への本格的進出が開始された。2013年、コロニーへの一般市民の移住に伴い、数十万の移住者たちの治安を守るため。
The story of Policenauts begins in the year 2013, centering around a protagonist known as Jonathan Ingram, one of the 5 elite astronauts known as the Policenauts. These astronauts were given specialised training to safeguard Beyond Coast, humanity's first self-sustaining space colony. Beyond Coast is more than just a settlement. It is a vast bustling metropolis in space, a monumental achievement that symbolises the future of human civilization. During a routine test of the spacesuit, Jonathan experiences a catastrophic accident, sending him drifting into the endless void of space. His colleagues, believing him to be dead, are left in shock. However, unbeknownst to them, the cryogenic survival system within Jonathan's suit activates, preserving him in a suspended animation. Remarkably, he is discovered and revived 25 years later. When Jonathan returns, his body remains that of a 30-year-old man, though his true age is now 55 years old. And in the 2.5 decades that have passed, Beyond Coast has evolved into the hub of technological innovation, becoming the primary site for the development of interstellar travel. The colony is now protected by the Beyond Coast Police Department, known as the BCPD, a specialised force tasked with maintaining order in this futuristic society. Now back on Earth in 2040, Jonathan Ingram has settled in a quieter life in Los Angeles, working as a detective for the local police department. Despite the years that have passed, the remnants of his past life as a Policenaut and astronaut continue to linger in subtle ways. The intro sequence unfolds, viewers are treated to a glimpse of an old LA, where Jonathan's office is located outside of his office. A bar called Solid Snake can be seen as a clear nod to Kojima's legendary Metal Gear series. Just beside it is a sign that reads Queen, potentially referencing the Queen's Hospital sign from Snatcher, another one of Kojima's earlier masterpieces. Additionally, an Outer Heaven sign appears, further trying the universe of Policenauts to the world of Metal Gear and Snatcher.
スペースコロニーのビヨンドコーストでポリスノーツとして働いていた。もっともエンプス事故で宇宙をさまよっていた俺にはわずか数年前のことにしか思えない。まだ生々しい記憶だ。妻や友人、仕事、何もかも30年前に置いてきてしまった。あの事故で過去を失った俺はこの汚れた街オールド LA でネゴシエーターまがいの探偵をしている。幼児誘拐や人身売買のネゴシエート、身代金の仲介、脱獄犯の逮捕などやばい依頼ばかりだ。
At the very start of Policenauts, we're introduced to Jonathan Ingram's current way of life, which is anything but glamorous. His once promising career has dwindled and his daily routine reflects a man who's seen better days. The dismal atmosphere of his office tells the story. Crushed beer cans, litter on the table, and cigarette butts that are scattered everywhere, hinting a life marked by disillusionment and just lost opportunities. Jonathan's appearance also draws a striking parallel to another one of Kojima's iconic characters, Solid Snake. Both characters share similar features, including a fondness for cigarettes and that signature mullet that has become synonymous with tough, world-weary heroes, especially that used to rock that look during the 80s. So Policenauts is an interactive point-and-click adventure where players guide a cursor to explore and investigate their surroundings. Much of the game involves closely examining items and environments, with some details simply there to satisfy the player's curiosity. While not every interaction is essential, these moments enrich the experience, offering deeper insights into the world and its characters. Because Policenauts is a heavily story-driven game, and many scenes require this type of interaction. The game encourages players to become familiar with everything around them, as it can be crucial to solving the mysteries at hand. This investigative approach not only helps unravel the plot, but also immerses the player into the game's richly detailed setting, making the journey through the narrative of all this more engaging, as well as making it easier to understand what is happening and what is unfolding. In Policenauts, certain pieces of investigation are essential for advancing the story, such as clicking on specific items like Jonathan's photographs. These photos offer a glimpse into his former life, including his bittersweet reminders of his marriage to Lorraine. Though once deeply in love, their relationship unravelled due to Jonathan's career and his mission with the Policenauts. The years he spent in space created a chasm between them, leaving him estranged from the woman he still cares for. It's these moments in the game that poignantly capture Jonathan's ongoing struggle to come to terms with a past that he continues to deal with, that haunt him. Looking around Jonathan's office, it's quite a saddening reality of what his job entails. And in this dystopian future, there is children being kidnapped and their organs being sold on the black market, with most of Jonathan's investigations turning up a whole lot of nothing and leaving him feeling hopeless. So, checking his answering machine just adds to this level of detail, showing his life on Earth and his career isn't as fulfilling as it once was.
もしもしなんだ間違ったごめんよ
間違い電話とはバカにしてる。くそ。仕事の依頼電話はないか。
こちら水道局ですが、水道料金が未払いです。早急に納金してください。
汚染した水を飲ませてるくせに。
ジョナサン、私よ。最近ちっとも飲みに来ないじゃない。しけてるわね。
そうだ。俺はしけてる。分かってるさ。
このヘボ探偵、覚えてろよ、バカにしやがって。いいか、このままでは済まないぞ。覚悟してろよ。
ヘボ探偵か。
Upon further investigation, looking at one of the newspaper clippings, we get further details into Jonathan's accident. It took the rescue team 25 years to find him, and ever since then, Jonathan's had a fear of going to space.
Ed Brown, 俺の人生で最も信用できる親友であり、良きパートナーだった。
Jonathan inspects an old photo of a good friend of his known as Ed Brown. These two served together in the Policenauts and was best friends. Interestingly, their appearance and roles mirror that of Lethal Weapon, which follows two detectives, Martin Riggs and Roger Murtaugh, as they navigate a dangerous investigation in Los Angeles. Riggs, a reckless and emotionally scarred cop, is paired with the older, more grounded Murtaugh. Despite their differences, they form a strong partnership, relying on each other's strengths to solve the case. This dynamic is echoed in Policenauts with Jonathan Ingram and Ed Brown. Jonathan, like Riggs, is a skilled but troubled detective haunted by his past, while Ed, much like Murtaugh, is the steady, experienced partner who helps him keep grounded. Their partnership is central to the story, blending action with a deep bond formed through shared challenges and loyalty. No doubt a homage to the movie through Kojima's interest of Lethal Weapon, a movie famous back in 1987. I mean, the resemblance is absolutely uncanny. Looking at another photo, we see Policenauts in their early days. These 5 men were inspired by the 6 men who were a part of Project Mercury, the first human spaceflight program of the United States, initiated by NASA in 1958. Its primary goal was to send an American astronaut into space, achieve orbit, and ensure a safe return to Earth, thereby demonstrating that humans could survive and work in space. The program, which ran until 1963, successfully completed 6 manned missions, with John Glenn becoming the first American to orbit the Earth in 1962. Project Mercury laid the groundwork for later space exploration efforts, including the Gemini and Apollo programs. You could say that these Policenaut boys were the successors, as Beyond Course is an example that humans could survive and live in space. In Policenauts, a newspaper clipping proudly announces a successful landing on Mars, a monumental achievement that humanity in our reality is still striving to accomplish. In the game's world, the historic feat has already been realised, with Jonathan Ingram being one of the pioneering astronauts sent to determine if Mars could be colonised. This mission not only highlights the advanced state of space exploration in Policenauts, but it also adds depth to Jonathan's character, showcasing him as a trailblazer in humanity's quest to expand beyond Earth. The thing that humanity is still trying to achieve, to see if there's life beyond Earth, new worlds that we can explore and perhaps live on. NASA's goals to send humans to Mars is one of the most ambitious and exciting undertakings in the history of space exploration. This mission isn't just about reaching another planet, it's about pushing the boundaries of what humanity can achieve and opening the door to a future where humans might live and thrive on other worlds. The plan to get to Mars is a complex one, involving a series of carefully orchestrated missions that build upon each other. NASA's Artemis program, which aims to return humans to the moon by 2025, is a crucial stepping stone. The moon will serve as a testing ground for the technologies and techniques needed for that long-duration space travel, such as a sustainable habitat, life support systems, and deep space navigation. NASA envisions the first human mission to Mars happening in the 2030s. This mission will likely involve a crew of astronauts embarking on a journey of 6 to 9 months to reach the Red Planet. Perhaps even more. Once there, they'll conduct scientific research and search for signs of past life, and then test the feasibility of sustaining human life on Mars. The challenges are immense: radiation exposure, limited resources, and the psychological toll of isolation. But NASA is making strides in overcoming these obstacles. In his brilliance, Hideo Kojima demonstrated an uncanny ability to understand and anticipate the world around him. Some call it him predicting the future. All of this is a sparking of his imaginative mind during a pivotal era in human history, growing up amidst the space race, the Cold War, and rapid technological advancements. Kojima absorbed the profound changes and challenges of his time, channeling them to his work. This is particularly evident in Policenauts, a game that, despite being released in the 90s, feels eerily relevant to our present day. Policenauts is a visionary piece, exploring themes that are strikingly ahead of its time. The game presents a world that, while still on the horizon for us, feels uncannily familiar. Policenauts touches up on the impact of space exploration, the evolution of social structures, and the possible dystopian realities that could arise from unchecked advancements. It's a game way ahead of its time, and it makes all the more enjoyable to play because it's like a glimpse into our own future.
ジョナサン、久しぶり。
ロレイン。
そう、私よジョナサン。28年ぶりね。
At some point, Jonathan's unexpected client turns out to be his former wife, Lorraine, who was believed that he was dead after his accident and had remarried to someone else after the incident. Lorraine asks for Jonathan's help in solving the disappearance of her husband, Kenzo Hojo.
私の夫が大変なことに。
わかった。さあ、入って。
It's worth noting that the graphical art style of this game really captures what it's trying to portray, such as the lights of the cars outside reflecting through Jonathan's blinds as the lights flicker. It's truly a beautiful sight. So we ask Lorraine what's her request, and she tells us that her husband has been missing for a while, and when he left work he didn't come home. That she's been trying to go to his company and the police on Beyond, and no one will assist her, so she travels back to Earth to ask for Jonathan's help. So we ask her more about her husband, and she explains that Hojo works at a pharmaceutical company for Tokugawa.
なるほど。どう見ても悪人には見えないな。幸せそうじゃないか。
When asking Lorraine about Tokugawa, we uncover the staggering extent of their power and influence, which extends far beyond just Beyond Coast. The Tokugawa group, under the leadership of Joseph Sadoki Takagawa, practically owns space itself in terms of human involvement. Sadokai, once a fellow Policenaut, inherited this vast empire established by his grandfather, eventually rising to become the third president of the industrial giants. This company's reach is all-encompassing, shaping the very fabric of space exploration and colonization. Their influence is a reminder, really, of how corporate power can extend in the farthest frontiers of human ambition, and potentially could be behind Kenzo Hojo's disappearance, since he is an employee of that company.
ロレイン、君の勘だけではわからないな。何か手がかりになるようなものは。
北条から預かっているものがあるの。カプセル剤と葉の切れ端なんだけど、なんだかわからないけど重要なものらしいわ。
When we inquire about any leads or clues left by Hojo, Lorraine reveals that he entrusted her with a capsule from Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. He had instructed her that if anything should happen to him, that she should give the capsule to the police or someone she trusted. Along with the capsule, Lorraine was given half of a mysterious leaf, with no indication of its origin or purpose. It just adds to that mystery, as Hojo mentioned the word also as Plato before his disappearance, a term that Johnny initially assumes to something that might refer to Plato. The pieces of this puzzle are cryptic, and they leave Johnny with more questions than answers as he dwells deeper into this conspiracy.
ロレイン、即答はできないが考えておくよ。
ジョナサン、引き受けてくれるんじゃ。
悪いがしばらく考えさせてくれないか。
There is a dialogue option that allows us to refuse to help Lorraine or accept her case. This doesn't affect the game in any way, aside from some dialogue changes between characters later on. With this case not accepted, Lorraine leaves the office, with Johnny needing some time to think this over after a big moment like this. But as he gazes out the window, he notices something strange. Footprints.
Whose footprints are these?
And a person in the distance with something in his hand, which turns out to be a detonator that would blow Lorraine's car, killing her in a blast.
ロレイン、車から離れろ!
Now for the first time in the game we have to shoot this unknown figure. This allows us to get our hands on with the gameplay, which is really fun if you're into classic arcade Sega style shooters that you'd go play with your friends. This is definitely for you. We enter a first person sequence which allows us to shoot and reload at will. The shooting is basic enough, one just moves the red dot to where the target appears, and that's that. The cool thing I've noticed as well is that in the level of attention to detail, if you shoot the windows you can actually see the glass break. It's truly a fun bit of interactivity. But that's definitely not all with the shooting features, but we'll get there later. At some point we managed to injure the suspect enough that he runs into an alleyway, but before heading into the unknown, I noticed some interesting text regarding one of the cafes and a strip club in regards to how similar society has become like Policenauts. The Piemonte Ravioli Cafe on the surface appears to be charming, a good spot for its cosy atmosphere, coffee and cakes, but however beneath the facade lies a far more sinister reality. It's a front for the production and distribution of child abuse VR content. This disturbing scenario is not just fiction, but it reflects a growing concern in our society today. As VR technology advances, it has opened new avenues for exploitation, particularly in VR chat rooms where children are increasingly becoming victims of abuse. Just like in Policenauts, the groomers are using these platforms to commit heinous acts of abuse hidden within the seemingly harmless digital landscape of the metaverse. In response, the governments across the world are attempting to address these emerging threats that the online safety bill currently is under consideration for a legislation that aims to hold companies accountable for the content on their platforms, imposing stricter regulations to protect users, especially children, from such dangers. Now our attention is on the strip club, and Jonathan's explained that a lot of the dancers in this club have undergone sex changes. He uses the term to describe the people of this domain as transgenders, people who have undergone sex changes who don't feel comfortable in their current bodies. Genetics overall cannot be changed, but in the world of Policenauts it appears that such sciences has made it possible. Usually sex chromosomes in particular determine whether someone will have a female or male body parts. Policenauts is set in the future of 2040, 2 decades ahead of ourselves, but is all relevant. The world a few decades back, transgenderism was very uncommon, but according to reports it's been on the rise and still continues to be. With a rise in transgender identification, there has been an increased demand for gender-affirming healthcare, including hormone replacement therapy, HRT and surgeries, and more young people are identifying as transgender than in the previous generations, a trend that may be driven by greater social acceptance and the visibility of transgender issues in society. Studies have shown that transgenders include at a higher risk of mental health challenges, including depression and anxiety.
奴はどこへ逃げた？くそ、足跡が追えない。ここには雪が入ってこなかったのか。
Making our way into the alleyway, there appears to be no suspect in sight. Just a few garbage bins and dark voids, making it hard to see what's ahead. But what's interesting is we notice a white substance on the floor, which turns out to be artificial blood. Upon further inspection, we make our way further into an alley. But once again, we end up in a shootout with the suspect.
Yes, sir.
The soundtrack and the ambience in Policenauts really captures the setting really well, in a moment that is quite tense since we are on edge, not knowing at any minute the suspect might catch us off guard. But luckily for us, we are a better shot, and the suspect runs off and he bleeds out, making his hasty escape. But before he leaves a haunting message written into his own blood, saying, "I will kill you," before he escapes into the nightlife of LA on a fast bike. Jonathan misses all of his shots, and as the suspect escapes, leading us once again into a wild goose chase to uncover this wider conspiracy we now find ourselves in.
Jonathan, お願い。カレンは病気なの。助けてあげて。カレンは。
ドレイン。ドレイン。 知り合いか。友人だ。古い。
Sadly, Lorraine wouldn't make it as the blast had done its damage. Jonathan would share his final farewells with his former wife that he loved dearly, and all of this would now motivate him to uncover the truth behind Hojo's disappearance, finding the suspect, and taking care of Karen, Lorraine's daughter, as a last dying wish.
本日は ASL797 便をご利用いただきまして誠にありがとうございます。
当機はグラビティターンに移り、順調にビヨンドコーストへの軌道を飛行しております。
So now Jonathan boards Flight 797 to Beyond Coast, the space colony, or rather a city in space. His investigation now takes him beyond home. Once again, he must return to the place he once built his career on as a former Policenaut. The awesome thing about this masterpiece of a game is that it showcases all the sci-fi elements that open up the imagination in what's possible, such as human spaceflight to different planets, or space cities, or even maybe a holiday on the moon. Jonathan's feeling very apprehensive and anxious about his flight, since his accident has made him have cosmophobia, which is essentially to be scared of space. Jonathan explains all of this to an unusually pale stranger on the flight, who introduces himself as Tony Redwood.
よろしく。私はレッドウッドです。
ああ、イングラムです。よろしく。
There is many pieces of interesting information you can discover upon clicking things of interest, and it can actually help you uncover your investigation because it's actually essential if you actually want to figure out potential plot points in the game that can really make it easier if you point and click a bit more. It's a really cool, engaging feature in this game. If you're big into diving into storytelling as I, you're sure to click on all the optional text. For instance, we can call the air attendant, a side piece of an objective, to ask for some interesting information, especially learning about Beyond Coast and its populations, that holds over 1 million people in space, which showcases the sheer size of this place we will be arriving to. Space adaptation syndrome is quite common, and it's a problem for 50% of people who travel into space in Policenauts. The toll of space really takes its toll on people's body, and of course it is optional, but if you are feeling a bit sick and anxious on this flight, you can take a few relaxing tablets to calm your nerves, thanks to Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals of course. Aside from dialogue options, you can even show people pieces of evidence that you collected along the way. Most of the time it's ineffective, but can be really useful to your investigation to particular people, but it just adds to immersion of the world building in this game. Trying to show this flight attendant a picture of Hojo wasn't really helpful and turned up a whole lot of nothing, but it was still interesting to see if she'd seen this face before. During the flight in Policenauts, we have a conversation with Tony Redwood trying to learn about his background. When we ask him about his unusually pale skin, Redwood reveals that his condition is due to his white blood, a term used to describe his white-coloured red blood cells. He explains that he uses a first-generation type of artificial blood, which differs from the more advanced third-generation blood used on Earth. This concept of artificial blood from Policenauts resurfaces in Metal Gear Solid 4, where we see it referenced again in MGS4, the character Raiden, who carries a similar type of artificial blood for military purposes. It's fascinating to see how ideas from Policenauts have influenced and inspired elements later in the titles of the Metal Gear series.
Raiden's blood is an older type of artificial blood that was used by the military, called white blood. After it's been in use for a while, the blood needs to be dialyzed, filtered. Right now, he's slipping into autotoxemia.
Unlike Jonathan, Redwood was actually born on Beyond Coast. Jonathan even explains in the world of Policenauts that the word amphibian is that a person who travels from space to Earth. Is that something that Jonathan would do regularly, especially when he was a part of the Policenauts? We ask Redwood about his job, and his response appears evasive. Upon further questioning, Tony Redwood reveals that he is what they call a frozener. This means he was created from an artificially fertilized egg and held in cryogenic storage by the government, or as Redwood refers to them, breeders. After being stored, the egg is transferred to a surrogate mother for gestation and delivery. The concept of genetic manipulation and the use of surrogates is another nod to the Metal Gear series, particularly the cloning and creation of the sons of Big Boss. Just as Redwood was brought into the world through advanced reproductive technology, in MGS we see similar themes with creation of Solid Snake, Liquid Snake and Solidus through cloning and genetic extraction. Surrogate mothers played a key role as well, either for Solid Snake and Liquid, and a random Japanese woman for Solidus Snake.
You can't grow a human being in a test tube, not even a clone. You need a woman's body to give it life.
You mean a surrogate mother?
After dozens of failures, they finally, miraculously, succeeded in producing a fertilized egg. The egg used in the successful in vitro fertilization came from Dr. Clark's assistant, a healthy Japanese woman.
Blood from the east flows within your veins.
Give birth to Big Boss. To realize this, I asked to serve as the surrogate mother, and was more than happy to carry you in my womb.
With the conversation dwindling with this stranger, we decide to see what's on the news regarding Beyond Coast. Ironically, it's called the BBC. It's not named after the English news channel, but it's a subtle nod, as Jonathan refers to the latter. The news reporter is Lorraine's daughter, known as Karen Hojo, and interestingly, while she's not in the MGS series, she is actually seen in the digital graphic novel of MGS.
こんにちは、ニュースオーダーの時間です。現在、ビヨンド内でのナーク中毒者が急増しております。事態を重く見た BCP では、ビヨンドでのナーク根絶を図るため、特別チームを編成。
This is Karen Hojo reporting from Ellis Island. The effects of last night's incident are apparent even here.
It's the first report amongst many we'll see on Policenauts, but it talks about current epidemics of people using NARC on Beyond Coast and elsewhere, and how it's been trafficked around. NARC refers to semi-synthetic narcotic made from black poppy, essentially opium combined with morphine and LSD, and is mostly used in space. It's a drug that is very illegal, and the number of continued users is said to rise. This report is very significant to the game.
今のはビヨンドのテレビ番組ですよ。ビヨンドコーストブロードキャスティング、つまり BBC ね。
So after this intriguing conversation with Tony Redwood and this long flight, Jonathan decides it's best to get some sleep until we arrive at Beyond Coast. Now we are on Beyond Coast Space Station, somewhat of an airport like on Earth, with live feed screens showing different flights and times in and out of space to take passengers to either back to Earth or maybe different planets or perhaps similar colonies just like Beyond Coast. It just shows the size of this place. But anyway, with a few clues in pocket, we need to head to the BCP to find our old pal Ed to see if he can help us in this investigation.
よし BCP へ急ごうここが BCP かさあエドに会えるといいな
Inside the BCP headquarters, we asked the receptionist a few questions. He explained some of the significant changes that have taken place since we have left, especially over the past 20 years. The role of regular cops has dramatically changed, and they've all been relegated to the most mundane and administrative tasks, spending most of their time behind desks and dealing with paperwork. Meanwhile, advanced police units now handle all the critical and dangerous work. and these advanced police officers are the ones who patrol the streets, engage in high-risk situations, and take on the dirty work that regular cops used to manage. As well, there is EMPS, which is an extra vehicle mobility police suit developed by Tokugawa Heavy Industries and for the BCP to use around the colony. These suits are armoured and have the capabilities for flight as well to respond to crimes more effectively and within quick time. So now we ask where Ed is stationed in the BCP, and it turns out he's in a spot they call the Vice, a department which is located in the basement, and the receptionist really does over-exaggerate on how bad the conditions are, and tries to mock us with a condescending attitude in which Jonathan just straight up calls him a prick. But with all this information, we make our way to see our old pal Ed Brown.
俺は便利屋じゃない。言いたけりゃ自分の口で言うんだな。居眠りするにはまだ早いぜ。
ジョナサン。
30年もの先回りしやがって。
ジョナサン。ジョナサン・イングラムか。懐かしいな。
エドも元気そうだな。
ジョナサン、よく来てくれた。
With a warm embrace of old friends, Ed Brown is shocked to see his former partner, Jonathan, alive and well after so many years. As they catch up, Ed offers to show Jonathan around beyond coast, but Jonathan is already focused on the task at hand. Wasting no time, he asks Ed for a favour to help him with an investigation into the disappearance of Kenzo Hojo, who works for Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. Initially, Ed, worn down by the years of disappointment and defeat, declines Jonathan's request. He seems reluctant to get involved and burdened by the weight of his own past and complexities of the case. But Jonathan, knowing his friend's true nature, doesn't back down. He reminds Ed of the importance of this case, of the connection it has to his former wife's death, and he even invokes memories of the man Ed used to be, the fearless, determined cop who never walked away from a fight. Jonathan's persistence strikes a chord. He knows Ed better than anyone else, and as he leaves the room, there's a knowing smile on his face. Jonathan is certain that despite Ed's initial refusal, his old friend won't be able to resist a call to action. He's confident that Ed will join him in solving the mystery, just as they had tackled countless cases together in the past.
無理を言ったな、エド。じゃあな。
なんてこった。あと3年だぞ。あと3年で無事定年だってのに。たく。ジョナサン、表だっては協力できんからな。
エド。
それから無茶はごめんだぞ、無茶は。
分かってるさ、エド。心配するな。
お前の心配するなが一番心配なんだ。
Now we meet Ed's assistants Dave and Meryl. Meryl is a character many of us will remember from Metal Gear Solid. But what's fascinating is that Meryl's character in Metal Gear Solid is based on Meryl we first meet in Policenauts. This character is essentially the beginning of what later would become the Meryl we know in the MGS series. Both the Policenauts and MGS versions of Meryl share similar character designs and backstories, including their involvement with Foxhound, and the similarities don't even stop there. Meryl's partner in Policenauts is named Dave Forrest, who secretly harbours feelings for her, a bit like Solid Snake during Metal Gear Solid 1. It's this connection that is deepened by the fact that in Metal Gear Solid 4, Meryl's partners are also named Ed and Jonathan, just like in Policenauts.
Here, I'll introduce you to the team. That's Ed, our radio man and sniper. Sleeping giant is Jonathan.
Another striking detail is Meryl's iconic earrings, which are made from handgun bullets, likely the 45 ACP, just as the original Meryl wore in Policenauts. This small yet significant detail further ties the two characters together, including the vest that we see Dave wear, which is actually meant to be a life preserver, which is what we see Meryl wear at the end of Metal Gear Solid 1. Originally as early as '96, the intention was for Meryl in Metal Gear Solid to be a younger version of the character from Policenauts. However, this idea was eventually changed, as it would have made Meryl much older than previously established in the timeline. Instead, Meryl in MGS was given a similar identity and traits, whilst being treated as a separate character. And as Ed mentioned, which is super interesting to note, is that Meryl in Policenauts also took part in the fall of Zanzibar. It's crazy how many references there is in these Hideo Kojima games, and all from his other titles. Even Meryl's unpermanent tattoo from MGS1 is exactly the same as the one in Policenauts, of a fox holding a gun, and once again the resemblance is just uncanny. It's almost like we're in an alternative universe here.
What's that mark?
Huh? Oh, this? It's a paint tattoo. It's not real. I was a fan of Foxhound way back.
We asked Meryl the kind of hardware she carries, and of course it's something powerful in the 50 caliber range. Meryl in Policenauts carries a Magnum, whereas Meryl in MGS carries a Desert Eagle. Even Solid Snake comments on how big the gun is for a woman, just like Jonathan does.
Where'd you get that Desert Eagle?
I found it in the armory. It's a 50 caliber Action Express. There was a SOCOM pistol too, but I chose this.
Huh, so I got a leftover, huh? Isn't that gun a little big for a girl?
It's also worth noting that in the world of Policenauts, most people in space use a specialised weapon called a lift gun, which is quite different from Jonathan's earthly M9 Beretta. The lift gun was designed specifically for the use in weightless environments, and it operates in a unique way to produce no recoil. When a bullet is fired, there is a second explosion, just as the bullet leaves the gun's muzzle, making the bullet behave more like a missile. This design prevents any noticeable recoil, which is essential in the zero-gravity conditions of space. The name lift gun comes from the phrase liftoff, referencing the first stage of a rocket launch. Almost all firearms that are used in outer space have now adopted this lift gun technology. And interestingly, it has also become popular amongst criminals as the so-called untraceable gun. This is because a lift gun leaves no rifling marks on its bullets, nor does it expel cartridges, making it difficult to trace the weapon used in a crime. Hence why we didn't see any with our fight with the mysterious stranger in the alley. The barrel of the lift gun serves little purpose, as the primary explosion occurs just outside the gun, rather than inside the barrel. To compensate for the jolt caused by this unique firing mechanism, a lift gun typically comes equipped with a laser sight that allows the user to lock onto a target. This has also allowed for the reduction in the size of the gun, making it a compact yet powerful weapon ideally suited for the challenges of space. Now we talk to Dave, and this guy's got a crazy obsession with Maxi Burgers, which is referenced in MGS5 to Kazuhira's Miller's Burgers that he produced. It's hilarious because every time we see Dave, he's always got a burger in hand.
Rise and shine, old-timer. It is complete. I had our best and brightest working overtime, fine-tuning the greatest burger the world has ever known. I call it the chemical burger.
So we asked Dave why is it he became a cop, and he explains that since he was born on Beyond and never left the cylinder, he was hoping that it would allow him to get a transfer to Earth. But it takes a lot of time to receive a visa for Beyonders, and it takes a lot of years and checks to see who can qualify. When we asked Dave about his shirt, it reveals some intriguing details about his character. Dave is what they call a repatriate, a member of a movement that believes humanity should seize all space exploration and development and return to Earth. This idea of repatriation isn't just unique to Policenauts, it also appears in Death Stranding, where the concept takes a deeper, more supernatural meaning in Kojima's works. In Death Stranding, the protagonist Sam Porter Bridges is also a repatriate, but in a different sense. Sam has the extraordinary ability to travel beyond the realm of the living, known as the Seen, and return to his body, effectively bringing himself back to life after death.
BCP では週2回の射撃訓練が義務付けられている。イヤープロテクターはその壁にかけてある。
Now that we are at the BCP, I thought I'd take you to the shooting range. I have to say, I forgot just how fun Sega arcade shooters were. In Policenauts there are quite a few shootouts, but in the range is where the real fun happens if you want to test your skills and try and beat your high score. I'm playing on the Sega Saturn emulator, and I'm using one of my PS4 controllers. It's a decent setup, but I have to admit I wish I had the original Sega controller just to fully capture that nostalgic experience. Interestingly, the Sega Saturn had a secondary controller called the 3D Control Pad, which incorporated a thumbstick unlike its predecessor. It was an innovative piece of hardware of its time, but the real magic of shooting in these kinds of games was the Virtua gun. Yes, you guessed it, an actual gun-shaped controller that you could point at the screen and shoot with. That's where the true arcade experience comes to life. It's a blast from the past, and I can't help but think how much fun it would be to play Policenauts with a Virtua gun, just like in the old days. One of the most popular games during the time with Virtua guns was Virtua Cop in '94. It was one of the most popular light gun games, and Virtua Cop set the standard for real shooters. Players took on the role of police officers and using the Virtua gun to shoot criminals on the screen. At the shooting range you can choose from different play modes, each offering a unique experience. There's a target mode where you can focus on precision, and training mode which is great for honing your skills. But my personal favourite has to be combat mode, because this mode offers much more challenging experience and really helps you boost your reflexes. I'm not even kidding, after spending some time in combat mode I feel like Spider-Man or something. Just the other day a tin of food fell off my shelf and I caught it without even looking. The intensity of this mode keeps you on your toes as you progress through the rounds. The challenge ramps up and different people pop up on the screen, guns drawn, and you feel like you've got to shoot them fast before they drain your life bar. It's a fast-paced, exhilarating experience that makes the shooting range a blast. The higher the stages get, the targets also start moving into cover whilst others appear, so you have to wait while shooting other targets, as well as civilians that occasionally appear trying to throw you off. Sometimes the bad guys appear with no guns and then draw their guns, making you having to keep your focus at 100% at all times. It's a cool feature within the game, and anytime you're in the BCP and want to scratch up on some shooting practice, this is the place you want to be.
BCP を支える AP 隊員の部屋だ。時代の最先端を行く主力部署だ。正面にいるのは AP の隊長であり、この BCP の本部長でもあるゲイツ・ベッカーだ。
Now we head over to the advanced police section where we're immediately met by a group of Frozeners in advanced armoured police gear. As we look ahead, a familiar face from our Policenauts days comes into view. Though much older now, it's Gates Becker, who has risen through the ranks to become the commander and the chief, effectively in charge of this entire establishment. Gates is visibly surprised to see that Jonathan is aboard Beyond, and is taken aback when Jonathan mentions that he has heard Gates is now the big boss around here. A subtle nod to Big Boss from the Metal Gear series, with whom Gates shares a striking resemblance. As we are in the midst of investigation, Jonathan doesn't waste time and asks Gates if he's seen Kenjo Hojo, an employee of Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. Gates hesitates for a moment as Jonathan explains that according to sources, Hojo has been missing for over 3 weeks and that Lorraine was murdered on Earth after seeking his help. Gates' demeanour shifts noticeably when Tokugawa is mentioned. He becomes concerned and he becomes a bit suspicious. He tells Jonathan that if Tokugawa is involved, then it changes everything. Gates then instructs Jonathan to keep the investigation strictly between him and Ed, emphasising that they need to keep it quiet. Gates states that they can't conduct an official inquiry on their part, underscoring the gravity and the sensitivity of this whole situation. We then ask Gates what happened to the other former Policenaut members, and Gates confirms that Joseph Tokugawa resigned from the BCP 20 years ago to head up the Tokugawa group. As for Salvatore, he apparently retired over a decade ago and returned to Earth. With the end of the Policenauts, the force evolved into what is known today as the Advanced Police, or AP. Curious about Lorraine's murder, we press Gates for more details. He explains that the police on Earth have been in contact with him since Lorraine was killed, as she was originally from Beyond. According to Gates, the OLA, the Outer Space Law Administration, has concluded that her death was likely the result of a bomb planted by repatriates or possibly eco-terrorists. However, Gates admits that this is not really ultimately much to go on, leaving the case shrouded in uncertainty, and the information he provides highlights the ongoing tension between Earth and space. The recruitment process for the advanced police members is highly selective, with the majority being government frozeners like Tony Redwood. What's particularly interesting is that they only use sperm from donors who are accustomed to space environments. In other words, they specifically select the sperm of past astronauts. This leads Jonathan to suggest that he and other former astronauts, including Gates, could be responsible for some of these frozeners. Gates acknowledges that it's a strong possibility, implying that many of these individuals could indeed be the sons of astronauts. This concept closely mirrors the Metal Gear Solid series, particularly in the genome soldiers who carry the DNA of Big Boss, making them sons of a legendary soldier with particular genes suited for specific projects. The parallel is striking as both the Frozeners and genome soldiers represent a new generation shaped by the genetic legacy of those who came before them, carefully selected to fit into a greater plan.
The genome soldiers, they too are his progeny, carrying on his genetic legacy. But they're different. They're digital. With the completion of the Human Genome Project, the mysteries of humanity were laid bare. Thanks to Father's DNA, they were able to identify more than 60 soldier genes responsible for everything from strategic thinking to the proverbial killer instinct. Those soldier genes were transplanted into the members of the next generation Special Forces.
Before we leave the AP, Jonathan notices a familiar person that he saw on the flight to Beyond, with the distinctive purple hair, Tony Redwood.
旅はどうだった？ポリスノーツさん。
AP だったのか。トニー・レッドウッドだ。AP の爆弾処理を担当してるが、エンプス乗りでは彼の右に出る者はいない。ミスター・ゴダードと呼ばれている。
宇宙酔いくらいで参るようじゃ、早くホームのママのところへ帰った方がいいぜ。それとも、またステュワーデスに薬でももらうか。ここはビヨンド。
Tony Redwood appears completely different from his usual kind, talkative self, talking on a mocking tone as he confronts Jonathan and Ed. Holding a bomb in his hand, Tony taunts Ed, who once specialised in bomb disposal before moving to narcotics. With a sinister edge to his voice, Redwood asks Ed if he knows how the timer works, hinting that bomb makers often incorporate several traps into their devices to prevent them from being defused. He specifically mentions the classic dilemma of the red and blue wires, setting up a tense scenario. Redwood, in a form of sadistic reverse psychology, asks Ed which wire would he choose if he was the bomber, red or blue. Ed, recalling in his experience, says he would choose red, associating it with Redwood himself and noting that red is often the correct wire. But Redwood only grins, saying, "Boom, now we have a hole in the colony." He coldly explains that aggressive individuals don't usually gravitate towards the colour red, even though the phrase of seeing red is commonly associated with anger. In the end, Tony reveals that the correct answer is blue, adding that he always picks blue. The entire exchange is a chilling mind game with Redwood, toying with Ed and Jonathan, using their knowledge and instincts against them in a twisted display of power and control. We further take a look at Redwood's suit, and Ed mentions it acts as a spacesuit, as well as body armour for combat engagements. And if they have their helmets on, they can just go out into space like it's nothing. Trying to further question Tony leads us to nowhere, as he's not willing to help or share any information crucial to the investigation, and is acting kind of fucking sus.
感じ悪いやつだな。一度も瞬きしなかった。
フローズナーはみんなだ。あれでノーマルらしい。
ノーマル？異常だぜ。
彼らは目に人工水晶体の眼内レンズを装着してるらしい。視力は常人の2倍はあるって聞いたがな。
あいつらが俺たちの子供かもしれんなんてな。
心配はいらん。少なくとも俺とジョナサンの精子は使われていないだろう。
だろうな。エドが遺伝的に優れてるなんて。
お前は宇宙恐怖症だしな。
With the green lights from Gates, Ed and Jonathan discuss the bizarre details of all they have learned thus far, and the disturbing idea that some of these frozeners could be their kids.
Yo, Dr. 先生。
わしはビクトルじゃ。いつになったらちゃんと呼んでくれるんじゃ。
諦めた方がいい。エドは物覚えが悪いんだ。
お、誰じゃねその人。
So now we head to the BCP's Forensic Services Division led by Dr. Victor Jurgens. We ask him a little about himself and his background, and Victor explains that he is a terrestrial from Earth and that he was born in Moscow in Russia, back when the socialists ran the country during the Cold War era, and after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Victor went to America to study forensic medicine, and then later became a medical examiner, and that altogether he's done over 30,000 autopsies. And it was when he was in his 40s that he became interested in studying bodies in space. Jonathan asked why did Victor become a forensic pathologist. Victor gives a straightforward answer, that doctors deal with the living and they could screw up. Forensic medicine is less stressful. Curious about the specifics of his work, we asked Victor to elaborate on his role. He explains that whilst his expertise lies primarily in medical examinations, his job involves much more. Thanks to the aid of his auto-analysis identification device, this AI-powered machine, which is nicknamed Gorby, which allows him to perform a variety of tasks beyond traditional forensic analysis. However, Victor mentions that he operates on a shoestring budget compared to the advanced police, who have their own scientific department, meaning that he has to rely heavily on Gorby for many of his duties. Victor reflects on the implications of his technology, noting that as a computer analysis continued to advance, there is less and less need for people like himself. This observation is particularly telling in our own world, where the rapid development of AI is increasingly reducing the necessity of human involvement in roles that AI can complete much more quickly and efficiently under the right guidelines. Another theme that is massively explored in the MGS series, especially in Metal Gear Solid 2 and Peace Walker. Victor's insights highlight a growing concern about the future of human expertise in the era of ever-evolving artificial intelligence. We asked Victor for a little bit more information regarding if it was possible to move Kenzo Hojo's corpse from Beyond, but he explains given on how tight the security is on Beyond, it's not really possible unless they buried him under the soil. Jonathan then shows Victor a photo of Hojo, but nothing seems to recollect with anyone he knows, aside from Hojo being from Japanese descent.
ビクトル、調べてもらいたいものがあるんだが。
おお、なんじゃ。それか。
ああ、これもそうだが、もう一つある。
全部見せてみ。
Getting down to business, we give Victor the pieces of evidence and clues that Lorraine gave us for him to analyse on the AID, which could give us some forensic details on what the origin of the leaf may come from and what exactly do them capsules contain. And with all that being said and done, it's going to take some time for Gorb to do his thing, so we will return later for any news.
おう、ジョナサン、分析結果が出とるぞ。ゴルビーも頑張ってくれた。
えらく早いな。
当たり前じゃ。ゴルビー。まずジョナサンから預かったカプセル剤じゃんが。
The test results are in, and thanks to Gorby and Victor, we've uncovered some profound information that deepens the mystery surrounding the capsules Lorraine entrusted Jonathan with. The 4 capsules are all produced by Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, contain perfectly legal substances, with the first one being indomethacin, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, and paradisen, a benzodiazepine derivative tranquilizer, hyphytamine, a vitamin B complex, and fedorazine, a semi-synthetic centrally acting anti-tissue. On the surface, these pills are entirely ordinary, raising the question, well, why would Hojo hold on to them so carefully? Could there be something more to the capsule than meets the eyes? Victor confirms that the ingredients and chemical compositions of the capsules match the data on the file with the government. He explains that all legitimate pharmaceuticals have a drug identification code on the packaging or the tablet itself. Jonathan questions the integrity of these pills, wondering if there's a microfilm or something inside of them to give any evidence. And the capsule Jonathan has indeed bared the Tokugawa identification symbol, but there's a catch: each symbol is incomplete. Victor notes that such mistakes simply don't happen with today's technology, and strangely 2 of the capsules are missing, the left half of the symbol, while the other 2 are missing the right. Even more puzzling, the capsules are 2-piece, a type that hasn't been used in decades. This anomaly suggests that something much deeper is at play, perhaps a hidden message or clue embedded within these capsules. Jonathan, realizing the gravity of the situation, notes that Lorraine sacrificed her life to get these capsules to him, and this just implies they must hold a significant importance, potentially linking Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals directly to the conspiracy. Victor's observations also point to something more nefarious, a possible connection to illegal drug activities. And when Victor examines the leaf found alongside the capsules, he identifies it as being from a black poppy plant, linking it to narcotics, a problem that has become a near epidemic on Beyond. Ed even recalls that they put an end to the poppy cultivation years ago, which raises the question, where did this leaf come from? Victor adds another layer to the mystery, noting that the leaf is unusually clean, free of the air pollutants typically found in plants grown on Earth. This suggests that the leaf didn't originate from Earth at all. Victor further explains that the viroid Gorby discovered, a pathogen affecting the plant cells, was found all over Beyond 5 years ago and nowhere else. This indicates that someone is growing opium on Beyond, far away from the eyes of Earth's authorities and even really Beyond's authorities. The fact that this leaf is severed in half could be part of a coded message, possibly connected to the capsule's missing symbols, a message known only to a select few people. All the evidence points towards Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals and their possible involvement in all narcotic-related activities, potentially tied to Hojo's disappearance. It's even rumoured that Tokugawa has been involved in drug trafficking, a suspicion so strong that Chief Gates Becker himself tried to investigate, but was found himself stonewalled, likely adding to his unease. With all this information, it's clear that the next step is to pay a visit to Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals and uncover the truth behind these unsettling discoveries. Before we proceed further into our investigation, we take the opportunity to ask Victor more about Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. Victor reveals that Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals is the 4th largest division of the Tokugawa conglomerate, trailing only Tokugawa Heavy Industries, Tokugawa Electronics, and Tokugawa Construction in terms of revenue. Tokugawa was one of the pioneering companies in space development, achieving overnight success by developing the first space-specific drugs. Their most significant breakthrough came with the creation of a immunosuppressive wonder drug known as cypulsladine, which revolutionized the field of pharmacology. This drug was particularly vital in organ transplantation, where it played a crucial role in massed transplantation, a process that masks the organ's antigens with antibody fragments, thus eliminating the need for post-operative rejection treatments. This innovation transformed the way organ transplants were performed, making Tokugawa a dominant force in the medical world that everybody was dependent on. Curious about the narcotic problem we've been hearing about, we inquire further. Victor explains that the narc is a drug that originally gained popularity amongst astronauts, helping them cope with the immense pressures of their job. This semi-synthetic narcotic was developed through supercomputer drug design, and its potency is so extreme that even a few milligrams can be lethal. What makes narc particularly dangerous is its ability to evade detection in drug tests due to its minuscule dosage required for an effect, making it nearly impossible to prosecute users. This adds a layer to the complexity of the drug epidemic that is plaguing Beyond, and the law enforcement struggle to keep up. Then we turn our attention to the black poppy plant, which we now know is the source of the narcotic. Victor explains that cultivating black poppies would require a significant amount of money and advanced technology, suggesting that this is no small-scale operation for a couple of hoodlums. It's clear that the production and distribution of narc is far more organised and well-funded than initially suspected, implicating a larger conspiracy at play. Well, this information deepens our understanding of the stakes involved and strengthens our resolve to uncover the truth behind Tokugawa's potential involvement in these illegal activities.
なんだ
あれが最新のパトロールの方法だ。コロニー内をわずか数十分で巡回できる。
俺たちはまさに時代遅れだな。
さあ、俺たち流の捜査に出かけよう。
As we head for Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, we see a few EMPs taking off for a mission, but of course those are off limits to us, and they are only for the AP. But we're old school, so John and Ed take the police car instead as we dig deeper into this investigation.
ここが徳川製薬のビヨンド研究所だ。まずはここから捜査に取り掛かろう。
ここは徳川製薬の研究開発ビルだ。関係者以外の立ち入りは禁止になっているんだ。悪いがお引き取り願おうか。
Now inside Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, we asked the security guard at the desk that we would like to talk about Kenzo Hojo, one of the employees. Intrigued, the guard introduces himself as Michael Saito. We ask him if Hojo works here, and the guard confirms that Hojo was indeed one of the employees and has worked here for years. A good start to the investigation thus far.
俺なんかよりもずっと古いさ。
実は北条氏の捜索願いが出てるんだが。
捜索願い？そうか。それじゃあもうオープンなんだ。
Michael reveals that the company instructed him to keep quiet about Hojo's disappearance, citing public relations concerns. Jonathan notes that if word got out, the media would likely have a field day, especially since a few people have already taken shots at the company. We then ask Michael when he last saw Hojo. He mentions it's been about 3 weeks since Hojo's disappearance, adding that Hojo's family has been asking around, but the company has told him not to say anything. We inquire about Hojo's residence, and Michael informs us that he lives in Tokugawa Hills, an exclusive high-priced residential area primarily inhabited by Japanese expatriates. We probe further into Hojo's disappearance, and Michael explains that Hojo was a real workaholic, spending weeks cooped up in the facility until he suddenly just vanished. He suggests that Hojo might have returned to Earth, as terrestrials often do when they can't cope with the stress of living in Beyond or for too long. Ed elaborates on this, explaining it's a form of return syndrome, when individuals abandon their families and jobs to escape the pressures of space life. We then ask Michael about Hojo's job. He explains that Hojo was the head of DDS development and also served as a representative for DDS products. His role involved distributing information to hospitals and doctors about new drugs being developed at the facility. Ed asks if anything unusual has occurred with Hojo before he vanished. Michael responds that Hojo had just finished a new product, and everything seemed to go well, as far as he knows anyway. We ask Michael to elaborate on DDS. He explains that DDS development focuses on new methods of drug delivery. Traditionally, drugs had to go through the complex process of absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion, meaning only a small amount of the drug would reach the target area. The goal of the DDS is to ensure the necessary amount of a drug is present in the target area at all times. In the past, they achieved this through ribosomes and microspheres, particularly for cancer drugs, despite the numerous side effects associated with these methods. We try to probe about Hojo's latest product, but Michael is keeping his cards close to his chest. We show him a picture of Hojo just to confirm that it is definitely him. With most of the questions out of the way, we take a gander at the facility and notice it's got surveillance cameras. Jonathan even quotes the camera just like Solid Snake does.
A surveillance camera?
We explain to Michael that gaining access to Hojo's lab is crucial for our investigation. Without clearance, we need his help to uncover any potential clues that might lead us to Hojo or unravel the mystery surrounding his disappearance. Understanding the stakes, we assure Michael that his cooperation will remain confidential and no one will find out about his involvement from us. Reluctant at first, Michael hesitates, knowing that assisting us could lead to severe consequences, such as being blacklisted or even losing his job. But after considering the gravity of the situation, he agrees to help. With a nod, he decides to take the risk and opens the door to the DDS lab for us.
じゃあロックを解除するから。さあ、DDS ルームだ。
Upon entering Hojo's lab, we're instructed not to disturb anything, as it remains untouched since Hojo's disappearance. As we scan the room, our attention is immediately drawn to a computer terminal, a sleek advanced piece of equipment, and Michael informs us that it's the T-Gear 99, part of the Tokugawa's group proprietary network system. This network connects all of the company's computers and exclusively by employees or for correspondents that all connect all the company's computers, used exclusively by employees for the correspondence and work-related tasks. It's a special type of hardware, inaccessible to the public. Our eyes then land on a photograph, eerily familiar. It's the same one Lorraine had given us at home. Now we examine a display showcasing various K-series products, all credited to Hojo's innovative work. The first is the K3, a product designed to mimic contact lenses, utilising a transmusical delivery system where the drug is absorbed through the eyes. The display also features the K5, a DDS drug delivery system, and it's a patch utilising a transdermal delivery method. This system allows the drug to be absorbed through the skin, with the significant advantage of sustaining drug release for weeks within just one application. Then there's the K6, which employs a buccal delivery system where the drug is absorbed through the mucous membranes of the mouth, providing yet another ingenious solution for drug administration. And another item on the display that catches our attention is a mosquito-like machine. Tokugawa has attempted to use this device for administrating injections through a medical establishment that has been frowned upon its use. It's currently only employed in specific cases for drawing blood. And finally, there's one more item on the display, a blank spot labelled K9. Michael explains that this is the latest in the K-series, a drug that's yet to be released to the public. The data on it is still being gathered, shrouding it in mystery, and raising further questions about what secrets Hojo might have been harbouring, and trying to tell us about Tokugawa.
Hojo さんが使ってたホワイトボードだよ。あの人几帳面だったから、いつもそこに予定を書き込んでいたんだ。
これは北条の筆跡か？
間違いない。北条さんの字だ。
While examining Hojo's whiteboard, a date catches our eye, the 15th, accompanied by the words K9, 100 sets, BCCH, scrolled hastily beside it. Curious, we ask Michael about the significance of the BCCH. He explains that it stands for a hospital they do business with, promoting Jonathan and Ed to exchange puzzled glances. They were under the impression that the K9 product wasn't available yet. Michael clarifies that even after a product is approved, until further studies are conducted until it is officially released to the public. All signs now point to the BCCH hospital, known as Beyond Coast Central Hospital, as the next crucial step in our investigation. We inquire about where the products are manufactured, only to learn that they are produced in a factory within this very facility. Naturally, Jonathan and Ed express a desire to inspect the factory, but Michael quickly shuts down the idea, firmly stating that access is strictly off limits, and it's going to be difficult without a warrant to push past these obstacles. Despite these roadblocks, we now know what Hojo visited, the BCCH hospital, on the 15th, a lead too significant to ignore. However, before leaving the lab, we decide to ask Michael one last question about Hojo's state of mind before his disappearance. We inquire about his daughter, Karen, and Michael's expression darkens. He reveals that Hojo's daughter was gravely ill and in a desperate need of a bone marrow transplant. The cruelest irony of all, as Michael explains, is that despite of all this advanced pharmaceuticals Hojo helped develop, none of them could even save his own child. So this revelation lingers as we prepare to leave the facility, knowing that our next step might be at the BCCH hospital, where the answers we seek might finally come to light.
ジョナサン、これがビヨンドロ1のマンモス病院、ビヨンドロ中央病院 BCCH だ。
でかい病院だな。
さあ、北条の手がかりを探そう。
So now we arrive at the hospital, and let's go inside and see what we can uncover. We head straight to the receptionist desks at the BCCH hospital, wasting no time in explaining that we are from the BCP and are looking for a missing person, Mr. Kenzo Hojo, a representative from Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals who has done business with the hospital. But when we ask if she's seen him, she informs us that the sales reps typically use the staff entrance and not the public front door, meaning she wouldn't have seen him come through. Sensing that this avenue might not yield the answers we need, she advises us to speak with the hospital's director, who might have more information about Hojo's visits. Grateful for the lead, we ask her for directions to the director's office. As she gives us the directions, we decide to show her a photo of Hojo, hoping that it might jog her memory. Unfortunately, she shakes her head, explaining that she doesn't recognise him. With this, we realise our best bet is to follow her advice and speak directly with the director. The trail may have cooled slightly, but we are determined to keep pressing forward, knowing that somewhere within these hospital walls, the truth about Kenzo Hojo's disappearance might still be uncovered.
受付から連絡もらったわ。
あなたがこの病院の理事長？
そうよ。女だとは思わなかった？
ああ、理事長って感じじゃない。
少しホームなまりがあるな。
We're greeted by Chris Goldwyn, the official director at the BCCH. To our surprise, Chris instantly recognises both Ed and Jonathan. Her face lights up with a smile, and she recalls the days when they were heroes, the legendary Policenauts. Chris reveals that back in the day she was a model, and that the three of them had posed together for a magazine cover. The memory clearly amuses her, and she genuinely is delighted to see them again. Jonathan and Ed, on the other hand, are completely stunned. They can hardly believe how much little Chris has grown up, and now standing before them, poised and confident director of the hospital.
どんな要件？
クリスの子供？
それは他人の子供よ。
君の子供じゃないの？
ジョナサン、よせ。
We notice a picture of Chris and a baby on the mantle. The music changes to an eerie setting, alluding to something in the future of this wild story. Chris claims she doesn't remember the baby's name and seems a little sad in the photo. She explains she was only 19 at the time.
実は行方不明になったある人物の足取りを追っている。北条健三という。
北条？聞かないわね。ここの患者なの？
We get straight to the point and ask Chris if she knows Kenzo Hojo, hoping for a breakthrough in our investigation. Unfortunately, it's another dead end. Chris has no idea who Hojo is, and disappointed, but we are undeterred. We shift our focus and inquire about the hospital's pharmacy, suspecting it might provide some useful information. Chris explains that Beyond follows the same medical system as Japan, where doctors also serve as pharmacists. This means that when patients receive prescriptions at the hospital, they obtain their medication directly from its pharmacy. Ed chimes in, noting that the profit margins for drugs under this system are astronomical. Doctors can rake in an extra 20 to 30% by dispensing medications themselves, whilst hospitals and drug companies also profit immensely. As a result of the price of drugs for patients is very high. One of the reasons Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals has become so successful is due to its lobbying efforts to implement the Japanese medical system during the early days of Beyond Colony. Moreover, there's a persuasive culture over prescription, where patients receive medication even when they don't necessarily need it. This has led to the inflated drug profits and medical industry that benefits doctors and hospitals far more than the patients themselves. Sensing Jonathan's impatience with the economics lesson, we steer the conversation back on track and ask about the hospital's pharmacist. Chris mentions that Jin Ushida, an employee of Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, has been assigned to work at the BCCH hospital. This connection to Tokugawa piques our interest, suggesting a possible lead in our search for Hojo. We then inquire more about Chris's role at the hospital. She explains that her primary responsibility is running the BCCH, but her area of expertise lies in organ transplantation. She also serves as a consultant for Beyond Coast Organ Distribution Network. Jonathan asks whether or not organ transplants are particularly important in space, and Chris confirms that they are absolutely essential. The unique conditions of space, such as weightlessness and the exposure to cosmic rays, have significant effects on the human body, often necessitating organ transplants. Currently, medical science isn't advanced enough to reliably use artificial organs for long-term replacements, so transplants from donors remain a primary solution. Discussing artificial organs further, Chris elaborates to developing fully functional artificial organs capable of completely replacing failed ones and integrating seamlessly into the body is a still long way off. They do have machine organs and bioorgans, but the only replacements currently classified as complete are the artificial bones, teeth, and a specialised type of blood used exclusively for oxygen transport. Jonathan recalls that artificial blood is similar to what the AP uses, and Chris confirms his suspicion. She goes on to explain that while there are machines that can function as supplementary hearts and kidneys outside the body, internalising these devices presents significant challenges. The most advanced artificial kidney available is a continuous ambulatory peritoneal dialysis system, which, while effective, still doesn't fully replicate the function of a natural kidney within the body. Throughout the conversation, it's clear that this intersection of advanced medical technology and corporate interests plays a significant role on Life on Beyond. With these insights and new leads, particularly the mention of Jin Ushida, we prepare to delve deeper into our investigation into the pharmacy. Hopefully that we are getting closer to uncovering the truth behind Kenjo Hojo's disappearance. One of the points I have to raise about Policenauts is since it's a text story driven game, sometimes you have to examine nearly everything and ask questions to advance, and it can get a little bit tedious. But into the story, which can be a little bit difficult to know if that you can advance further into the story since you have to practically examine nearly everything in an area. But one thing is for sure about the game, it is so highly detailed and in depth, thus showing really how brilliant Kojima's storytelling is.
大変みんな捕まえて血を吸われるわよジョナサン壁に止まったわそっと捕まえて外に出すと大変だわ
Hilariously, the mosquito micro machine used for extracting blood escapes from Chris's purse. In a complete panic, we have to use the cursor to try and capture it. But of course, it's quite a difficult thing to do, and quite mortifying for Chris as it lands in awkward areas, if you know what I mean.
やだこんなところに
おお今度は胸だ五章だからジョナサン俺の役目だ俺は人生を恨むよ
Eventually we capture it, but as awkward as this moment is, Jonathan is sure enjoying himself.
触った
ありがとうジョナサン
いやこんなことならいつでも
We get another nod to the movie Lethal Weapon as Chris states that John and Ed belong in their own cop movie. Well, with that awkward moment, I think it's time that we move to the pharmacist.
なのよダイアンたら薬なら窓口で
心配はいらない俺たちは BCP のものだ理事長の許可を得ている
We approach Ishida and ask if he has any idea about Kenzo Hojo's disappearance. Ishida seems genuinely surprised, as if this is the first time he's hearing of it. He admits that it's been a while since he last saw Hojo, but he definitely knows who he is. When Ed inquires about what kind of person Hojo was, Ishida explains that he doesn't know much about him, on a personal level. They mainly interacted for work and business purposes. He describes Hojo as a typical Japanese man, different from the Beyonders like himself, and remarks that it's out of character for Hojo just to vanish. Ed pressures further, asking about Hojo's whereabouts, and what might have happened to him. Ishida claims he has no idea, and reiterates that Hojo isn't the type just to take off without a word. However, he notes that a number of terrestrials, those who've come from Earth to beyond, end up experiencing mental strain and sometimes skip out. He mentions that the rates of mental illness on Beyond are several times higher than those on bases in Antarctica, but he seems genuinely puzzled and unable to provide any concrete leads on Hojo's whereabouts. Next, we shift the conversation to the K9 project. Ed asks how it works, and Ishida explains that it utilises the difference in osmotic pressure between various areas of the body to control the release of the drug, with gravity playing no role at all. Hojo was supposed to bring the K9 samples over, and Jonathan wonders aloud if that's what Lorraine handed him in his office. When asked if this project is a significant development, Ishida admits that whilst the osmotic pressure isn't a new concept, the technology used in K9 is by far the most effective they've ever seen. Curious, we ask Ishida when he last met Hojo, and he recalls it was on the 15th, as noted on the whiteboard, when Hojo dropped off some K9 samples. However, something unusual stands out. While the whiteboard indicated that Hojo was supposed to bring over 100 sets, Ishida only received 3. He finds the discrepancy puzzling, remarking that bringing 100 sets would be absurd since they were just samples. What would we do with all of them, he states. He wonders, pointing out that the product isn't even on the market yet. This leaves 97 unaccounted for, adding another layer to the mystery of Hojo's actions. Ishida then recalls that Hojo seemed a bit on edge that day. Normally Hojo was very professional, but on this occasion he appeared emotional, something Ishida found unusual. He also mentions that Hojo told him he was going to meet with the president of Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals after their meeting. When we asked Ishida what he knows about the president, he claims that ordinary employees like himself might only see the president once in a blue moon. However, Hojo was different. He was regularly invited to dine with the president. Ishida bitterly adds that the president prefers to associate with other Japanese people, calling him, and I quote, a racist fuck, before suggesting that we should speak to the president ourselves if we want more information.
会長なら徳川ビルにいるよ。コロニーの支柱が徳川グループのシンボリックビルになってるんだ。通常は支柱プロップって呼ばれてる。会長はいつもそこにいるはずだよ。
そのプロップなら知ってる。ビヨンドで有数の名所だ。エド、そこへ行ってみよう。
We ask Ishida where we might find Sadoki Takagawa, the president of Takagawa himself. Ishida tells us that Sadoki spends most of his time at the main Takagawa building, a towering structure that many consider the true heart of the company, and one of the most prominent landmarks in Beyond. It's clear that tracking down Sadoki will not be an easy task, and once again we find ourselves on another leg of this seemingly endless wild goose chase. The investigation is proving to be more complex and elusive with every step we take.
見えるか？あの支柱が徳川本社ビルだ。
なるほど。確かにあの支柱にこのコロニーが支えられているように見える。
コロニーの地表面とウィンドウ面をつないでいる。
As we approach Tokugawa Building, its sheer size becomes more and more imposing, a monolithic structure integrated into the framework of the colony. In the car, both John and Ed have a discussion about the investigation, that maybe they are in over their head with this one. Ed pokes fun at John since Jonathan doesn't really know anything about Tokugawa or Beyond for that matter, but Ed reassures John that he is his partner and that's what he's there for, to assist his old friend in any way he can.
コロニーの天と地を支える支柱。プロップか。
The artwork in Policenauts is truly immersive, and you can see the vast size of Beyond, and little towns built into Tokugawa's main building. This game would look incredible if it was remade.
いらっしゃいませ。どういうご用件でしょう?
As we approach the receptionist at Tokugawa Building, her dress sense is very eye-catching. We inquire about the president of Tokugawa and she reveals an intriguing backstory. He originally came to Beyond as a Policenaut, later ascending to become the head of Tokugawa. Additionally, he currently serves as the director of the International Space Promotion Agency, making him a man of significant importance. When we request to speak to the president, the receptionist, maintaining her professional demeanour, asks if we have an appointment. Jonathan, with his usual charm, responds with a flirtatious quip, suggesting that he wouldn't mind making an appointment with her. That's pure Riz if you ask me, guys. This lightens the mood a bit, but we quickly refocus and ask about Kenzo Hojo, explaining that he was an employee of Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals and we need to know when he was last here. The receptionist, however, doesn't seem to recall any Mr. Hojo. She asks for his employee ID number, which we don't have. Instead, Ed hands over a photo of Hojo, hoping it might jog her memory. Unfortunately, the image doesn't ring any bells for her either. We press on, inquiring again about the president's whereabouts. The receptionist mentions that he is currently out on a business related to the up-and-coming Beyond anniversary celebrations. She adds that the president frequently stops to chat by with the staff and is known for being very kind. Jonathan mutters under his breath, remarking that Sadowski seems to have his employees wrapped around his finger. Spotting a terminal nearby, Jonathan suggests it could hold the key to finding records of Hojo's visits. We ask the receptionist once more if she can check the records for us. Initially, she is hesitant once again, implying that if Hojo was ever here, he didn't really make any memorable impressions. Chances are this girl knew who he was. But we push even further, and she finally becomes compliant, agreeing to look up any records of his visits.
重要なことなんだ。15日の午後、北条健三という人物がこのビルに来てるはずなんだが。
待ってください。何しろ来客が多いもので、一人一人については来客記録を見てみます。ここから中に入る人は必ず来社時間と退社時間を記録しているはずですから。ありました。はい。確かに15日の16時に北条健三さんが来社されています。記録によるとそのまま会長室にお通ししています。
ということは、貞興もその時間にここにいた。
退社時間は？
退社時間は、あれ？おかしいですね。消えています。退社時間は記録にありません。この記録によると、北条さんはまだこのビルを出ていないことになりますね。
The plot thickens when the receptionist uncovers a startling revelation. According to the terminal, Mr. Hojo did indeed visit the Tokugawa building on the 15th, but there's no record of him ever leaving. The unsettling discovery raises red flags for both Jonathan and Ed. The receptionist explains that while there are several emergency exits in the building, bypassing the security system would be extremely difficult. Jonathan and Ed, puzzled, wonder aloud how Hojo could just vanish without a trace in such a high-tech facility. Jonathan notes that Lorraine was right, something about the entire situation feels off. He questions why the company hasn't contacted the police if they truly knew nothing. Ed double-checks the information and the receptionist confirms the system's accuracy, explaining that it relies on each employee's personal ID card along with voice and fingerprint scans. The system doesn't make mistakes, making Hojo's apparent disappearance within the building even more mysterious. Frustrated and eager to get to the bottom of this, Jonathan demands access to the elevator to investigate further. However, the increasingly suspicious receptionist denies their request, insisting that they can't proceed without a warrant. Jonathan, losing patience, disregards her objections and heads towards the elevator with Ed, determined to find Sadowski and get some answers. The receptionist, now visibly alarmed, threatens to call the police and escalates the situation by summoning security to escort them out of the building. Forced to leave, Jonathan and Ed find themselves heading to the last location on their list, Hojo's house. As they drive away, the pieces of the puzzle start to come together, and it becomes increasingly clear that something shady is going on at Tokugawa Industries.
嬉しいんだ。嬉しい？いやあ、さっきのお前だよ。徳川での。
俺がどうした？
変わらんな。まったく昔のままだ。
何が？
すぐカッとなる。ほっときゃ何をしでかすかわからん。ここが北条家らしい。
ここにロレインが。
娘のカレンがいるはずだ。彼女に話を聞こう。
Outside Hojo's house, we take our chances to see if anyone is inside and dig deeper into this mystery. As Jonathan and Ed arrive at Hojo's house, they ring the video doorbell and a woman answers. Jonathan is momentarily stunned as this woman looks strikingly like Lorraine. His heart skips a beat thinking it might be her, but she quickly introduces herself as Karen Hojo. Recognizing Jonathan, Karen's expression turns hostile. She demands to know why Jonathan can't just stay out of their lives, accusing him of causing enough pain already. Jonathan called off guard, but Sincere explains that he's not there to dredge up the past. He tells Karen that her mother, Lorraine, reached out to him for help, and all he's trying to do is find her father, Kenzo Hojo. Karen, emotionally distressed, lashes out, blaming Jonathan for her mother's death. Though her words are harsh, it's clear that they stem from the overwhelming grief she's been carrying. Ed steps in, trying to defuse the situation. He gently explains that Karen has misunderstood Jonathan. He assures her that Jonathan would never do anything to harm Lorraine or her family, and that he genuinely cares for the both of them. Karen, hearing the sincerity in Ed's voice, begins to soften. She reveals that she knew her mother loved Jonathan and that Lorraine never really truly forgot him. Despite everything Kenzo Hojo said, Lorraine could never let go of her love for Jonathan. Karen admits that as a child she resented Jonathan because many of her parents' arguments revolved around him. She felt conflicted, torn between the love her mother still harboured for Jonathan and the loyalty she felt towards her father. Jonathan, visibly moved, apologises for the pain Karen has endured and assures her that the only thing he wants to do is help. He tells her that her father might be involved in something much bigger than any of them realise, and he is determined to find out what's going on. He promises to do whatever he can to help Karen and her family. Karen, calming down and realising Jonathan's intentions are genuine, takes a deep breath and invites them inside. The tension begins to ease as she recognises that Jonathan is not the enemy. Jonathan and Ed, now inside Hojo's home, begin by asking Karen about her parents. Karen explains that her father, Kenzo Hojo, is originally from Earth and moved to Beyond shortly after the colony was completed. Lorraine, Karen's mother, met Kenzo at Tokugawa Festival, a celebration of Japanese culture and community on Beyond. Curious about Kenzo's work, they ask Karen what she knows about her father's job. Karen admits that she knows very little, as her father rarely spoke about his work. Ed inquires whether she's noticed anything unusual before her father's disappearance. Karen reflects for a moment before mentioning that her father had been acting a little strange as of late, perhaps indicating that things weren't going well at work. However, she adds that her father had a tendency to worry at times, so she didn't think much of it. They then ask Karen about her father's hobbies. She mentions that listening to CDs was his only real pastime, since he didn't really have many friends. Ed follows up by asking how Kenzo would spend his days off. Karen replies that he was almost never at home, largely because he and Lorraine didn't get along. The restraint in their relationship made him a workaholic, and when he was home he would retreat into his music, spending time alone. Shifting the conversation, Jonathan and Ed ask Karen about her mother. Karen explains that she held a memorial for Lorraine, but it was a lonely affair as her mother didn't have many friends either. Karen was the only one there, and when asked where her mother's body is, Karen reveals that it's still on Earth, and she would just be content to have her ashes. Jonathan assures Karen that her mother asked him to look out for her, which seems to bring Karen a small measure of comfort. The conversation then turns to Karen's own health. She explains that she has aplastic anemia, a condition where the hematopoietic cells in her bone marrow, responsible for creating new blood cells, have been damaged. As a result, she can become anemic, suffer from hemorrhages, or be more susceptible for infections. Jonathan, concerned, asks how she developed such a serious illness. Karen explains that it's due to the cosmic radiation on Beyond. Ed adds unlike Earth, the surface of Beyond is bombarded with a significant amount of radiation. Jonathan expresses surprise that the government hasn't even set up any official compensation. Ed explains that unfortunately there hasn't been anything official established yet. Karen mentions that anti-space groups like the Repatriates do offer financial support, but she's wary of becoming entangled with them. They ask Karen about her treatment options, and Jonathan recalls that someone at her father's workplace mentioned she needs a bone marrow transplant. Karen confirms this, explaining that her father persuaded her to try a immunosuppressive therapy, but it hasn't been effective. In modern or severe cases, even hormone therapy is ineffective. She concludes that a bone marrow transplant is the only remaining option for her. But in order to carry out this transplant, they need someone with a similar HLA type as herself, and unfortunately, nobody has been found yet, and the transplant costs are expensive. Jonathan and Ed exchange a thoughtful look as Karen reveals more about her father's disappearance. Ed asks Karen if she's had any theories of her own about what might have happened to her father. Karen pauses for a moment, considering the question, then explains that her father isn't the type to simply vanish without a word. She's certain he must have gotten involved in something, though she can't pinpoint what that might be. Jonathan gently presses further, asking if her father mentioned anything specific before he went missing. Karen thinks back and recalls that, much like her mother, her father kept mentioning the word Plato several times before his disappearance. However, she admits that she has no idea what he meant by it. The name Plato lingers in the air, another mysterious clue in this increasingly complex puzzle in the world of Policenauts.
この写真。
この写真。
ロレインとの写真だ。処分は君に任せる。
どうして？
ロレインはここにいる。このビヨンドに生きている。
As Jonathan and Ed begin searching through Hojo's house for clues, they decide to start with his CD collection, hoping to gain some insight into Hojo's mindset. The collection is impressive, a testament to Hojo's old-school love for physical music in a world that was largely moved online. Unlike today's generation with its Spotify playlist and YouTube music videos, Hojo clearly preferred the tangible connection to music that CDs provide. Interestingly, many of the CDs feature music composed by the very artist who worked on the soundtrack for Policenauts. It's a very cool feature that resonates with anyone familiar with the game. Among the collection there is works by Tappy, a renowned Japanese composer and musician known for his iconic themes in Konami video games like Metal Gear Solid. There's a string of melodies of Tappy's work, along with contributions from other composers who have collaborated with Hideo Kojima, and it all fills the room up with epic symphonies that players will remember fondly. While investigating Hojo's CD collection, one disc in particular stands out from the rest. Unlike the others, this CD doesn't seem to contain any standard audio tracks or MP3 files. When they try to play it, the device produces a strange, distorted sound instead of music. It's clear that this disc wasn't meant for a music player at all, it's something else entirely. As some of you may recall, in MGS5 Ground Zeroes there was a cassette tape that emitted a strange sound not intended for audio playback, and it wasn't intended for music players. And amongst the Metal Gear Solid community, there was a section of fans who was trying to decode what this could mean. Just like the CD, that in Policenauts could be carrying a similar secret, a message or data encrypted in a way that requires the right tools to decode it.
おかしいな。音楽が鳴らない。
変ね。ほんと、ノイズばかりね。
This just adds to the intrigue of the investigation, but as of now this clue is not anything of requirement. But it's interesting to see its connection to MGS5, perhaps a message encoded within.
北条さんの部屋を見せてもらえないかな。
父の部屋。ああ、書斎なら。
書斎があるんですか。
So as it turns out, Hojo has his own study, which is perfect to give us more potential leads to his disappearance. But upon entering Hojo's room, we investigate his table, and we notice his employee card is just sat there, waiting for us to look at.
かしら。それは確か予備のコピーカードです。父は用心深い人でしたから。
カレンさん、ちょっとこれ預かってもいいかな。
いいですけど、徳川には内緒ですよ。コピーがあったらなんて知れたら大変ですから。
Karen, eager to help, gladly hands over her father's card for the investigation. Before moving forward, Jonathan and Ed decide to take a closer look around Hojo's room for anything else that might be relevant. As they can scan the space, their attention is drawn to a series of family crest symbols displayed prominently on the wall. Intrigued, they ask Karen about them. She admits she's never really understood why her father had those crests on the wall, as they seemed out of place in their home. However, beneath each crest, there are explanations written, though their meaning remains elusive to her. These crests with their cryptic descriptions seem to hold some significance, perhaps a connection to Hojo's heritage or a deeper meaning related to his work and Tokugawa. Whatever the reason, it's clear that these symbols were important to him, and they might just provide a clue to understanding what he was involved in before his disappearance. Before continuing the investigation elsewhere, Jonathan and Ed decide to ask Karen one more time about her father's job. Karen pauses for a moment, then recalls a particularly troubling memory. She explains that there was a time, although she can't exactly remember, when her father broke down in tears. He told her that he wanted to quit Tokugawa, stating that they lied to him and he fucking hated his job. It seems whatever Hojo was involved in at work has taken a heavy toll on him, pushing him to the brink of despair. And it's this new information that suggests that the truth behind his job might be darker than we initially thought.
Karen-san, どうも役に立ちましたよ。
カレン、すまなかった。
いらっしゃいませ。ただいま徳川製薬新製品発表会を行っていますので、一般の方はご遠慮願っております。
ということは、貞興はいるってわけだ。
With renewed determination, we head back to Tokugawa Building, hoping for a chance to speak to Sadoki, the president of Tokugawa. Upon arrival, the receptionist confirms that Sadoki is currently attending a garden party on one of the upper floors. However, she informs us that this area is restricted, and access is by invitation only. Realising the odds that are against us, we decide to take a different approach. We show the receptionist a photo of the Policenauts, highlighting our past connection with Sadoki during our days of a past of the elite force. The woman looks carefully at the photo, recognising Ed immediately but hesitating when she sees Jonathan. She apologises, explaining that she didn't recognise Jonathan at first due to the time that he had spent in the cryogenic chamber, which kept him young while everyone else aged. Satisfied with this form of identification, the receptionist relents and grants us access to the elevator leading to the party above. It seems our past as Policenauts still carry some weight, opening doors that might otherwise always remain shut. As the elevator ascends, John and Ed find themselves momentarily awestruck by the view. Ed, gazing out the expanse, remarks that they created this entire world out here, right in the middle of nothing. John nods, his thoughts lingering on the sheer scale of it all. We may not be at the mercy of evolution anymore, he muses, considering how far humanity has come in shaping its own destiny. Ed, ever the realist, isn't so quick to agree. I wouldn't be so sure. He cautions Mother Nature still throwing everything she's got at us. Space is full of disasters just waiting to happen, and that this place is dangerous. John agrees, with the weight of Ed's words sinking in. The more defiant that we become, the more dangerous this place gets. Realising that in their quest to conquer the stars, there may be tempting fate more than they realise. As John and Ed step into the anti-gravity garden, the scene that greets them is both surreal and unsettling. The garden, an ostentatious display of wealth and power, is filled with influential politicians, business moguls, and Tokugawa employees, all floating around in this morally dubious playground. The lavish decorations celebrating Tokugawa's achievements only serve to heighten the sense of decadence. Their attention is quickly drawn to the escort girls drifting gracefully through the air. These aren't ordinary escorts, though they are Tokugawa rebirthers, cloned humans, perfect replicas of the most famous actresses and supermodels created from DNA samples. John and Ed learn that Tokugawa's controversial policy dictates that these clones can only be reborn 20 years after the original person's death, and legally they're not considered the same person. This revelation just highlights the depths of depravity Tokugawa will sink to, indulging in perverse fantasies with no regard of ethical boundaries. As they continue to observe the scene, they notice a military-grade mech unit hovering nearby, bearing a striking resemblance to the BCP's EMPS, but clearly designed for more aggressive purposes. The presence of such a unit in a garden party setting is jarring, a stark reminder of the power and influence Tokugawa wields, both publicly and in the shadows. Adding to the atmosphere of corruption and vice, John and Ed spot a table where a group of notorious mafia bosses is seated. Representatives from Spanish Mafia, the Triads, and even the Yakuza are engaged in a quiet, sinister discussion. The sight of these criminal figures openly fraternising with Tokugawa personnel paints a clear picture of the company's deep entanglement with the criminal underworld, reinforcing the suspicion that Tokugawa's operations extend far and beyond the bounds of legality. The entire scene is a grotesque display of power and corruption and moral decay, exposing the true nature of Tokugawa and the dangerous world that John and Ed are up against. Jonathan, always the charmer, can't resist engaging with the escort servants floating around the anti-gravity garden. He starts by asking them a few questions, mixing in some personal ones as he goes along. His first inquiry is about the location of Tokugawa President. The woman coyly responds, suggesting that he should be somewhere nearby and to keep looking. When Jonathan asks about the reason for the party, she explains that it's a regular Tokugawa event, often held to unveil some new product they're releasing. In typical fashion, Jonathan doesn't stop there. The dialogue options hilariously allow him to ask the woman about her measurements and even her phone number, despite them just having met. This is a kind of humour that is classic in Kojima's work, known for weaving in lewd and sometimes controversial elements into his game. Fans of the Metal Gear series will recall similar moments whenever it's suggested posters in lockers, attempts to peek up Naomi's skirt, or the provocative camera angles used with the Beauty and the Beast unit in MGS4.
For a mind lacking that essential experience, it was simply too much to bear.
Kojima has always pushed the boundaries of what's acceptable in video games, often blurring the line between humour and inappropriateness, even talking about themes that are highly controversial, and shedding awareness. In Policenauts, much like Snatcher, players have the option to flirt with and hit on attractive women.
Get out! And I thought you were such a gentleman. Don't come back either.
But it goes further. Players can even engage in what would be considered sexual harassment, like grabbing women's chest, causing them to react. While Kojima reportedly faced criticism for these features, both female co-workers and some male colleagues who would scrutinise Kojima for the likes of making this decision agreed that he went too far with this feature. To me, it's a bit of harmless fun since it's in a video game and I've never looked too deep into it myself, but it's understandable why some people might find it inappropriate and not even funny. But yes, in Policenauts you can literally touch women's boobs without consent, something I highly recommend that you don't do. Jonathan and Ed eventually find themselves face to face with Sadokai Tokugawa, the president of Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, and to their surprise they find Salvatore, another figure present as well alongside Tokugawa. Both men are visibly shocked to see Jonathan alive and standing before them. Sadokai, recovering quickly from his surprise, remarks with a sly grin that he's been hearing rumours about Jonathan poking his nose where it doesn't belong. He points out that the other day the security had both thrown him and Ed out, but not really knowing at the time that it was them. All just the other day, subtly hinting that he might have been present in the building at that time, contradicting what the receptionist had claimed. Without wasting any time, Jonathan cuts to the chase and confronts Sadokai, explaining that one of his employees has gone missing, the 15th of last month to be exact. Sadokai, feigning ignorance, asks dismissively, "An employee? What employee?" as though he has no idea that anyone has gone missing. Jonathan presses him further, reminding him of something he should clearly know. Kenzo Hojo of DDS and R&D at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. Sadokai, still acting confused, pretends that this is the first time he's heard of Hojo's disappearance. When Jonathan asks Sadokai for his thoughts on Hojo's disappearance, Sadokai responds by acknowledging that Hojo is indeed one of his employees, but claims he hasn't heard anything about him being missing. This seems slightly unlikely considering Sadokai's position as president. How could something like this go unnoticed? Sadokai continues to deflect, stating that he didn't know Hojo very well. despite the fact that Ishida had earlier claimed that Hojo dined with Sadowski regularly. Jonathan, growing increasingly suspicious, presses Sadokai asking, "But Hojo is one of your employees. How could you not know?" Sadokai, dodging the question again, explains that he has tens and thousands of people working for him on the colony, implying it would be impossible to know them all personally. Jonathan shifts tactics and asks Sadokai about Hojo's personality. Sadokai describes Hojo as a serious man about his work, a real dependable guy whom he had encountered a few times at parties and meetings, but nothing more. This contradicts Sadokai's earlier claim of not knowing Hojo very well, further raising Jonathan's suspicions. Jonathan then drops the bombshell. Sadokai was reportedly the last person to see Hojo on the 15th of last month inside the very building, making him a prime suspect in this investigation. Sadokai, unfazed, claims he doesn't recall any meeting on the 15th or any major meetings concerning the pharmaceutical sector recently, insisting it's been 6 months since he last saw Hojo. Jonathan, determined to expose the truth, presses Sadokai on the visitor's log. On the day Hojo disappeared, the 15th, he had entered the Tokugawa building to meet with Sadokai. In response, Sadokai, now visibly annoyed, claims he never met Hojo and suggests that Jonathan must have made some mistake. But Jonathan quickly counters, reminding Sadokai of his earlier statement where he admitted to meeting Hojo at parties and meetings, describing him as a dependable guy, contradicting his current claim of never meeting him. With Sadokai's credibility crumbling, Jonathan shifts gears and questions him about the Mafia's members invited to Beyond. The president merely laughs it off, calling it just business. It's clear at this point that Jonathan's had enough after pressing Sadokai several questions, including about Lorraine, his former wife, and getting nowhere. He accuses Sadokai of either having incompetent staff or treating him like a fool. It appears very clear that Sadokai Tokugawa is suspect number one. Visibly annoyed, the conversation ends abruptly as Jonathan turns his attention to Salvatore, hoping for a more straightforward response.
久しぶりだな、サルバトーレ。そこでお前に会うとは思わなかったよ。
いつからビヨンドに？
ゲイツに聞いたら地球に帰ったって。
今俺は月にいる。今日はパーティーのために古巣のビヨンドに戻ってるだけだ。
As the conversation shifts to Salvatore, Jonathan asks him a bit more about his past. Salvatore explains that he left the BCP because being a police officer just wasn't his thing, and one day he simply decided he had enough. When Jonathan inquires about his current work, Salvatore mentions that he now works on the moon, holding a position as head of security, a job that Tokugawa himself secured for him. Keeping the conversation brief, Jonathan decides then to turn his attention to Chris, whose presence under Sadokai's arm is both intriguing and yet suspicious. Jonathan, curious about her involvement with Sadokai, comments that it seems like he might have upset the president. Chris, with a sly smile, reassures him not to worry, implying that she'll cheer him up later, probably suggesting something intimate. Not one to shy away, Jonathan asks Chris about the nature of the party, and she explains that it's to unveil their new drug capsule. She mentions seeing all sorts of people there, journalists, entertainers, politicians, but oddly, not many medical professionals, which strikes Jonathan as unusual since they should be the primary audience for such an event. Apologising for the personal nature of his next question, Jonathan asks Chris directly about her connection to President Tokugawa. With a casual tone, she responds that Sadokai is a business partner, a mentor, and a papi, clearly alluding to the fact that he's her sugar daddy, of course. The dynamic between them is clear, and it only adds another layer of discomfort to the already tense situation. Sensing the conversation has run its course, Jonathan turns back to Sadokai, having clearly struck a nerve earlier. Sadokai implies that he'll be leaving now, and he's had enough of hearing of all these fantasies, and by the time he's back, we better be gone. He says this aggressively to John and Ed, but John, with fire burning in his chest, he states that none of this makes any sense, of Hojo's disappearance, the party, and the fact that Sadoki's star researcher has vanished without a trace, and this should be a major concern for the company, yet Sadokai seems entirely unbothered. The tension escalates with Jonathan and Sadokai exchanging heated words. Jonathan, on the edge of losing his temper, is barely held back by Ed. Jonathan at this point, his anger is like a lit fuse. Ed has to try and hold him back. But as they walk away, Jonathan vows that Sadoki's time is coming, and he will face justice for whatever he's hiding.
俺が怖いか、サダオキ。あまり調子に乗らんことだな、ジョナサン・イングラム。 今の私はポリスノーツの頃の私ではない。徳川グループを、この宇宙を動かす徳川だ。脅しか？脅しではない。情けだよ。同じポリスノーツとしてのな。
お前はもうポリスノーツじゃない。金と権力に溺れる亡者だ。待ってろ貞興、お前を切ってあげてやる。その化けの皮を剥いてやる。
Though it seems they're running out of leads, Jonathan remains resolute. He points out that they do have one advantage, the fact that Tokugawa and his associates know they're being watched. And if they have something to hide, they'll eventually make a move, and when they do, he and Ed will be ready. With a sigh, Jonathan turns to Ed and apologises for dragging him into this whole mess. But Ed, ever the loyal friend, brushes off the apology. He assures Jonathan that he's fine with it, reminding him that if he weren't involved in this case, he'd be stuck living his dismal life back at the Vice. Trying to lighten the mood, Ed suggests that Jonathan come back to his place for the evening, as his daughter could be cooking up something nice at home, and he considers Jonathan like family. And Ed adds with a smile, and he thinks that the kids would definitely like to meet him. Arriving at Ed Brown's residence, you're struck by how different it is from the sleek, impersonal homes you've encountered so far. It's a typical family home, unassuming and cosy, radiant warmth in the way that reminds you of what truly is important. It might not have the luxury of Hojo's place, but it's clear that this house is full of life and love. As you step inside, you're greeted by Ed's daughter, Anna Brown. She smiles and mentions that her dad talks about Jonathan all the time, her eyes reflecting the warmth her father has for John. Behind Anna you notice a young boy, apprehensive, shy, clutching at the back of her shirt. Ed says to the boy gently, "Aren't you going to say hello to your Uncle John?" But instead of responding, the boy hides further behind Anna. Ed sees a look on Jonathan's face and offers an explanation, telling John not to take it personally. He shares that Mark, the boy, has a mental disorder and doesn't talk, mentioning that he suspects Mark might have a form of autism. Ed's tone is tender, showing that he has deep care for his children. But like a typical dad, Ed turns to Anna and suggests she change her clothes and start on dinner. John making himself at home, he takes the opportunity to ask Ed a few questions, starting with Anna. Ed's face lights up as he talks about her, describing her as a nice kid who takes after her mother. Next, John inquires about Mark, and Ed's tones shift, becoming more somber. He explains that Mark isn't his biological son, but that he adopted him after a tragic incident. Curious, John asks about what happened, and Ed reveals it was the same year his wife, Catherine, passed away. He shares the heartbreaking story of how a narcotic addict went on a rampage, killing Mark's family.
中毒者は自分の妻をナイフでめった突きにし、息子まで巻き添えにしようとした。俺は現場に居合わせ、その子を守るために男を射殺した。その子の目前で、ああ、俺はあの時から銃を抜けなくなったんだ。デカとしては命取りだよ。
The boy clearly traumatized just like Ed decides to adopt the young boy, most likely out of guilt for killing his father, who had just murdered his mother. Clearly after this, Mark was never the same and went non-verbal. And in this sad tale, Ed explains how he had to watch his wife slowly die over time because Catherine was working in a weightless area. She developed kidney stones because of it, and the only thing they could do for her was a kidney transplant. But there was a serious shortage of organs back in the day, far greater than today. 80% were on the waiting list died for waiting for this donor, including Catherine. We notice a fancy looking bag over on the chair, and Ed tells us it's a bag that he got for Anna's birthday. It's meant to be an LS, a top of the range, not a counterfeit, and that is the real thing. And usually these bags are made on Beyond, making them cheaper than you could get them if you was on Earth.
マークの描いた絵だ。この絵はコンクールで入賞したんだ。
何で描いた？
もう子供用のグラフィックのノートだ。
Next, John spots a drawing on the wall as Ed glances over and mentions that Mark made it. and really this is how we figure out he expresses himself. Ed says his voice carrying a mix of pride and sadness, implying that he won a competition at school for it, and they gave him an electronic tablet for kids as a prize. And that Mark is really fascinated with Earth, which is what the picture is initially all about. And we also notice a poster featuring Anna from her gymnastics competition. While it shows her impressive achievement of coming second place, the image is more suggestive than you'd expect, looking at it at first glance. The contrast between her accomplishments and the suggestive nature of the poster gives you a bit of a pause, noticing that Kojima's influence is definitely there. Curious about Mark's relationship with Ed, John asks how they're getting along. Ed sighs and implies that it's not doing great. He doesn't see him as a dad and he thinks he might hate him for that role. But Ed loves the little guy and he just wished that he would open up, in all fairness. But John offers some encouragement, saying he'll come around, and you can't rush these things, and the kid just needs a little more time. Ed agrees, trying to take comfort in John's words, just as Anna's voice calls out from the dining room announcing that dinner is ready.
用意ができたわ。パパ、どうぞジョナサン。
Sat at the table like a happy family, John compliments Mark, saying he's quite the artist, and if he ever comes to home, they will sketch some mountains together.
おじさんも絵を描くんだ。今度見せてあげようか。
ジョナサン、マークお前に懐いているよ。
As Jonathan settles at the dining table, he notices Mark quietly sitting beside him, an unexpected gesture from the usually reserved boy. It's a subtle but meaningful sight that Mark feels a sense of comfort around him, something that catches Jonathan off guard. Ed, observing the interaction, seems curious about what's drawn Mark to Jonathan. He casually mentions that Mark has a fascination with cigarettes, likely stemming from the classic action movies that he loves, films where the heroes are often seen with a cigarette in hand. Jonathan realises that in Mark's eyes he might resemble one of those larger-than-life figures from the screen, the kind of person that Mark has only ever admired from a distance. Jonathan and Ed discuss the investigation, and Ed shares that they haven't found any physical evidence or strong leads yet. Despite this, he agrees with Jonathan that the situation seems suspicious and heavily tied to Tokugawa. Ed's intuition tells him that Hojo might be dead, adding a grim note to their investigation. As they consider this potential risk to Karen, Jonathan reassures Ed that she's probably safe for now, as she doesn't know much and should remain under the radar. Ed clarifies that the conspiracy likely involves more than just Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. He suspects that Sadokai Tokugawa himself is deeply implicated. Switching to a lighter topic, Jonathan asks Anna if she has any special interest or boys she likes. Ed, playing the protective father, jokes that Jonathan is the biggest pervert he's ever met, suggesting that Jonathan's flirtations are a way to cope with the loss of his wife. I think this just mirrors the game's portrayal of Jonathan's character, and many others who see it the same way, where that his flirtatious behaviour with women could be seen as a coping mechanism for his grief and the loss of his wife, Lorraine.
食べてみよう。なんだこれは。
The interactivity is the beauty of Policenauts, and the voice acting, considering I don't have a clue what they're saying since it's in Japanese, the delivery is done really well to capture the emotion of each scene. I just like the little details of trying different food on the table, especially grown and cultivated on Beyond, and Jonathan's hilarious response to trying food that he clearly dislikes rather than the food he is much more accustomed to on Earth. It gave me a little warm feeling inside, and my mind just spotted MGS3 when Snake responds to eating food. I'm not saying it's the exact reference to MGS, but that's what I like to think. But I'm sure there's someone in the comments section to tell me it's not. Sorry to be that guy, bro.
Disgusting. That's tasty. I want some more.
John asks Ed about their next move in the investigation. Ed suggests that they watch and wait, anticipating their adversaries will make a move. John, feeling restless, admits that waiting is the hardest part. Ed agrees, noting that it's not like the old days at the LAPD where they could just take immediate action. He then tells John to eat up and enjoy, and try and have some more dinner. Just as the room falls into a comfortable silence, the phone rings, breaking the stillness and hinting that something significant might be about to happen.
はい、ブラウンです。
どちら様ですか？ええ。はい。
Anna informs Ed that this call is for him, mentioning something about capsules. Without hesitation, Ed grabs the phone, immediately asking who's on the line. The caller, dismissive, tells Ed that it doesn't matter who he is, but he insists he has information that they need. He mentions Kenzo Hojo by name, catching Ed's attention. Ed, taken aback, demands to know how their caller is aware of their investigation. The informant simply responds by asking if they are coming or not. Sensing urgency, Ed agrees, and the informant assures him that it'll be worth their time, instructing them to meet at the Pioneer, where they'll recognise him when they arrive, even going under the alias of 9 Stars.
俺の名は9 Stars. じゃあね、Policenauts.
Another connection to Kojima's broader work surfaces in this game is the mysterious figure known as 9 Stars, a character who provides crucial leads, much like the enigmatic Deep Throat in Metal Gear Solid series, or Grey Fox as we know him. Both characters share the role of delivering unexpected and often cryptic information that seems to guide the protagonist, warning of impending danger or even offering help when least expected. It's a recurring motif across Kojima's games, and it just adds a layer of continuity and intrigue, drawing parallels between the worlds that he creates, essentially a multiverse, or a meme that carries on its meme to a different one of his arts.
It's a mine detector. Who are you? Just call me Deep Throat. Deep Throat.
But with no time to waste, John and Ed make their way to the Astronauts Memorial Museum. And in the car, Ed states that there was something oddly familiar about that voice on the phone. John says whoever the guy is, he is a hero and practically brave to blow the whistle. With a few moments away, the museum is our next stop in this investigation.
ここが宇宙飛行士記念博物館 AMM だ。
タレコミ屋の指定場所にしては賑やかだな。
週末だから観光客も多い。その方が安全だと思ったんだろう。
Upon arriving at the museum, we are greeted by several space rockets that each played a pivotal role in the history of space exploration. Some of these are the real thing, transported from Earth to beyond. While others are meticulously crafted replicas, the area is modelled after the iconic rocket garden at the Kennedy Space Center, paying homage to the great strides humanity has made in exploring the cosmos. The first exhibit we examine is a Space Shuttle Discovery, or Orbiter Discovery 103. Its uniqueness lies in the fact that it flew more space missions than any other shuttle and carried the first Japanese mission specialist into space. Each rocket here represents a significant milestone in space pioneering, with contributions from nations all around the world. This is Kojima's wet dream, a homage to the possibilities of space exploration, something he clearly was fascinated by. Kojima has never been shy about expressing his admiration for space, a passion rooted in his childhood dream for becoming an astronaut. Policenauts embodies Kojima's vision of the future, blending advanced technology and the vast possibilities of space travel. It feels like it's a testament to his endless creativity, always striving to craft something that feels truly out of this world. The guy's even noted saying himself that he wants to make a game that you can play in space. Or I think it was to make a game in space. Either way, his creativity really does know no bounds.
Yeah, just in life, yeah. Is there anything? 僕は宇宙に行きたい人なんで、ちょっと古い人なんで。Go to outer space, right? 宇宙に行って遊べるゲームを作りたいんですよ。無有料で。I want to go to outer space. で、今のゲームはなかなか遊べない。And create a game that you could play in space. Because right now all games you can't probably play in outer space, but I want to create something. 作りますんで、誰か連れてってください。So someone please send me up to space.
I really wanted to be an astronaut when I was a child. But 50 years ago, think about it. There was 3 human beings went to the moon and came back alive. Of course, recently they haven't gone, but... So, if a person could go to the moon and back, you know, I could live another day. They gave me bravery about that. So, those are the 2 things, the reason why I watch a movie once a day.
Inside the museum, we're greeted by a fascinating array of space satellites, human landing pods, and even a coral reef exhibit. The place is bustling with visitors, making our task of locating the informant who promised to meet us at the Pioneer a bit more challenging. Unsure of where to start, we approach a receptionist to get a better understanding of the museum's layout. Ed asks where can we find the Pioneer, to which the guide responds by explaining that the only Pioneer they have is a Pioneer 10. She mentions that they don't have Pioneers 1 through 11 or 9, and directs us to Space Corner. As we look around trying to spot the informant, there's no one immediately in sight. We take a moment to examine the exhibits, including a hologram of the solar system and a replica of the Viking landers. Models of the two spacecraft that landed on Mars. We also come across a plaque from Pioneers 10 and 11, which were designed to help extraterrestrial civilizations locate our solar system. And nearby we find a replica of the golden record that was included on the Voyager probes, a 12-inch golden-plated copper record containing greetings in nearly 60 languages, animal calls, nature sounds, and a variety of music from Earth. Finally, we come across a replica of the Galileo spacecraft, which became famous for launching a probe into Jupiter's atmosphere in '95 and conducting an analysis of it. Then we inspect the Pioneer 10, the first craft to make a close encounter with Jupiter. Once again, it's only a replica, of course, but the real one leaving the solar system happened a long time ago. Jonathan realises that this must be the Pioneer that the informant was referring to, but the informant is still nowhere to be seen. The question remains, where could he be?
ここはアポロ計画を中心に月面関係が展示されているコーナーだ。
月面のセットがそのまま再現されてる。
Next, we move on to the Moon Corner, where we find a replica of the Apollo 11 lunar module, known as the Eagle. It's this spacecraft that was pivotal in one of humanity's most monumental achievements, the first manned moon landing on July 20th, 1969. The Eagle consisted of two parts, the ascent module which brought astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin back to the command module for their journey home, and the descent module which remained on the lunar surface and is still out there to this day. Standing nearby is a replica of the Saturn V rocket, the very same type that launched the Apollo missions into space. Ed notes the significance of this piece of history, pointing out the connection between the exhibit outside and the mission that made it all possible. As we explore the Moon Corner, we inspect the spacesuits on the display, suspecting that the informant might be hiding in one of them. The idea of the informant blending in with an exhibition crosses our minds, adding a layer to the tension of this search. It's worth noting how Policenauts really does cleverly incorporate real-world space achievements in its fictional narrative. That's if any of you believe that actually Apollo 11 even happened, and the moon landings were faked and just filmed in a Hollywood studio. I'll let you guys be the judge. Next, we explore the Beyond Corner, dedicated to the historic achievements of space colonization on the colony beyond. This area honours the pioneers who made it possible, with a special spotlight on the Policenauts for their significant contributions to space exploration. As Ed and Jonathan approach the exhibit, they are met with life-size models of themselves, capturing every detail down to the last hair. These models are remarkably lifelike, perfectly replicating their features and the other members of the original Policenauts team. Ed even mentions that the creators of these models were given every piece of data on them, body measurements, hair samples, everything. He goes on to explain that the museum plans to introduce animatronic robots soon, powered by hydronics and air pressure to make the experience even more immersive. These robots will be able to talk, bringing the museum exhibits to life in a whole new way. Jonathan's attention is then drawn to a replica of the suit that he piloted at the beginning of their journey, a suit known as the Yuri. Ed explains that the Yuri was the predecessor to the modern EMPS, the extra vehicle mobility suits, with a design focused primarily on mechanical work outside the colony. As a result, its armour is thin and it's only lightly equipped, making it a completely different setup from what they use today. The Yuri was hailed as the successor of the NASA's MMU Manned Maneuvering Unit, a suit that allowed astronauts to move freely in space without being tethered to a spacecraft. Jonathan reflects on the fact that this was the very suit that was tethering him during his accident, and the incident that nearly sent him on a one-way trip into the void of space. Next, they examine the Yuri's survival ball, a critical piece of equipment that includes a cold sleep module. The real ones are slightly larger than the replica on the display, and Jonathan can recall the time that he spent 25 years in one of these survival balls, with cold sleep being a major experiment at the time. When they finally thawed him out, he felt like an old man and couldn't walk for over a year. But advancements came soon after, thanks in parts to studying bears. Unlike humans whose muscles start to atrophy after just 3 days of disuse, bears can maintain muscle mass for over half a year, while hibernating. Jonathan remarks that perhaps it's time to start sending bears into space.
探査コーナーだ。
あれ？この宇宙服は何だ？月面服がどうしてこのコーナーに？
ジョナサン、中に誰かいるぞ。
これは動く展示物か？
そうじゃなさそうだ。ようやくデートの相手に会えたようだ。
Upon returning to the space corner, we notice a figure in a spacesuit, airily standing before us. The stranger motions for us to keep our voices down and acts casual. Ed deduces that this man must be the informant who called them earlier. Jonathan inquires if it was indeed him who made the call. The stranger, speaking in a low disguised voice, confirms it and adds that he inspected nothing less from Ed and Jonathan, remarking that they would have been fools not to figure it out. Jonathan cuts to the chase, asking if the man knows where Hojo is. Ed chimes in, asking whenever Hojo is still alive. When Jonathan presses the informant for his identity and whose side he's on, the man explains he can't reveal that just yet, as his life is in danger. He tells them to call him 9 Stars. When Jonathan asks about Hojo, the man reveals that Hojo betrayed them and began selling something behind their backs. Jonathan quickly asks, who's them? But the informant dodges, saying it's not something they can discuss out in the open. When Jonathan suggests that Tokugawa might be involved, and Ed mentions the Mafia, the informant hints it's more complex than that. Jonathan, still pushing for answers, mentions seeing a politician at Tokugawa's party, questioning if people like him are involved too. The man remains tight-lipped on that. But the informant finally clarifies what Hojo was selling, NARC, a semi-synthetic drug. He explains that they've been using DDSs deployed at Tokugawa's pharmaceuticals to distribute NARC, and the real purpose of the K-series capsules is to get NARC in circulation without the authorities knowing. The newest K9 model, he reveals, is merely a vessel for NARC. Jonathan, surprised, notes that the official selling point behind the K9 was the even distribution of medication in weightlessness. The man retorts that this was just a cover story. The K9's real purpose is to conceal NARC. The informant continues, confessing that he and Hojo started selling NARC on their own. With Hojo masterminding the operation, everything was going according to plan, and no one should have suspected them on what they were doing. When Ed brings up Lorraine and Hojo being killed by them, the man confirms it, saying that when you mess with these people, you're as good as dead. Ed, concerned, asks where Hojo is, and the informant grimly reveals that Hojo was eliminated a long time ago, just like Lorraine. The fear in the man's voice grows as he realises he might meet the same fate. Jonathan asks if Lorraine was involved with the drugs, and the man suggests that Hojo might have told her something he shouldn't have. To verify, Jonathan shows the informant Hojo's ID card and a photo. The man recognises it immediately, confirming it is Hojo, and adds that it's a shame about his wife and that she shouldn't have gotten involved. Ed, skeptical, mentions that they didn't find anything in the capsules they got from Hojo. Jonathan suggests that the deals could be traced back to the informant. The man, growing more desperate, insists that Ed and Jonathan are missing the bigger picture. He doesn't want to end up like Hojo and Lorraine, so he offers them to guide them in the right direction. The informant even reveals that Hojo made a copy of a CD-ROM containing a video about NARC, created to show the Mafia and other organisations. It explains the trick behind the capsules in plain English. Ed and Jonathan realise that this disc could be the key to everything. Jonathan asks why Hojo would use a CD in an age of advanced optical computing. The man explains that was the point, to limit where it could be read. Ed notes that it wouldn't stand up in court as evidence. The informant agrees, explaining that's why Hojo used an archaic data format like a CD. It's nearly impossible to access with the right tools. The informant suggests that Hojo likely stashed the CD somewhere, possibly at his house, which rings a bell for Jonathan, recalling the CDs they saw at Karen's house earlier. The informant explains to access the CD, they'll need a Tokugawa T-Gear 99 network terminal, a Tokugawa ID card, and an employee ID code based on Japanese family crests. Jonathan connects the dots, realizing that they saw these crests at Karen's house. The informant confirms that if they select the right crest and insert the CD, they'll gain access to the T-Gear and its secrets. Before vanishing, the informant warns that Hojo's involvement was just the tip of the iceberg. This conspiracy is much bigger than they realise, with Tokugawa's influence even reaching into the BCP. As the man disappears into the distance, Jonathan and Ed realise that their investigation has taken a dramatic turn, with a new profound leads that challenge everything they thought they knew. They decide to head to Hojo's house to retrieve the CD and uncover the truth. We make a quick stop at Karen's place to grab the CD. Not lingering long, Jonathan reassures Karen that they are getting closer to uncovering the truth about her father's disappearance, promising her that they won't stop until they get to the bottom of it. With CD in hand, they head back out into the quiet night of the sleepy streets of Beyond. Their next stop is Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals.
徳川製薬に着いたぞ。よかった。誰もいないみたいだ。
こんな時間まで会社で残業してるやつなんかいないぜ。
As they enter the quiet facility, the eerie silence only heightens the tension. Their goal is clear: access Hojo's lab, and fortunately they have his employee ID card which grants them necessary clearance. Inside the DDS lab, the dim light makes it difficult to see clearly. John's eyes scan the room, alert for anything out of place. Then, with a hint of alarm in his voice, he points out to Ed that the T-Gear 99, the very terminal they need, has vanished. The sudden disappearance of the crucial pieces of equipment raises the stakes, suggesting that someone might be one step ahead of them.
エド、見ろ。端末がなくなってる。なんてこった。危険を冒して忍び込んだのに。
Adding to the unsettling situation, John notices that Hojo's whiteboard, which previously held crucial dates and important notes, has been completely wiped clean. Even the photograph of Hojo and Lorraine that once hung nearby is missing. It seems that it's clear that someone is trying to cover their tracks, erasing any evidence of what Hojo might have been working on or who he was connected to. With the T-Gear 99 missing from Hojo's lab, John and Ed realise their only remaining option is to find another one at the BCCH, inside the pharmacy. It's a long shot, but they have no choice but to hope that it's not being confiscated or even tampered with. The stakes are higher than ever, as every moment feels like a race against the time as they prepare to head to the hospital, hoping they can access the device before it's too late. Inside the hospital, the coast is clear, and there's no patients or staff who seem to be around. But to get to the pharmacy, we must go through the director's office.
クリスさん、いたんですか？
ちょっと残業してたものだから。それよりもどうしたの？こんな時間に。
As John and Ed sneak into the BCCH's pharmacy, they are caught off guard by Chris in the director's office, who demands an explanation for their actions. She points out that what they are doing isn't exactly legal, especially without a warrant. But there's a spark of excitement in her eyes, and clearly the thrill of the mystery appeals to her, almost like something out of a novel, she implies. Chris leans in, intrigued by the situation, and says she'll let them proceed only if they fill her in on what's been going on. John explains that they need to load a CD onto the T-Gear 99, a specialised terminal that is crucial to their investigation. At first, Chris hesitates, clearly aware of the risks, but her curiosity gets the better of her. With a sly grin, she agrees and even decides to join them. The excitement of the unfolding drama is too tempting to resist. Together, the trio head into the pharmacy as the tension thickens in the air as they prepare to uncover whatever secrets the CD might hold.
ジョナさん、電源を入れよう。よし、電源を入れるぞ。
ID カードを入れてください。
Booting up the terminal, the T-Gear 99 comes to life with a series of beeps and whirs. Its retro interface and sound effects transports you into the heart of the high-stakes operation. In this moment in Policenauts is one of those rare gems where the game breaks from dialogue-heavy scenes and just lets you interact with the environment in a way that feels both immersive and vital. It's a lot like Resident Evil, where using key items to solve puzzles and navigate through the game's world adds layers to that experience, even if it means backtracking to find what you need. Now, as you move the cursor across the screen, selecting the right areas to input the necessary information is, well, palpable sense of tension that you get. You know you're breaking into a highly classified system, and every sound and visual cue just really adds to that feeling.
次に挙げる人物の徳川社員コードを順に選んでください。指示された人物の徳川社員コードをモニターから選び、該当する家紋をクリックしてください。
Accessing the terminal is simple if you paid attention at Hojo's house. The crests there match specific names. Just match the 6 names to their corresponding crests, and through this order, which is randomized each time. It's this step that is essential to unlocking the encrypted CD. So we are now authorised to access the terminal, and we now just have to load up the CD to find out what Hojo's top secret plans were involving NARC.
数の麻薬偽装輸送システム DDS を K シリーズ中心に提供してまいりました。K1 から K8 までさまざまな DDS を使った麻薬の偽装に精力を注いでまいりました。
The presenter reveals that Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals has made a significant breakthrough in the distribution of NARC with their latest K-series, DDS, specifically the K9 capsule. This new development addresses the challenge of making NARC available in a way that avoids detection and facilitates its widespread distribution. The CD provides an in-depth look at the K9's advanced concealment systems, one of its most noticeable features in the integration of NARC within the gelatin of the capsule, which allows it to be hidden in a variety of products beyond just prescription and over-the-counter drugs. This includes designer foods, functional foods, and virtually any products that you can imagine. By altering the inner contents of these capsules, Tokugawa can distribute NARC through numerous channels: hospitals, pharmacies, supermarkets, and more, opening up limitless possibilities for distribution. The K9 capsules are designed as a 2-piece unit, which allows for easy substitution of contents. However, the real innovation is the binary narcotic system. Tokugawa has chemically divided NARC into 2 separate halves, each placed in different capsules. The drug's effects are only activated when both capsules are ingested simultaneously. This system significantly migrates the risk of detection, making it nearly impossible for law enforcement to identify or even intercept the drug. To distinguish between the capsules, the presenter explains that each one bears the Tokugawa crest. Through with certain sections missing, the NARC effects are triggered only when capsules with different missing sections are ingested together. Ingesting a single capsule has no effect, which ensures safety from accidental use. Finally, the presenter emphasizes that the K9 NARC capsule DDS represents a revolutionary achievement made possible only through the advanced technology of Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. This breakthrough not only enhances their ability to distribute NARC, but it also makes detection by current drug detection equipment virtually impossible. Now this makes Tokugawa look extremely guilty, and all we need to do now is to try and find a way to prove this and expose the dark truth that Tokugawa's group has been hiding.
どうぞこの K9 をあなたの取引に利用してみてください。皆様の良きご理解を期待しております。
なるほど。あのカプセルはやはり麻薬か。ロレインが預かったあの葉はこのトリックを伝えるものだったんだ。
徳川め、うまいこと考えやがったな。
Stunned by the revelation, John realizes the urgent need to investigate the capsules they provided to Victor. It's not only just the contents they need to worry about, but the capsules themselves. The realization hits hard. Tokugawa might have been secretly distributing NARC in plain sight, hidden within everyday medications. If the CD is accurate and NARC reaches drugstores, it could have devastating unchecked consequences. John turns to Chris, asking her to check if there are any K9 samples left. While she agrees, she points out that it's unlikely they'd leave such critical evidence lying around unprotected. John and Ed are both shaken, understanding the gravity of the situation. They agree that Ashida must have known about the K9's true purpose. If Ashida is indeed involved with Hojo, he would need to be pursued as well. With everything coming into sharp focus, John decides their next move should be to visit Victor at the forensics lab. They need to examine the capsules firsthand to confirm their worst fears and determine the next steps in unraveling this conspiracy.
カプセル？ああ、風邪薬か。
中身ではなく、中身を包むカプセル自体にナークが仕込まれていたんだ。
John and Ed explain to Victor that NARC is hidden within the gelatine of the capsules, a revelation that catches Victor off guard. He admits that he hadn't anticipated the detail during the investigation. They also mention that NARC only becomes active when two different capsules are taken simultaneously, emphasizing the binary nature of the drug. Victor is intrigued and perplexed, questioning how such a binary narcotic is even feasible. John and Ed urge Victor to see the capsules for himself. Victor, however, reveals a new complication. An AP, specifically a Frozener named Tony Redwood, had already taken the capsules away. John and Ed are taken aback and clarify that they never even authorized this action. Victor, somewhat apologetic, assumes that they must have given permission for the transfer, but John and Ed confirm they did not. The urgency of this situation is clear. They need to retrieve the capsules from Tony Redwood and bring them back to Victor.
ジョナサン、エド、派手にやってるらしいじゃないか。いえ、その徳川のパーティーを台無しにしたそうだな。
久しぶりに会ったんで盛り上がったんだ。
Arriving at the AP, Gates angrily calls John and Ed over. His frustration is palpable, as he explains that Sadokai Tokugawa has been considering suing both the BCP and Jonathan personally. Gates, clearly annoyed, reveals that he managed to talk to Tokugawa out of it, at least for now. In a stern tone, he reminds them that what they are dealing with is Tokugawa, a man with immense power and influence. He urges them to think carefully before they act, warning that if they make another misstep, they'll be on their own. With the next step to speak to Tony Redwood to retrieve the capsules that he took from Victor.
あんたらの探してるものはこれか？このカプセルだろ？
そのカプセル？
Tony Redwood greets John and Ed with a mocking tone, derisively calling Victor the absent-minded professor, implying that he can't be trusted. Redwood arrogantly explains that he took the capsules to inspect them himself, dismissing it as a complete waste of time since the capsules appeared unbelievably normal. He then mocks John and Ed, sarcastically remarking, "And you really thought these had something to do with NARC?" John, visibly angry, challenges Redwood, asking, "Says who?" Redwood smugly responds that everyone knows about the situation because of how John and Ed have been going on about it. He suggests that they should have known better by now, adding fuel to John's growing frustration. Ed, sensing John's rising temper, urges him to stay cool. With a sneer, Redwood finally hands over the capsules, claiming he no longer wants them. Ed suggests that they take them back to Victor immediately, but John suddenly stops him, noticing that something's off. The drug codes on these capsules don't match the ones Lorraine had given him. When John accuses Redwood of lying, Redwood sarcastically retorts that he has real work to do. Unlike them, mentioning the up-and-coming review of security for the anniversary parade, he dismisses their concerns as a wild goose chase before walking away. As Redwood leaves, John and Ed are seething. The crucial evidence that could have bolstered their case has just slipped through their fingers, and it is clear that someone is onto them. With really not much to go on now, all we can do is keep ourselves busy until any leads maybe show up. But in the meantime, going to Vice to see what Meryl and Dave have uncovered may be of some help. Dave reveals some interesting information about Redwood. He arrived on home on an American Space Lines flight the day before Hojo's wife was killed. And interestingly, the Tokugawa group paid for his ticket. John is taken aback, realising that he sat next to Redwood on his own flight to Beyond. Ed finds it strange, noting that Redwood is from beyond, and he has never mentioned having any family on home or really any reason to be there. This new information deepens John's suspicion on a possibility of Redwood's involvement in Lorraine's murder. Dave acknowledges that it's just speculation, but points out that Redwood was in a position to target Hojo's wife. And I know this is completely unrelated to the case, but since we're killing time and we have to wait until we get to the next stage, if we look at Meryl's breast, she says that we can actually, well, see these things in action if we beat a high score of over a 500 point limit in level 2 training mode. You could say that she'll let us give him a bit of a jiggle, and let's not forget it is completely consensual. Because you just can't go grabbing boobs out of nowhere, just ask Ocelot.
Stop it!
Taking a fancy tour, eh, Ocelot?
Well, looks like I win, and I'm a man of my word, and who am I to let a lovely lady down? Well, whatever she's got under there, they seem to be in good condition, guys. Believe me, I know, I double checked more than once. But let's just say we don't click on Meryl's boobs and get a score of 400 on the man targets. We actually unlock a special cutscene of Meryl showing us how it's done. Let's just say that she likes to aim straight for the balls. It's interesting scenes and it's showcasing the epic art style of Policenauts. Back at Vice, Meryl informs us that she's received a call from 9 Stars, the mysterious informant from the Space Museum. She explains that the message was brief: things have changed, meet me at the same place at 4 AM. However, there's a twist. Meryl mentions that this time the voice on the other end was a woman's, which leaves both John and Ed baffled since the informant was previously a man. When asked if there was any video, Meryl explains that the message came directly to the office and was heavily encrypted, making it impossible to record. This further puzzled John and Ed, as it suggests that the informant might be a woman or perhaps someone skilled enough to alter their voice. Dave chimes in, noting that the encryption technologies are becoming increasingly sophisticated, especially in the private sector, where advancements often leaps ahead of what law enforcement agencies like theirs have access to. Ed then wonders if the voice had a home accent, and Meryl confirms that it might have. John, realising the gravity of the situation, suggests that they need to bring this informant in next time, especially since the capsules have gone missing and the informant remains their only lead. With that decision made, it's time to head back to the Space Museum and to meet the informant once again.
君だな。
おかしいな。奴らしくない。こんな寂しいところを指定してくるとは。
状況が変わったとか言ってたが、何かあったんだろう。
とにかく嫌な場所だ。昼間賑やかな博物館ほど、夜は気味が悪い。
Arriving at Space Museum in the early hours of the morning, the tension is palpable. The doors are unlocked, almost as if someone is expecting us, daring us to enter. The eerie stillness heightens our unease as we step inside. Our first stop is Coral Hall, where we inspect the massive coral reef fossil displayed at the centre of the room. Ed explains that this fossil was brought from home, Earth, and contains a large amount of CO2 absorbed from the planet's atmosphere. A stark reminder of how home's distant environmental struggles. The quiet reverence of the exhibit contrasts sharply with the unease that we are now feeling. Next, we head to Beyond Corner, where the darkness is thick and suffocating, making it hard to see. But something feels off. As our eyes adjust, we notice models of the Policenauts, particularly those of John and Ed, are missing their heads. It's chilling to say, but possibly a sinister warning for whoever's lurking around in the shadows. With our nerves on edge, we move to the space corner, where we had previously met the informant, but from what we find out that shocks us to our core is standing before us is the informant himself. Or well, what remains of him. The figure is headless with blood splattered everywhere. The gruesome sight is eerily similar to the beheaded models of John and Ed. Ed's voice wavers as he points out the grim parallel, just like the models. We notice something written on the plaques beneath the lifeless body. The engravings depict a beheaded man, blood flowing from the severed head towards a specific planet in the solar system. A message perhaps? Something connected to Jupiter? The bloodline seems to point to something, well, something we have overlooked. Then it clicks. John remembers at the holographic solar system display at the back of the exhibit, and we rush over, and Ed immediately spots something wrong. There's an extra planet, a 10th planet. At first we think it's just a glitch or an odd artistic choice, but as we get closer and inspect it, we realise that it's not a hologram at all. It's something far more gruesome. John suddenly notices the planets in the hologram are arranged in a pattern reminiscent of Ishida's family crest. It dawns on him that the connection between 9 stars and the employee code must have come from that very crest. The realisation strikes that this was the same mark that was on Hojo's whiteboard before it was wiped clean. Ed, however, pulls John back to reality, pointing out that there's more an immediate threat that they are facing, a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing furiously around them, and implying we've got bigger problems right now. Without missing a beat, the game transitions into a shooting sequence. The screen prompts the player to act quickly as the swarm descends upon John and Ed. Grabbing my weapon, I let loose. With no end of them in sight with hundreds of swarms, we run to Moon Corner, but we are greeted by an assassin disguised as one of the astronauts. The shooting sequence is interesting because if the cursor is anywhere near him, he doesn't move out of cover. We've got to move it out of the way, and as soon as he appears, we let him have it. In the tense atmosphere of Coral Corner, John asks if they should make a run for it, but Ed quickly dismisses the idea, reminding him that they can't just risk letting any of the mosquitoes escape. Their sensors are pretty basic, Ed explains. They are programmed to home in on anything emitting CO2, just like real mosquitoes. John catches on, suggesting they could use something with a high CO2 output to distract the swarm. Ed then recalls the fire extinguisher back in Moon Corner, which might work. However, when they return to inspect it, they discover a crack, likely caused by one of John's stray bullets during the earlier chaos. The sodium bicarbonate has leaked out, making it useless. Running out of options, John suggests using the coral reef itself. It contains large amounts of CO2, and it could easily release more than what the extinguisher would. Ed agrees, but notes they will need an acid to dissolve it quickly. Fortunately, Ed remembers that the soda acid fire extinguisher might still contain a vial of sulfuric acid. But before we grab it, we take a quick look at the dead assassin. We realise that he is a frozener, as artificial blood lays beside his corpse. Perhaps the AP are involved in this one. But now being at Moon Corner, they do find that the vial is actually intact. Their luck is finally turning in their favour. With the vial of acid in hand, the two make their way back to the coral reef. Ed looks at John and says, "I'll throw the vial into the middle of the reef and you shoot it." John nods, gun at the ready, and as he shoots the sulfuric acid and the CO2 actually starts to release from the coral reef, all the mosquitoes find themselves all gravitated straight towards it.
危うく奴らの罠にはまるところだった。
BCP に連絡して、中に閉じ込めたマスキリートの処理を頼もう。街に出たら大惨事だ。
これまでの状況を考えると、石田が北条をそそのかして、徳川のナークカプセルを横流ししていたようだな。
うん。ちょっと、整理してみようか。
Outside the Space Museum, John and Ed reflect on the situation, piecing together the clues they've uncovered. Ishida clearly didn't like being sent to the BCCH, he wanted cash. But more than that, he had a score to settle. He knew about the K-series and likely realised the potential of selling K9 samples through the hospital's pharmacy behind Tokugawa's back. John explains that Tokugawa isn't a fool, and if these capsules were circulating without his approval, he would know. And so would the guys trying to line up deals with them. They would want to eliminate competition swiftly. In other words, Ishida and Hojo were up against not only the Mafia, but also Tokugawa itself. Then things fell apart. Hojo disappears, and Ishida, fearing for his life, comes to John and Ed for help. Ishida believed that John and Ed were his only ticket out of Beyond, his only escape. But there was still the matter of the accent. Merrill had said the informant had a home accent, which wouldn't make sense for Ishida, being from Beyond. John and Ed consider that Ishida may have tricked them somehow. He was likely in a desperate situation, caught between the Mafia and Tokugawa, forcing him to show up in a disguise, but something still doesn't add up. There was the headless body they found earlier, the man in the same suit the informant was wearing. John mentions how he marked the QT when they first met, and by burning it with his cigarettes. They can't confirm for sure that the body was Ishida, but it was definitely the same suit. It leads them to suspect that the man in the suit was most likely Ishida. John sums it up. The runner goes missing, and the dealer gets wasted. He figures that they, as Ishida mentioned before, likely referred to both the Mafia and Tokugawa. IDing the dead assassin could help confirm who they really are. John theorizes that they might be looking at a hit team, hired to do dirty work. Just as they're contemplating the possibility of a woman's voice being involved, something catches Ed's attention. Underneath their cop car, there is a figure. John immediately recognises this man in the suit from his time with Lorraine, sparking the realisation that this might be someone crucial to the case. Without hesitation, he and Ed spring into action, now in pursuit of the fleeing assailant who's speeding away on the bike that Jonathan identifies as being from home. Ed, gripping the wheel, notes that this won't be easy to catch him, especially given on the speed and the agility of the bike. John, determined, tells Ed to push the car harder, urging him to put his foot down. As they close in, John leans out of the window, gun at the ready to shoot the suspect off the bike. In pursuit, the game allows us once again to use the shoot feature, but this time in a chase sequence, which is a lot more difficult than anything before. Not only do we have to shoot a moving target, there is also civilians on the road. As he swoops in and out, we have to be quick because the damage from his guns does a lot of damage on our life gauge. Jonathan, who is pissed, is confused at why nothing is happening, as he is sure he is hitting the suspects. Ed dials into Merrill saying they're in pursuit of the suspect, that they are heading to the residential district, and to hurry and to get over here. John manages to shoot the suspect off his bike, but Ed loses control of the car, and they end up crashing, tipping the car completely upside down, allowing the suspect to now make his escape on foot. John and Ed, who are a little shaken but full of adrenaline, can still move, pursuing the suspect now on foot. We chase him into a train station, and at this point he's nowhere to be seen. But one thing is for certain, he is definitely close by, as we can see artificial blood on the floor. Jonathan, spotting the artificial blood on the ground, suggests that they take a sample to give to Victor later, hoping it might lead them to someone connected to the AP. With a steady hand, he extracts some blood with a pipette and seals it away. They then search the area, peering high and low, even behind bushes, trying to find where the suspect may be hiding. Just as frustration starts to build, Ed spots him crouched behind a pillar near the blood trail. A tense shootout ensues as the suspect darts from cover to cover, firing back sporadically. John and Ed return fire, their focus razor sharp as they work to pin him down. After a few exchanged shots, the suspect, now bleeding profusely, makes a desperate break for it. He dashes up the stairs towards the train depot, clutching his wounds as he tries to escape. Ed quickly radios Merrill and Dave, urging them to head over to the next station. He explains that they are currently in B block of the residential district and are making their way towards the linear rail. And of course the suspect is. Ed demands that Merrill and Dave head to South Garden immediately to corner the suspect in case he gets on the train. Merrill, with a hint of excitement, mutters that this is starting to feel like her time in Foxhound, and Dave, ever the optimist, agrees cheerfully whilst finishing his maxi bun. As John and Ed arrive at the platform, tension is high, but the suspect is nowhere in sight. We scour the area using the cursor, clicking on various objects and locations, attempting to prompt the suspect's appearance. But time is running out, and the urgency grows with the train about to depart. Just when it seems like they're out of luck, the suspect suddenly appears, gun in hand. Ed swiftly orders the civilians to take cover as John engages in a gunfight with a suspect. The man, bleeding from his earlier wounds, makes his way onto the train. Without hesitation, Ed and John follow. Determined not to let him escape, they notice a trail of blood leading to the next train compartment. But as they enter, the suspect is nowhere to be found. Instead, the passengers seem oddly calm despite the commotion. John begins questioning the passengers. First, he approaches a man in a black suit, asking if he saw anyone matching the suspect's description. The man only responds somberly, talking about his coat. Confused, John presses him, but the man insists it's nothing and tells them to forget it. Next, John asks a man with a distinct coat, potentially the coat that the first man was alluding to. The man, however, is equally unhelpful, claiming he was just looking out the window the whole time and hasn't seen anything. John then questions the kid, who's wearing a biker jacket, suspecting he might have been the man in the biker suit they are chasing. The kid, however, responds nervously, denying having seen anyone and looking panicked as he claims he doesn't want to die. Sensing fear, John pushes further, asking where all this blood come from. The kid, now visibly shaken, insists he doesn't know anything. Finally, John approaches a Japanese salaryman in a business suit. Ed notes that this is not the suspect, explaining that in Japan a salaryman is a term for a business person who dedicates their life to a company. These men often work for the same company until retirement, with their work becoming a central part of their identity. It's a nod to the Japanese work culture, something Kojima is subtly weaving into the narrative, adding an interesting cultural layer to the story that perhaps something he himself has experienced. The Japanese workforce is well known for its strong work ethic and long hours, which have become deeply ingrained in the culture. Japan has one of the most work-orientated societies in the world, where loyalty to one's company, discipline and perseverance are highly valued. The dedication often translates to the extended work hours, high levels of stress, and a focus on productivity, but it's known to come with a societal consequence. In Japan, the standard work week is 40 hours, similar to many other countries. However, many employees often work far beyond that due to the phenomena known as karoshi, or death by overwork. Karoshi has become a symbol of Japan's extreme work culture. While legally overtime is regulated, the cultural expectations within companies often push employees to work much longer hours. It's not uncommon for employees to put in 10 to 12 hours a day, and nomayakai company drinking sessions after hour meetings are also seen as essential social obligations. While there are pushes to reduce these long hours, including the 2018 work style reform law that aimed to cap overtime and encourage more flexible work arrangements, deeply rooted in cultural expectations, make such changes slow to adopt. The intense work culture impacts the personal life of many Japanese people. Many Japanese citizens, particularly men, find little time to spend with their families due to work commitments. Long commutes to densely populated cities like Tokyo exacerbate the problem, meaning people often leave home early and return late. Hideo Kojima's profound connection to trains is woven into his games, reflecting his personal experience and cultural heritage. Kojima grew up in Japan, has a deep appreciation for trains, particularly the Hankyu line. He writes, if someone were to ask me what I think of when I picture a train, it would be those maroon carriages, the classic Hankyu train running through the mountain valleys of Kansai. Although born in Sokyo, Satagaya, where the Adakyu train line runs, Kojima moved to Osaka at a young age. His childhood memories are marked by frequent travels on the Hankyu line from his home near Hankyu, Irabariakishi Station in Osaka Prefecture. Kojima reminisces, to this day I can visualize the memorable scenery from Hanankyu Kotoyo line of my youth, like the Suntory Yamazaki distillery and the concrete factory in Awaji. Even after relocating to Kawanashi in Hyogo Prefecture during 5th grade, Kojima's life remained intertwined with the Hankyu line. His travels to Umeda, Kyoto, Itimi and Kobe continued on the Hanankyu trains despite having the option to use the JR line for his commute after college. Kojima chose to stick with the Hankyu line. To quote Kojima, Hankyu trains accompanied me through half of my life, he reflects. For cram school, regular school, work play, dates, movies, shopping, going on trips, annual New Year's Day shrine visits, going to the airport via the Hotaragake station, and visiting home. All of it was by Hayanku. End quote. Kojima's fondness for the maroon-coloured Hanankai trains is not just a personal memory, but a thematic element in his games. In Policenauts, the representation of Japanese train stations echoes his earlier experiences. This appreciation extends to Metal Gear Solid, where some of the strange dialogue in Japanese turns out to reference various train stations Kojima commuted on and where his family was based. The inclusion of these elements in these games serves as a tribute to the roles trains played in his life, seamlessly integrating into his personal history into his work. Anyway, after questioning the nervous passengers, including the man with the blonde hair who claims he's just tired, and the visibly scared woman he's sitting with, John and Ed begin to piece things together. The blood trail on the ground tells a different story. It appears as though the suspect has attempted to tamper with the scene, smudging the blood in a way that suggests desperation. Ed notes that the suspect might have threatened the passengers, which could explain why they are all acting so strangely. It's clear the suspect must be still among them. After all, he was wearing a helmet, and it couldn't have just vanished. As the tension rises, the screen randomly prompts the player to focus on a kid wearing a helmet. Could it be a disguise? Is the suspect hiding in plain sight? John and Ed exchange glances, with their instincts kicking in. They know they are close, but they'll need to tread carefully to avoid tipping off the suspect and putting any more lives at risk.
Jonathan, yatsu!
The suspect, like lightning, dashes out of his coat, shooting straight at us. Once again, we get the better of him before he runs off to the next carriage. But by coincidence, Chris is just there, and she is being held hostage by the suspect.
Jonathan! 撃たないで! 助けて!
Jonathan, どうする?
サウスガーデンでございます。
駅に着くぞ。ジョナサン、まずい。駅に着いたぞ。
殺してやる。
As the train pulls into the station, Ed knows that Dave and Merrill are waiting as planned. Just as the train doors open, the suspect makes a dash for it, sprinting out in a bid to escape. But something about the way he moves, the distinctiveness of his purple hair, even the balaclava, it feels familiar. John and Ed exchange glances, both coming to terms with the same conclusion. There's only one person they've encountered with that hair colour, Tony Redwood. It has to be him, but they can't confirm it as of yet. Chris, visibly shaken by the chaos, clutches John's arm, her voice trembling as she wishes John to help her and not leave her alone. On the radio tells Merrill and Dave to keep an eye out for the suspect and that he's leaving South Garden Station. He's wearing a black biker suit and he's a big guy, so you definitely can't miss him. John reassures Chris, but Ed quickly steps in with his voice tense, implying that John and him have to go because the train doors are about to close and they can't let this guy get away. Ed states he must have left the platform, as we can see the blood trail is directing outside of the station. John asks Ed, did you see his eyes? That he didn't blink at all, and it has to be him, referring to Tony Redwood. Ed then receives a radio call from Merrill. She confirms that they have cornered him by a store outside the station. Ed states that they will be there right away, as shooting can be heard in the distance. Merrill claims that he's got a hostage as well. Before a moment of silence, Merrill lets out a chilling cry that Dave has been shot.
Merrill, どうした? Dave! ジョナサン、デカ長、撃たれちまった。どうしたよ。本当、嘘みたい。
Dave lies on the ground, bleeding profusely and clearly in critical condition. When asked about the suspect, he confirms in a strained voice that the man has taken a hostage inside and is carrying a bomb. Despite his pain, Dave insists that it was definitely Redwood. The way he moved, the precision of his shooting, made it unmistakable. Merrill pleads for help, urging the chief to do something to save Dave. Weak and fading, Dave mutters about wanting to go home, expressing his longing to see it one last time or to even see it at all. His final words are a soft call for Merrill, to which she responds, staying by his side. In a quiet revelation, Dave admits that hamburgers were never really his favourite thing. Instead, he confesses that it's Merrill who has always meant something to him, particularly the way she smells, like earth, something he had never shared before. Satisfied that he has finally spoken his truth, Dave smiles, faintly, feeling at peace. Moments later, his breathing slows, and he seemingly passes away.
Dave! くそ、エド、店内に飛び込むぞ。いいか。よし。せーの。それ。
Inside the store, there is a visibly shaken woman. She's in too much of a panic to tell us where the suspect is located. Ed reassures her and tells her that they are the police and to relax. But the suspect could be hiding anywhere within the store. And he might just have the detonator at hand, so we need to tread carefully. Before we look for the bombs, there is like this hidden feature that if you keep looking at this woman's humongous boobs, John states he can't believe what he is seeing, that he can't help staring at them. Ed's like, what's he acting weird for all of a sudden, and John hilariously responds by saying he's just feeling fine. But it's clear that he's mesmerised by this lady's boobs, that he can't concentrate on anything because they are so big and beautiful. Anyway, after looking at them for so long, it allows you to use the touch prompt, and well, let's just say that them tits cause an earthquake that practically is felt round the entire colony, and it just so happens to trigger the bomb, causing a game over. Definitely a well-deserved punishment for being absolutely boob mad, I'd say. We cautiously approach the woman, asking her where the suspect went. Ed warns us to be careful as he could still be hiding. She explains that she was dragged into the store, terrified, and insists that the man escaped out the back. We ask if she's injured, but she assures us that she's physically fine, only shaken. Just as we decide to head out back, she stops us with an alarming revelation. The suspect planted a bomb in the store. We press her for details. She says he told her to tell Ed and John that it would go off soon, that he placed it in an Ellis bag and mixed it among all the other bags. The problem is she was too scared to notice which bag. She also confirms that it's the bomb that will detonate if we touch it. Looking around at the sea of identical bags, nothing stands out. John states that if they don't figure something out fast, the entire block could be destroyed. We ask the woman if her bag is real or counterfeit, and she confirms it's genuine, bought just last week. Ed then has a sudden idea. He explains that most of the Ellis bags sold in the store are counterfeit, and that they are high quality fakes, popular even on Earth. John asks how they can tell the real ones apart, but Ed admits that he's no expert. The woman knows just as little. She bought the bag without knowing what to look for. John then remembers that Ellis only makes one real design per year across all of space, so if they can match the counterfeit bags to the one with the bomb, they might be able to identify it. John asks about the employees of the store, but the woman claims that they ran when they saw the madman. John recalls seeing an Ellis bag at Ed's house, his daughter's Anna's bag. If they can get that real one, they might stand a chance. Amused, Ed pulls John aside and whispers that the bag he got Anna is actually a counterfeit. Since he was unable to afford the real one on his low salary, he settled for the fake. John, frustrated by the irony of their situation, snaps at Ed knowing that the counterfeit is useless in this life or death moment. But in times like this, Meryl has something in store that changes the events.
これ、本物の LS のバッグよ。
メリル、どうしてお前が？
女らしくなれって、デーブからもらってたの。私には似合わないからずっと車に積んでた。
So it just so happens that Meryl has actually got the real Ellis bag, thanks to Dave being a gentleman. With this bag now, we should be able to narrow the search. On the screen we get a picture of the bag that Meryl gave us, a legit Ellis bag that will allow us to pick out what doesn't match amongst the rest. But if we select the wrong one, the whole place could be blown off the map. This kind of works like Spot the Difference. Each bag is different in some way from the legitimate Ellis bag. Sometimes it's plainly obvious, while other times the differences are really small details that you have to look out for, because some look very real, and sometimes you really have got to keep a keen eye out to see what the difference is. It's a really fun feature in the game. Policenauts really starts to shine later into its narrative. We're playing the back end of Disc 2, so it's starting to get a lot better. There are several of these bags, and as long as we move all the dummies, we can actually find the bomb. But it's worth noting that the location of the bomb is randomized, so if you replay the game, it won't be in the same spot. Pretty clever.
さて、こいつが爆弾入りの高級カバン。解体にかかろうぜ。
やっぱり爆弾処理班の到着を待とう。素人の出る幕じゃない。
Ed mentions that they should wait for the bomb squad, but Meryl informs them that no one is coming. Not the AP, not the bomb squad, no one. Meryl adds that she thinks they've been set up, as HQ isn't even responding, and the area has been closed off. John states that Ed used to work in the bomb squad before they met, so why can't he do it, essentially? But Ed's discouraged, and he says that was 30 years ago. Meryl explains that they have no choice. They can't exactly let this bomb go off, and there's not going to be any backup. So it's definitely a setup. John encourages Ed, implying that he's the only one who can stop it. Ed, humorously agreeing, mentions that his eyesight isn't really what it used to be, and he says he'll instruct John on how to dismantle the bomb.
よし、道具は揃った。始めようか。エド。
まずはカバンを切断して爆弾部を露出させる。仕掛けてから逃げるまでにそれほど時間はなかったはずだ。カバン時代の仕掛けは考えなくてもいいだろう。
じゃあ。With
the bag in hand, John and Ed now need to figure out a way to safely remove the bomb from the bag. Ed suggests there might be a vibration sensor, so they should carefully cut the top of the bag off with a laser cutter. And while they're at it, freeze the bomb too. The whole thing just gives off Peter Stillman Bomb Squad vibes, especially with a coolant spray reference, evoking a strong sense of deja vu. It's clear that the influence of Policenauts is felt in MGS2.
This is a C4 bomb. It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and There we go. Simple, huh? The spray freezes the detonator instantly.
With the back frozen, Ed says now it's time for the optical sensor. Ed mentions the bomb could have a sensor that reacts to visible light, so they must kill the lights, and now, switching to infrared lighting, we can now cut open the back.
電灯を赤外線灯に切り替えた。
よし。カバンの上部を切断しろ。
行くぞ。切断した。
Ed confirms that this task is far from easy as he anticipated. The bomb appears to be the work of a professional, and Ed suggests that maybe this wasn't the best idea, expressing some self-doubt. John asks if this setup looks familiar, and Ed reveals that it's the state of the art, and matches the one Redwood showed them back at AP. A complex mix of mechanical, chemical and electrical components with multiple trigger devices. Ed implies that they need to follow the procedure meticulously. John inquires about the first step, and Ed responds with a grim tone saying they need to pray first. The initial move is to cut the first two wires on the left, and we must avoid touching anything else until these wires are out of the way. To start, we need to use the pliers in the box. The minigame begins with a straightforward task of snipping a few wires, but it feels much more like an intricate task than some similar sequences in MGS2. Instead of freezing the bomb, the process now involves additional complexities that heighten the tension after cutting two wires. The next stop involves in removing the plate that is covering the detonation device. Before this can be done, we need to maneuver a magnet inside with the tweezers, being careful not to touch the walls of the maze, or it's game over. This is the part that is reminiscent of a childhood game like Buzzwires, where the objective was to navigate a loop through a maze without touching the sides. With the magnet successfully moved and the plate exposed, we face the next challenge. 4 screws to remove in specific order. Yellow, blue, red, then green. We must be cautious of a light at top. If it's blinking red while we're moving the screws, it's over. We have to wait for the light to turn blue before proceeding. Once the plate is removed, the detonation device is revealed. The sight of all these wires and the ticking timer is a nerve-wracking thing, but staying calm is definitely crucial. Ed explains that the rectangular device now in the upper right hand corner of this next section is the bomb's detonation device, and that we need to cut the wires leading to it. The wires at the bottom need to be cut, but there's also a few dummy wires mixed in with the real ones. Identifying the correct wires is challenging as we must follow the connections to the device. Ed warns that there's still one more wire to cut and introduces the concept of the Poggendorf illusion, a visual trick where a diagonal line intersected by 2 parallel lines appears misaligned. There's a dummy line designed to exploit this illusion, so we must trust our instincts and avoid being misled by our eyes, and without hesitation, we cut the right hand side wire. Just as things seem to be going well, the timer suddenly speeds up. Ed informs us that the final wire to cut is 1 or 2 colours. He admits there's no scientific method to determine which wire is correct. Only the person who set the bomb knows, making it nearly impossible to defuse without knowing their specific intention. John raises a point. If Redwood hypothetically set this up, what would be the next move? Ed recalls the bomb Redwood mentioned back at AP, noting that it could be a trick, since Redwood told them that cutting the red wire would be the wrong choice. So the question is now, should we cut the red wire or the blue wire?
見ろ、止まったぜ。助かった。
I just thought I'd point out in Lethal Weapon 2 there's a memorable and intense scene involving Roger Murtaugh and his partner Martin Riggs. In this sequence, Murtaugh found himself in a precarious situation with a bomb strapped to his toilet he's sitting on. The scene unfolds where Murtaugh is at his home, seated on the toilet when he discovers that a bomb has been strapped to it. The bomb is rigged with a presser switch that will detonate if he moves, creating a highly stressful and uncomfortable scenario. To add to the tension, Riggs uses liquid nitrogen to freeze the bomb, and this is done to attempt to make the bomb's components brittle and less likely to detonate. Once the bomb is frozen, Riggs turns off the lights, working to defuse it in the dark, heightening the suspense. At least if I can recall, it actually might have been the police, but this blend of drama and comedy is a hallmark of the Lethal Weapon series and has inspired similar elements in various media, including video games like Policenauts. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend that you check out the bathroom scene in Lethal Weapon 2. With the bomb now defused, we focus our attention outside of the store. EMPs are all around, and Ed notes it's funny how they just show up. John implies it's like they were just waiting to see what happens. And then Merrill notices as well that Dave's body has disappeared. Ed asks Merrill if she is sure the paramedics did just take him away. Merrill claims that she led them here, and by the time they got here, he was gone. With the EMPs that take off, we see blood seeping out. Perhaps one of them's hiding Dave's body inside.
とにかく、レッドウッドの件は慎重に調べよう。俺たちはどうやら孤立しているようだ。バカモン!
In Act 3, we're called into Gates' office at the AP. Frustrated, he confronts both Ed and John, demanding to know what they were thinking. He reminds them that they broke orders and regulations, caused damage to a squad car, and engaged in gunfights all over Beyond. Gates angrily states that 18 people were injured because of their actions, and bear in mind he's not even counting Redwood, and that the phones have been jammed with complaints all day. Gates fires shots at Ed, telling him to just leave things to the AP. He expresses his frustration, saying they were nearly responsible for a disaster that could have destroyed the colony. Gates then turns his attention to John, reminding him that he is no longer a Policenaut or even a police officer on Beyond. He apologises for what happened to John's former wife Lorraine, but insists that this situation is different, and he can't keep cleaning up after them since he's the one taking all the heat. Gates mentions that he's been good to John because of their old friendship, but now he has no choice but to confiscate John's gun, which will stay in the BCP until John leaves. John insistently states that this is all Tokugawa's doing. Gates explains that they'll need some sort of airtight evidence to prove it. Angrily, John points out that Dave was killed, one of Gates' own men. Gates acknowledges this but tries to make them understand the immense pressure that he is under. John strikes back, accusing Gates of not even having control over his own organisation and warning him that Redwood isn't who he thinks he is. Gates orders Ed to take some time off and tells John to try forget about the case and enjoy his time on Beyond, leaving the investigation to the AP. Gates warned that if John disobeys him again, he'll send him to home. John then suggests that if they bring back some evidence that doesn't come back to bite Gates, maybe they can continue the investigation. Gates implies that if they find anything substantial, they'll talk. After this, Gates dismisses them. Ed then asks Gates about the bike they encountered, and Gates reveals that it was stolen and matches one in a stolen vehicle report, having been smuggled in from Earth. However, Gates believes they didn't retrieve anything from it that might lead to the suspect. John then inquires about the blood from the man he killed in the museum, suggesting it should be there. Gates claims that only blood that was found in the museum was Ishida's. Ed asks about the blood on the linear rail platforms and the train, but Gates suspiciously claims he's heard nothing about that. John, frustrated, states that all the blood they collected seemed to be the only evidence they have, and Gates suggests that they should give it to Victor. John then asks where the mosquitoes at the AMM came from, and if the AP figured anything out with the serial numbers. Gates explains that the mosquitoes which had collected around Ishida's industries from the BCCH and other various hospitals on the colony were circuits that Tokugawa claims they never received, calling it a slip-up on their side. Gates confirms that Tokugawa owns the Space Museum and they just can't inspect the crime scene until they are given permission. Enough time to allow them to cover up the evidence, am I right guys? Ed then asks Gates what are they doing with Dave. Gates refers to the report from the AP officers who arrived on the scene, implying they're sure Dave is dead. He admits the whole situation is bizarre, as it's not like Dave could have just gotten up and walked away. John then states that before Dave died, he claimed Redwood was the biker. Gates, defending Redwood, insists he's an exemplary member of the unit and doesn't believe he would be involved in something like this. John then asks where Redwood is, and Gabe replies that he's sent him to collect new EMPS system chips at Tokugawa Heavy Industries, and plans to question him upon his return.
いいな、二人とも。徳川を踏んじばれるような証拠がない限り下手な考えは起こすなよ。
わかりました。
実を言うと、徳川の AP 買収の噂はあるにはある。しかしだ、私の目が届く限り、徳川の思い通りにはさせん。レッドウッドの件ははっきりするまで内密にな。
We then arrive at Vice to check on Meryl to see how she's doing. As we enter, we notice a strange mark on the wall and ask Meryl about it. She explains that Dave had carved it into the wall using her knife. The mark resembles Japanese characters, so we ask her what it means. Meryl tells us that it's a common piece of graffiti in Japan where you write the names of man and woman under an umbrella. In this case, the names inscribed are hers and Dave's. The term ayagasa in Japan means to share an umbrella, but it can also be interpreted as the love umbrella. Over time, sharing an umbrella can become a symbol of romantic love, and ayagasa evolved into a way for two people to show that they really love and care for one another in Japan. Upon investigation, the phone, Ed mentions that Dave used to receive most of the calls. Jonathan, thinking ahead, asks to ensure the phones haven't been bugged, since the investigation has already been tampered with. Ed then inquires if Meryl has found any more information about Dave. Meryl explains that she has checked with informants and hackers, but everything has led to dead ends, just like Hojo, who vanished without a trace. Jonathan asks Meryl why they might have taken Dave's body. Meryl admits she doesn't know, but suggests that maybe they wanted to hide something related to his body.
と引っかかってたんだけど、あのカバン屋でデーブがいなくなった時、負傷してたエンプスがいたでしょ。
両脇を抱えられていたゴダードか？あれは確かレッドウッドの木だ。
待て。ということは、奴は現場に。
During their conversation, Ed, John and Meryl discuss how unusual it was that Dave vanished and the sudden arrival of the EMP suits, along with the strange sight of red blood dripping from one of them. John points out that it couldn't have been the AP officers as they use artificial white blood. He suggests that the suit might have been used to transport Dave's body away. When they wonder how they could prove this, Meryl mentions that she could perform a luminol test to detect Dave's blood on Redwood's EMP suit. With that plan in mind, John and Ed decide to visit Victor to examine the vial of white blood to take the investigation further.
おお、ジョナサン、一暴れしたらしいな。わしはすっきりしたぞ。この BCP に来てから数年ぶりじゃ、こういうのは。
はしゃいでもらっては困る。うちの部下が一人殉職した。
At the forensics lab, John approaches Victor, acknowledging that he's the only person they can trust at this point. John asks Victor to analyse some artificial blood sample that they obtained. Intrigued, Victor inquires how they got it. John explains it's from the guy who Dave had encountered. Victor impresses it was a good move to collect it, though he clarifies that whilst he can't directly identify the individual, they can still classify the blood. John, somewhat surprised, questions if this means they can't prove who the blood belongs to. Victor elaborates, saying Gorby will determine the manufacturer and the version, and they will proceed from there. He notes that the AP personnel or military forces use the first generation blood, and if the suspect is with the AP, they can nail him by checking the dialyzer and transfusion data. Victor explains that this blood was developed for use in low oxygen environments, boasting better oxygen transportation efficiency than regular blood. However, it requires gene therapy to be able to use by a normal person, which makes it quite specialised. Victor suggests that the blood sample could indeed belong to someone from the AP, and promises to investigate further. Shifting focus, John asks Victor about the Space Museum and if he's learned anything from the crime scene. Victor admits that it's difficult to draw conclusions just from the VREs, but based on the amount of blood he saw, he believes Ashida's head was cut off after he was already dead. He doesn't think that the mosquitoes were responsible for the death, and suspects that Ashida wasn't even killed at the Space Museum. This leads him to conclude that Ashida didn't put up any kind of fight when he was killed, which is unusual. Typically, in such violent deaths, there are no signs of a struggle, like defensive wounds or subcutaneous bleeding, but Ashida's body was too clean. Victor adds that he wouldn't be able to determine the exact cause of death without performing an autopsy. John then asks who could be responsible for a body when a person dies on Beyond. Victor explains that Beyond doesn't have any medical examiner systems like major cities on Earth, that this setup is primarily due to the need of organ transplants. Bodies are usually sent to transplant hospitals like the BCCH for any post-mortem examinations required. He explains that if organs aren't extracted soon after death, they spoil, which is why forensic investigations often take a back seat to securing organs and other investigations in crime scenes. Victor is frustrated by this, but he acknowledges that Beyond is dealing with a severe organ shortage, and the laws concerning autopsies and preservation from Earth can't be applied here, since the use of artificial organs is still far off, and securing organs takes precedence over media-legal death investigations. With that, John and Ed leave Victor to his examinations as they make their way back to Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. John comments on how obvious it is that this place is linked to NARC, and they just need to prove it. He suggests that they need to return to Tokugawa and find evidence themselves. John recalls the back room in the building, remembering that the guard mentioned that they produce samples there. If they can find anything, they could bring it back to Gates and help to validate their case.
最初の物々しい警戒からすると嘘のようだ。
どっから始める？
どう考えてもあの奥の部屋が怪しいな。あそこを調べよう。
Back inside Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, John and Ed notices that the place is eerily quiet. With no security personnel in sight, the absence of guards is suspicious, making them even more determined to uncover what really is going on. They take a moment to look around, scanning the area and noting that they need to access the big yellow and black striped door at the back of the facility. They believe this is where the NARC or whatever illegal operation is being conducted or is hidden. Ed and John carefully make their way to the door, aware that this could be only their one shot at exposing the truth. But after a bit of effort, they manage to tamper with the lock system and the door slide open with a metallic hiss. As they step inside, they are taken back by what they find. Their suspicions were true.
おお、ジョナサン、扉が開いたぞ。しかし、これだけのセキュリティが ID だけで開くとは妙だな。黒消し、ブラックポピーの栽培工場だ。
ついに見つけたぞ。定を決め。
ジョナサン、できるだけ多くの証拠を集めよう。
And what do we know? We hit the jackpot and find that Tokugawa has been cultivating poppy plants that was used to make NARC, and there is a mass production of them. Ed states that they are not using X-non grow lights, and it looks like they're using optical fibre to transfer sunlight to the poppies, and that they must use a mirror at night to basically transfer the sunlight, and that they could even control the amount of light by a chaos system. John even adds, basically saying that this place gets constant sunlight better than any other tropical paradise.
まさしくナークの原料となるブラックポピーだよ。この実から取れる乳液でナークが作られる。
これが黒消し。それにこの葉。ロレインが持ってきたあの葉と同じだ。
Of all the evidence that is here that incriminates Tokugawa, John is reminded of the leaf that Lorraine gave him back on home, and that it comes from one of these plants. It appears the investigation is like a graph. When it's going up, it can easily just go down. But now we want to see what's behind the second door.
これはまさにナークカプセルを作ってるところだ。見ろ、黒消しの実がナークカプセルになっていく。
In the second room, John and Ed are confronted with the scale of Tokugawa's pharmaceuticals operation. It's a massive industrial-sized distribution and manufacturing factory, with NARC being processed into capsules right before their eyes. The sight is overwhelming and a stark confirmation of the conspiracy they've been unravelling. As they move deeper into the room, they come across a series of large pools where opium pods have been harvested from fields and are being processed. Ed, shocked by the scale, explains that they are taking heroin created from morphine and combining it with hallucinogens to produce NARC. The operation is highly sophisticated, with every step of the drug making process carefully automated. John and Ed approach a conveyor machine, where they observe the process more closely. Ed points out this is where they are separating NARC into two distinct components. He explains that the process results in two types of capsules, each containing a different substance. John realises that everything on Hojo's CD was the truth. This is exactly how they manufactured the drug. Ed elaborates, stating that the separated capsules on their own offer no narcotic reaction. That's the trick. It's only when the two capsules are taken together that the dangerous effects of narc are unleashed. Ed continues, explaining that after the separation process, the liquids are placed into gelatine and turned into capsules. John nods, understanding now how they produce the narc capsules that have been flooding in the market. Ed points out the final step, marking the capsules with identifiers, distinguishing the different types. John glances at the conveyor counter, shocked, as he estimates they're pumping out several hundred pairs of capsules every second. As Ed examines one of the finished capsules, he concludes that this is what Lorraine must have given John. The very same capsules that the conveyor belts carry the finished products to be boxed up and shipped out, ready for distribution. John, disgusted and yet exhilarated by the discovery, realises that they've just uncovered Tokugawa's darkest secret. From growing poppies to manufacturing narc, the entire operation is laid bare before them. Turning to Ed, he exclaims that they've got Tokugawa by the balls now. Ed, still in disbelief, asks what their next move should be, whether they should try shut the operation down immediately. John, with a glint of determination in his eyes, suggests a different approach. He proposes raiding the place with the AP, envisioning the satisfaction of seeing the chief's reaction when he sees what they've uncovered. With this shocking revelation, John grabs a couple of capsules as evidence, a souvenir to present to Gates. Now armed with the undeniable proof they need, John and Ed prepare to head back to Gates with the news.
どうやって入った？
ノックして入ったとでも思うか？
お前たち捜査令状もなしに。
Ed steps forward, his voice firm and resolute, and tells Gates that Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals is definitely growing black poppies and manufacturing narc right under their noses. It's a massive operation. Ed insists, leaving no room for doubt. Gates, looking both shocked and impressed, asks if they're absolutely sure about all of this. Ed, with certainty, is unwavering as he details what they saw. And Gates, realising the gravity of the situation, nods. It's been a long time coming for Tokugawa. Gates mutters as he starts making preparations to deploy the AP for a full-scale raid. Before they head out, Gates turns to John and hands him back his gun. Consider it an exception. Acknowledging the special circumstances, and with that, they prepare to bring down Tokugawa's operation once and for all.
徳川製薬へ踏み込む。
焦るな。俺はこの瞬間が一番好きな。
おい見ろ、レッドウッドだ。奴は死ぬどころかピンピンしてるぞ。なんてこと。
The AP now ready and deployed, Redwood is even in on it as well on this raid, as now the EMPs fly their way to Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, along with John and Ed speeding in a nearby cop car. Upon arrival at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, the security guard is visibly startled by the sight of a full-scale force of the BCP. Becker, the chief of the police, steps forward, explaining that they are here to inspect the premises. The guard, attempting to maintain his composure, asks on what grounds. Gates, with authority in his voice, states black poppy cultivation and narc production, while holding up a search warrant for emphasis. Jonathan, sensing the guard's unease, presses further, implying that the guard knows exactly what's stashed back there. We know what's going on in that room, Jonathan asserts, making it clear that they're not in the dark about the operation. The guard's hesitation is palpable as he realises the situation is spiralling out of control. Suddenly, Sadokai Tokugawa storms into the scene, his face twisted in anger, implying to John and Ed what the hell are they doing here. He demands, and his voice laced with fury as he turns to Gates, ordering him to get this place cleared out, and arrogantly adds the apology can wait. But Gates, unfazed by Tokugawa's outburst, stands his grounds. Not this time, Tokugawa, he responds firmly. We're taking a look around. Tokugawa tries to dismiss the situation, mocking the idea that the chief of police would fall for any of these stories that these punks are spinning. He then gives Gates a final warning, reminding him of everything Tokugawa has supposedly done for him. Unmoved, Jonathan steps forward and presents Tokugawa with a search warrant, confirming their intent to search the facility for NARC. Tokugawa, with feigned confusion, asks about NARC and what are they talking about. Jonathan, brimming with anger, snaps back, saying that his denials won't work this time. Tokugawa, with his confidence unshaken, smirks and tells his lackey to open the door. The security guard hesitates, his fear betraying his knowledge of what lies beyond those doors. But Tokugawa, dripping with arrogance, declares he doesn't care and he wants to show these imbeciles what's behind the door. With the stage set, the tension in the air is thick as the guard reluctantly moves to open the door, revealing the hidden truth behind Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals.
何を言うの？俺が消しだと？
まだ白を切るのか、貞興。落ち着け、ジョナサン。調べてみればわかることだ。
ジョナサン、証明してやろうぜ。俺たちの勝ちだ。
As the security guard opens the door, revealing the vast cultivation area, both John and Ed are left speechless. What should have been a mass field of black poppies is now completely different altogether. A completely different plant, one that's perfectly legal to cultivate. They exchange bewildered glances, unable to comprehend how this could have happened so quickly. Ed mutters in disbelief they must have switched it, but how? Sadokai Tokugawa seizes the moment, his tone dripping with mockery as he turns to Gates, implying how do any of these look like poppies. He sneers, what you are looking at is our latest development, an artificial leaf designed to combat global warming. We're very proud of it. John, with his mind racing, refuses to accept what he's seeing, knowing that they have to be here. Those poppies were just here hours ago, they have to be somewhere. But as he looks out over the rows and new plants, the reality sinks in that the poppies are truly gone. Sadokai, now smug and confident, continues to gloat. What do you think of our latest green initiative, he asks, his voice full of false sincerity. John, undeterred, snaps back, knowing that he's hid them. His accusation hangs in the air, but Sadokai merely shrugs, implying that he's hid nothing and that they've always grown lovely flowers here. Nothing illegal and nothing suspicious. Realising this lead has gone cold, John and Ed quickly shift gears. John says to Gates that we should go to the second room, where the distribution machines for NARC and capsules are located.
本部長、ここです。ここがナークの製造工場です。
どこがナーク工場だって？教えてほしいもんだ。ここのどこが？
ジョナサン、エド、気にせず説明してくれ。
The tension in the room escalates as Ed points to the machines, explaining to Gates that how NARC capsules are being made. This is it, Ed insists. This is where they are manufacturing the NARC. Before Gates can fully absorb this, Sadokai Tokugawa steps forward, his voice laced with disdain, calling them insane, that they only manufacture DDS capsules here and nothing illegal. Gates' patience is wearing thin as he demands that where is this NARC? Where is it located? John and Ed, desperately searching for the incriminating evidence, are met with another crushing disappointment. The opium pods for the critical components in the NARC production have also vanished without a trace. John, refusing to back down, gestures towards the machine churning out capsules, that this is where it is happening. His voice is strained as Ed quickly grabs one of the capsules, presenting it to Gates, saying that this is one of the NARC capsules. But Sadokai is quick to interject, his tone dismissive, saying that it's absurd, that this is just a canine capsule designed for distribution in weightless environments, nothing more. John, undeterred, smirks, saying that he knows that this is just a trick and there's something more behind these capsules, and that Tokugawa can't fool them. However, Ed examines the capsule more closely, and his expression darkens, as he tells John that these aren't the same capsules, they've switched the codes as well. Gates, sensing the unravelling situation, raises a hand to calm the room. Everyone needs to calm down, and they need to search more carefully. Sadokai, and his patience finally snapping, glares at Gates, stating that do they really want to continue this farce and to think about his next move. Gates, now fully aware of the stakes, turns to John and Ed, with his voice low but firm, asking are you absolutely sure that this is the place they're keeping the NARC? Sadokai, sensing victory, sneers, as he implies it seems like they've got nothing on him. And what will they do about the insult against him? Gates fixes Tokugawa with a steely gaze. We're not finished yet, his voice resolute, brooking no argument. He orders the AP to force a sweep on the entire facility, leaving no stone unturned from top to bottom. The AP units assemble quickly, deploying their EMPS sensors as they begin a thorough search throughout the facility.
出たぞ、エド。行こう。 男の死体です。北条。
Gates was not finished yet. He ordered the AP to search the entire facility from top to bottom using EMPS sensors to ensure nothing is missed. The AP team, throughout their investigation, soon uncovered a shocking discovery. The body of Kento Hojo is found on the ground, lying dead with shell casings from a gun nearby. One of the AP members identifies the body, confirming it was definitely Hojo, an employee of the facility. The squad then was instructed to search for fingerprints, footprints and DNA evidence. The team responded, noting that vital reactions were still present on the body and that it appeared Hojo had indeed already been killed there. His body temperature was recorded at 34 degrees and factoring in the high ambient temperature. The time of death was estimated to be no more than 4 hours ago when John and Ed was there. Another member reported to Redwood that the cameras had captured something further implicating the situation. The commander confirmed a database match for doorknob fingerprints, as well as DNA match for several hairs found on Hojo and around the factory, analysed with advanced kits. The murder weapon was brought into question, with the commander stating it appeared to be a recoil gun unfamiliar to Beyond. A bullet analysis would confirm it, along with the shell casings bearing the rifling marks. John, confused and trying to piece together what was happening, was taken aback as Redwood chimed in, revealing that they had the entire incident on camera. With the time of death confirmed to be around 4 hours ago, Gates, with a smug grin, declares that the case is now closed. Much to John's disbelief, and Ed, equally shocked, asked Gates what this all means. Gates, without hesitation, decided to place Jonathan under arrest for the murders of Hojo, Lorraine and Ishida. John, stunned by the sudden turn of events, tries to process his arrest. Gates, however, implies that they would need to speak to Ed, suggesting that action might be taken against him as well. John, furious, accused Gates of setting him up, calling him a bastard. Gates, dropping any pretense, accused John of confronting Hojo earlier, claiming that he had snapped out of jealousy over Hojo's marriage to his ex-wife. John, realising the extent of Gates' deception, retorted that Gates had returned his gun not out of help, but to frame him for Hojo's murder. Gates continued, stating that John was very familiar with the bomb that killed Lorraine, giving his escapade in the backstore, and that that was John who defused it. Gates claimed that all the evidence, including communication with the OLA police, who had discovered a detonation device in John's office. He accused John of using that bike in a rampage and smuggling it onto Beyond during Flight 797, further alleging that John went after Ishida after uncovering the truth. John, now furious, implies that Gates has been working together with Tokugawa and Ishida all along. Redwood, sneering, threatens John, promising that he wouldn't miss if John makes a move. Gates coldly explained that nobody used a gun with such recoil on Beyond, further implicating John by stating that Hojo had been killed with a gun matching to John's. The commander confirmed that the rifling is in fact Ingram's gun, matched on the one found in the bullets pulled from Hojo's body. Gates then threatens John, suggesting that he could take him out right there and then if that's what he wanted. Gates ordered the AP to cuff John, reading him his rights about the court of law and his right to an attorney. Gates smugly implied that John should have behaved himself, and to make matters worse, without any fault of Jonathan's own, the AP searched him and found Hojo's ID card and a CD, which only made him appear more guilty. Gates, impressed, instructed the AP to tag the items and bag them. The AP also found a 2D photo of the victims. John, now realising the depth of this betrayal, screams at Gates, and Sadokai wouldn't get away with this, as both men laugh out loud, confident that they have now covered their tracks.
楽しかったぞ、ジョナサン。お久しぶりだ。こんなに笑えるのは。
まったくだ。
昔のよしみであれほど忠告したのに貴様は本当に変わらん。
John, now acutely aware of how deep-rooted corruption is on Beyond, realises that Tokugawa has nearly everyone in his pocket, either bought or scared into submission, or simply complicit in his moral dealings. As the full weight of being framed settles on him, John desperately tries to fight his way out of his cuffs. His struggle is brief, though, as he swiftly is hit with a paralyzer, which renders him unconscious. John awakens from a restless dream to the sight of Karen standing before him. She informs him that he's been out for a good 12 hours, and he's currently in her home. Immediately, John notices his watch is missing and asks about it. Karen explains that she took it off, mentioning that the squid cuffs might have damaged it. Concerned, John wants to know how he ended up at her place, given that Gates and Sadokai had set him up and arrested him. Karen explains that the BCP was planning to extradite him on Earth, but she and Ed managed to bust him out, staging a fake accident with the BCP's van to cover their tracks. She tells him that now he's somewhat of a celebrity on Beyond, with his face all over the news. 30 years of jealousy and bitterness had been spun into a narrative, making John a wanted man. Karen reveals that she's tired of everything Tokugawa has been doing and has been working against him for years. This, she says, was the perfect opportunity to blow things wide open. John, relieved, acknowledges that it's the people like Karen and Ed who offer a glimmer of hope. As they examine his watch, John remarks that it's dead. After all, it's over 80 years old and he's put it through hell. Karen asks if it can be fixed, to which John replies that it's ancient, so probably not. Karen offers to have a tech look at it, but John confesses that he's done reliving the past and can finally let go of Lorraine. Shifting the conversation, John asks Karen about her health. She admits that her disease is progressing and that the doctor recommended she be in hospital, but she doesn't want to be there at a time like this. They then turn their attention to the news to see what the media is reporting, which of course is Karen, and as expected, the coverage is full of lies, with the news parroting whatever narrative Tokugawa has spun. The orchestrated crash has been covered up with a report claiming John fled to an industrial district, with checkpoints set up all around the roads and districts, warning that he should be considered armed and dangerous. The scene shifts to Gates Becker at a press conference, lying to the media about the conspiracy. He speaks about his time with John at Policenauts, lamenting the tragedy and expressing disbelief that John could be driven to such lengths. Gates presents himself as a concerned friend, claiming that it is his duty to bring John to justice, and even suggests that John is deranged and a narc addict, making his condition a cause for concern. John asks Karen if her news report was CGI, to which she confirms it was another compasort, with her and her voice on a fake set, providing her with an alibi. John, feeling the weight of everything, knows that he owes Karen an explanation. He opens up, explaining that he and her mother, Lorraine, didn't break up because they stopped loving each other. Lorraine was against John being a cop. The long hours, the constant worry about whenever or not he'd come home. Eventually she had a breakdown and attempted suicide twice. John applied for the Policenauts to save their marriage, and for a year during his training in Houston, things were great. It was like a dream. But when he went to Mars, she waited for him, and when he returned, it was over. Karen asks why he accepted the Mars mission, and John admits that he wanted to get away from Lorraine because she was getting too clingy. Karen bluntly states that that's a terrible thing to do. John recalls the day he found out he was leaving for Beyond, that Lorraine had left him, and he still can't forget when she said goodbye. He then offers his condolences for the loss of Karen's father. Karen, prepared for the worst, admits that it's still terrible what happened to him and that she's only now truly alone, with neither her parents or anyone ever coming back. Wanting to know the truth, Karen asks about her father and how he was involved in all of this. John explains that her father was forced to develop illegal drugs and was just another victim of Tokugawa, likely starting to sell narc with Ishida to scrape money together for Karen's transplant. He was silenced just like Ishida. John asks Karen how she's holding up, and she admits that she's not doing well. The disease is being suppressed with drugs for now, but she can't die yet, not until she knows the truth and can put everything behind her. She confesses that she's scared and doesn't want to die alone. John, emotional, apologizes for what he did to her family, and for getting Karen involved in all of this. In a surprising turn, Karen admits that since she met him, she had the wrong ideas about him and her mother. She reveals that seeing him constantly looking at his watch hit her, that maybe it's possible to connect with someone regardless of place or time. She confesses that she has now fallen for John. John, taken aback, tries to explain that he was her mother's husband, but Karen insists that he see her for who she is and not her mother. Then with a bold declaration, she just tells John that she loves him. Before he can fully process this, the phone rings, breaking the tension with a subtle nod to classic spy action movies like James Bond and Metal Gear Solid 3 with Big Boss and Eva.
私
俺も愛してるさ、カレン。さ、電話だ。
The phone call is from Ed, John noting that Ed's impeccable timing hints at an awkward moment that just occurred. Ed, curious, asks what happened, but John brushes it off. He then asks Ed where he's at, and Ed explains that he's at a public terminal by a station, using a line running through the BBC's private exchange, ensuring that no one can listen in. Ed mentions that things have gone crazy and that he's under heavy surveillance, so Merrill is handling things in his place. John inquires if Ed has learned anything new. Ed confirms that he has quite a bit to share and asks John where he would like to start. Concerned, John asks if Ed is safe and whenever the authorities have caught on to what's happening. Ed reassures him that things went so well that it is possible Tokugawa is already planning a way to get rid of John, one that won't draw any suspicion back to them. Ed goes on to reveal that Hojo was indeed supplying NARC to Ishida to sell through the BCCH, just as they suspected. Large deposits were made into a joint bank account belonging to Hojo and Ishida, likely profits from buyers they found through Tokugawa's contacts. Once Tokugawa discovered this, he wanted them both eliminated. Ed speculates that Hojo probably tried to use the CD to blackmail Sedokai. Curious about Ishida's motives, John asks what drove him to get involved. Ed explains that Ishida had been caught embezzling money from the company multiple times, which is why he was transferred to the BCCH in the first place. John then inquires about the location of the NARC within the facility. Ed tells him that they hacked into Tokugawa's shipping records and found that not long after they left, a convoy of 20 trucks was sent to Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. Ed also reveals that the NARC capsules were sold directly to users through the BCCH pharmacy. 70% of the outpatients who bought from the pharmacy over the last several months have records for possession, but the pharmacy kept no records of these transactions. The users would wire money to a bank account set up by Ishida and Hojo under a false name, allowing them to manage everything without raising suspicion at the hospital. John asks how much of the AP Tokugawa controls, and Ed explains that Gates and Tokugawa have been in on it from the very beginning. They virtually control everyone in the AP, including Redwood himself. Ed then mentions that he received the results from that blood analysis, prompting John to inquire about the white blood. Ed explains that Victor left the results before taking off, and just as they suspected, it's the same type of blood used by the AP. He confirms that Victor wrote about the first generation artificial blood with perfluorocarbons developed last century. The only one with white red blood cells is the first generation type, which is currently prohibited for public use. The only people who either have it are the military or the AP personnel, as it allows for quick transfusions. Ed states that this type of blood doesn't have any subtypes to prevent reactions, strongly implying that Redwood is using the same blood. Ed adds that Victor never got to check the dialyzer data thoroughly, but it was full of NARC, indicating that whoever it was, they are a heavy user of the substance. The reason the suspect kept going after being shot is due to the analgesic effects of the drug. John then questions how Redwood managed to avoid injury after all that. Ed clarifies that Redwood was indeed injured and was hospitalised under a false name. The story about him going to pick up EMP chips were complete bullshit. John then asks about what happened to Dave. Ed implies that Merrill has been looking into it and reveals that they found Dave's blood all over Redwood's Goddard. It seems likely that Dave's body was transported in the EMPS. John asks Ed where they might have taken him, but Ed admits he has no idea, noting that Dave isn't around the BCP, and Ed asks why would they want to hide his body. Concerned, John asks about his own safety and that of Karen. Ed claims that the BBC and Karen could potentially be working for Tokugawa. John questions if this is a trap. Why are they being so indirect? Ed explains that's because John is a terrestrial and the trial would take place on Earth. Unlike a Beyonder, John could be tried there, and they would use a lie detector that analyses brainwaves in trials back home. It's more than likely that Tokugawa are afraid that John would expose them. John then asks Ed if he has any bright ideas, since he is now enemy number 1 and Tokugawa would no doubt want to silence him. Ed admits that things don't look good, and they've got physical evidence and circumstantial evidence and false witnesses, and they put together a convincing VRE too. Ed also points out that they've edited camera footage of John and Hojo. John, knowing Ed, remarks that there's still one thing they've got going for him. As Ed mentions, it's Hojo's body. Bodies don't lie, no matter what evidence is fabricated. John inquires about Hojo's autopsy. Ed reveals that just like with Ishida, the BCP didn't conduct an autopsy and sent Hojo's body to the BCCH instead. Victor mentions something about Hojo's body that was bothering him. There was still a vital reaction, and it seemed Hojo died 4 hours before they fought. Victor says the pieces don't add up, and just like with Ishida, there was no defense wounds to suggest a murder, and it doesn't look like the bullets killed him. Victor suspected something else was at play, especially since Hojo's body didn't show any signs of rigor mortis after 4 hours, which is unusual. Victor only saw the VRE of the body, and it appeared that Hojo was already dead before he was shot. He was likely brain dead and kept alive with drugs as a biomort. John implies that this means Hojo has been dead for some time, and Ed agrees, suggesting that they brought him out to set up John. John asks about Victor and whereabouts, and Ed explains that Victor went to the BCCH hospital to examine Hojo's body, but never returned. There's been no word from him, and everything points to the BCCH. Perhaps John's next stop. Hojo should be in a morgue there, he suggests, and Ed claims that they are using him to get to John. Ed suggests that John should check out the hospital while he keeps them busy. Ed then abruptly says he has to go as the AP have shown up, before leaving John, who inquires about his Beretta, and Ed explains that Karen has it.
Karen? うかつだったわね、ジョナサン。覚悟なさい。
カレ
ン。そのまま受話器をゆっくりと置いて。
わかった。本気のようだな。
変なことを考えない方がいいわよ。銃の使い方くらいは分かってるわ。
どうするつもりだ？
そうね。こっちに来て。キスしなさい。
カレン。
どう？びっくりしたでしょ？
本気だと思った。
はい、あなたの銃返すわね。
What's really interesting about the Sega Saturn version of the game, aside from the additional dialogue, is that it includes cutscenes that are not present in the PS1 version. For instance, in the Saturn version, there's a scene where Karen pulls out a gun on Jonathan, a moment entirely absent from the PS1 version.
BCCH へ乗り込むんでしょ？
カレン。
父の本当の死因を知りたいもの。
So Karen then implies that she knows where John is heading to, the BCCH, and she explains that she doesn't know how much time she has left, but she doesn't want to waste it. Karen expresses her desire to be with John, partly for her mother, and partly because she knows her way around the BCCH. And of course Jonathan, without putting up a fuss, gladly accepts and allows Karen to tag along in this detective mystery.
さあ、BCCH に着いたわよ。誰もいないようね。
夜の病院はいいもんじゃないな。
怖いの？
ちょっとね。
弱虫。
いや、病院は苦手なんだ。
John and Karen finally arrive at the hospital in the dead of night, the air thick with tension as they brace themselves for the unknown. John confides in Karen that he's not a fan of hospitals since the days of Policenauts. John asks calmly if Karen is sure about this, concern for her well-being. With determination, Karen responds that she can't die, won't die, and that's what gives her courage. With the main entrance locked, they opt for the side exit, noticing a door slightly ajar. They slip inside with their nerves steeling for whatever awaits them in the shadows of the hospital.
ロビーよ。誰もいないみたい。こんな時間だものね。
カレン、モルグはどこに？
With the place completely deserted, John and Karen need to locate the morgue. Since Karen knows her way around, John follows, not too far behind.
大階段だな。何も見えない。
大丈夫よ。私についてきて。行くわよ。
So the place is completely shrouded in darkness, and we need to find a light switch. John, trying to grab his bearings, accidentally ends up grabbing something else.
何してるのよ。
お？
柔らかい。
そこは私の胸よ。
As John clicks on the panel, the room gradually lights up, but it's dim and eerie, casting long shadows. He notices more switches on the wall and realises he needs to figure out the correct one. The room suddenly filled with blaring sirens after he switches one that's an alarm, and John and Karen are thrown into a brief moment of panic until he quickly switches it off. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, John then presses another switch, and the room is fully illuminated. But as the lights flicker on, they reveal a horrifying surprise that neither of them... John then presses another switch and the room is fully illuminated, but as the lights flicker on, they reveal a horrifying surprise that neither of them was prepared for.
落ち着けカレン。モルグに死体があっても当然だ。
As John and Karen cautiously approach the dummy, John's initial shock turns into confusion. Upon closer inspection, he notices that the body isn't real, it's just a dummy. Karen leans in, confirming that it is indeed a fake. It's like one of those that they use in movies, she says, recalling how she saw one similar in props in a studio. The realisation provides a brief moment of relief, but it only deepens their unease about the hospital's strange happenings. They continue into the depths of the morgue, where the air grows colder and the atmosphere more unsettling. The eerie silence is punctuated only by an occasional hum of machinery, making John increasingly suspicious of what's going on in this place. Something is definitely not right, he mutters, as his instincts for a former Policenauts is kicking in. We need to find Hojo, he states. As they move deeper, they come across an electronic chamber with a destination labelled on it, the Tokugawa No. 7 factory, Mare Ibrium. John narrows his eyes at the label, realising the significance. Maybe it didn't make it in time for today's flight, he speculates, mind racing with possibilities. John points out the container's design, noting that it's specifically for transporting lunar materials. The Tokugawa logo emblazoned on its side is a clear indicator of its origin. Karen notices a window. With her curiosity piqued, she suggests that we inspect it.
死んでるの。
As they peer through the small window of the container, the sight within chills them to the bone. Victor's lifeless body lies inside, hooked up to an artificial respirator. John's experienced eyes scan the body, noting the telltale signs that Victor has been turned into a biomort. He recalls Victor earlier's words about Karen's father and how his body had shown similar signs. The grim connection sinks in, that Victor must have uncovered something too dangerous to let him live. Karen's gaze drifts back to the container. She wonders aloud what such a device usually meant for lunar transport is doing here in the morgue. John grimly notes that this container is essentially Victor's coffin, and the unsettling question lingers, what do they plan to do with him on the moon? Turning their attention to the rows of body bags lining on the side of the room, they begin inspecting them one by one. To their disbelief, every single one turns out to be a dummy. John, baffled, struggles to make sense of it. Why would all these bodies be fake? Karen, equally puzzled, remarks that most of these autopsies are conducted at the BCCH. The idea of using dummies to cover something up only deepens the mystery. She wonders with a heavy heart if her father's body is even in the morgue at all. The next stop is a nearby terminal. Karen quickly identifies as a system for managing bodies. As she delves into the data, she uncovers a list of bodies that have passed through the facility. The terminal, automated by 3D data codes, reveals that 5 bodies were sent to the No. 7 factory on the moon earlier today, just 5 hours ago. John reads out the destination: Mare Ibrium, Plateau Crater, Tokugawa Moon Plant. The name of the crater strikes a chord with Karen, who is intrigued by the idea of bodies being moved to a moon plant. Then it hits John that this is what Hojo had been trying to tell them all along. It wasn't about Pluto, it was about the Plateau Crater. When Karen anxiously asks about her father if he was sent there, John confirms her worst fear. His name is indeed on the list and sent to the moon earlier that day. The realisation is a heavy blow, but Karen quickly resolves that they'll have to go to the moon to retrieve her father's body. John agrees, suspecting that all the bodies they've seen here are dummies meant to cover up the truth. Their investigation takes them back to the room, where they find a heavily secured container, and as they open it, the sight that greets them is a gruesome surprise, one that drives home the horrifying reality of what's been happening in the BCCH.
移植用の臓器
みたいね。気味悪いわ。
Inside the storage chamber, John and Karen are greeted by a sight of jars containing preserved organs. The first jar catches their attention, its contents floating eerily in a clear solution, and as John inspects it closely, the label of the jar sends a shiver down his spine. It holds a kidney, and shockingly, the details inscribed on the jar reveal that it belonged to Dave. The label doesn't just stop there, it's a list of time of removal and donor compatibility dates, with the unmistakable Tokugawa Factory No. 7 stamp indicating its origin. The discovery leaves both John and Karen reeling. The implications are horrifying, as Dave organs have been harvested and catalogued like inventory, destined for some grim purpose they can only begin to fathom. But the horror doesn't end there. As they examine the next jar, they find something equally disturbing. This one contains a heart. A quick glance at the label confirms their worst fears. The heart belongs to Ashida. Like Dave's kidney, it comes with detailed information including a picture and the same Tokugawa Factory stamp. The realization of what they are looking at begins to sink in. These organs are meticulously preserved and documented, and are evidence of something far more sinister than they had imagined. The full scope of this horrifying discovery remains a mystery, one that leaves them with more questions than answers at this moment in time. What exactly is Tokugawa doing with these organs, and how many more victims have suffered the same fate?
ジョナサン、何か音がしたわ。
誰だ？ジョナサン、撃つな。俺だ。エドだ。エド？脅かすなよ。
The eerie silence is broken by Ed's sudden arrival. The initial tension melts away when they realise it's just Ed checking in. John quickly asks if he was followed, to which Ed reassures him that he wasn't. Merrill is out there cleverly posing as him to throw off any potential tales. Uninformed about their recent discoveries, Ed is puzzled and asks what is going on. John explains the chilling reality that they haven't found Hojo or any other bodies in the morgue. Instead, the morgue is filled with dummies, and the real bodies have been shipped off to Tokugawa's moon plant. When Ed inquires about Victor, John reveals that they were too late. Victor is in a coffin, his body turned into a biomort. Worse still, they found Dave's kidneys preserved in a container, already harvested and sent here from the moon. Ed, clearly disturbed by the revelation, insists that they can't afford to lose Hojo's body too. It's their only piece of hard evidence. Karen, determined, urges them to act quickly, but Ed reminds them that the moon is a long way off. John questions how they will get there, knowing it's a risky journey. Karen suggests using her press credentials to secure passage, but John dismisses the idea, fearing it would draw too much attention, especially since he's a wanted man. Ed, ever resourceful, assures them that he'll handle the arrangements. He knows of a tour they might be able to join, one that should allow them to reach the moon discreetly. John then instructs Karen to stay behind at Beyond and put out a fake story about him and Ed to create a smokescreen. He emphasises that the moon is still a dangerous place, and Ed adds that he'll have Merrill keep an eye on Karen whilst they're gone. As they prepare for the next phase of their mission, John is weighed down by a sense of sorrow. He voices his concern for Victor's body, expressing a desire to give a man a proper burial, acknowledging that he was a good man, caught in a terrible situation. With a heavy heart but renewed determination, they set their sights on the moon, aware what lies ahead may be even more dangerous than what they have already uncovered.
1979年に策定された月協定に従い、月の天然資源は全人類の共同財産であり。
After an intense journey, John and Ed finally arrive at Tokugawa moon plant. Disguised as investors and businessmen, to avoid detection, they blend in with the crowd wearing astronaut suits with their faceplates darkened and voice scramblers activated. This allows them to maintain anonymity whilst they carefully observe their surroundings. Ed remarks on how John still manages to keep a cigarette in his mouth despite the situation, to which John simply replies that he can't relax without it. Ed, in a more serious tone, questions if John will rely on it for the rest of his life. However, the conversation quickly shifts back to their mission, as Ed reminds John that they need to locate Factory No. 7. In the distance, Salvatore, their tour guide, is leading the group. He mentions that whilst he wishes he could provide a more comfortable tour experience, the moon plant isn't exactly a space hotel, and the air pressure is set to 1 atmosphere. As a precaution, everyone must remain in their spacesuits at all time. Salvatore then invites the group to ask any questions. When asked about the location of the plant, Salvatore explains that Tokugawa Moon Plant is situated on the near side of the moon, with a Plato crater, located on the northern shore of Mare Ibrium. The moon's second largest mare, he adds, that is the Mare Ibrium, meaning that the Sea of Rains. It's a vast lunar basin, and the Plato crater is approximately 100 kilometers in diameter, with a smooth floor that is known for one of the darkest places on the moon. Due to its isolated location, the only way to reach the plant is via a lunar orbiting space station. John and Ed then inquire about the plant's energy sources. Salvatore informs them that their plant is powered by a solar energy and helium-free nuclear fusion. The solar energy is gathered through parabolic mirrors, with helium-free, which is almost non-existent on Earth, but found in relatively large quantities on the moon, and it is extracted from lunar regolith. He explains that 1 kilogram of helium-free can be used to produce 100,000 tons of lunar regolith, making it a valuable energy source. Next, they ask about the plant's operations. Salvatore describes how the moon plant mines and processes a variety of minerals found in abundance on the moon, such as ilmenite. The processed materials that are not used are exported to Earth and space colonies like Beyond. He explains that nearly all the materials used to construct the plant were sourced from lunar resources. After processing, the minerals are exported via a mass driver. The moon's low gravity, ultra-low temperature, and high vacuum sterile environment make it ideal for manufacturing purity drugs and other products. When asked about the staff, Salvatore explains the plant employs computer engineers, geologists, astronomers, physicists, biologists, chemists, space medical scientists, doctors, architects, and security officers like himself. All employees work for Tokugawa, and the plant has just under 60 employees in total. He mentioned that the plant is inspected by the UN twice a year, but apart from that, they operate without any government intervention. Finally, John and Ed ask about the factories, specifically Factory Number 7. Salvatore mentions that the moon plant has a total of 7 factories, numbered from 1 through 7, each manufacturing various moon-related products around the clock. When John presses Salvatore about Factory 7, noting that it wasn't mentioned in the brochure, Salvatore hesitates before stating that it's used to store minerals and other materials. Sensing something's off, John catches Salvatore off guard by stating that the minerals in that section have been depleted. Salvatore, clearly uncomfortable, admits that Factory Number 7 was repurposed to store radioactive waste and that only Factories 1 to 6 are currently operational. As the tour concludes, Salvatore reminds everyone that the plants contain sensitive business information, so the use of cameras, video recorders, or virtual recorders is strictly prohibited within the facility. He wraps up by informing the group that the lunar surface model, which is the LSM, won't depart for another month, so they should ensure that they don't miss their chance to leave. He wishes everyone a safe and pleasant trip, but John and Ed know they still have much more to uncover as they stay behind.
LSM が月周回ステーションへ帰っていく。
これでもう帰れないぞ。アルキメデスクレーターまで歩いていくわけにはいかん。覚悟はいいな。
With their only way off the moon now unavailable for a month, John and Ed realise they need to act quickly. Their first priority is to uncover what is in Factory 7. But Ed reassures John as they've still got time, as a passenger check will be conducted until the lunar surface module reaches the station. That gives them a window to investigate. John, still uneasy, states that Salvatore's behaviour was suspicious, especially when they question him about the factory. John knows that it's where Hojo's body was sent, and they have to uncover the truth. They must proceed now with caution as they head to the factory. Upon arriving outside Factory Number 7, John and Ed notice red military EMP suits guarding the front door. The designs of the suit is a clear reference to the ones from the movies Aliens made in 1986. Looking around, they see that the door can be opened only with an employee ID card. Fortunately, Ed has managed to acquire Hojo's card, and that gives them access to the horrors hidden within the factory. Just as John and Ed feared, Factory Number 7 confirmed their suspicions. The facility is filled with biomorts, people locked away in giant liquid pods. The site is chilling. Ed stated that they will need to use their virtual recorders to gather as much evidence as possible, so they can hand it over to the BBC media when they return to get all the incriminating evidence against Tokugawa. but for now, their search is still focused on finding Hojo's body. As they investigate the area, Ed points out the tubes on the ground, explaining that they provide the biomorts with nutrients and also carry waste products. That you could call them biomorts with umbilical cords, he remarks, adding a grim note to their exploration. Searching for Hojo is no easy task as several pods contain human bodies. Ed further explains that these people are brain dead, known as biomorts or neomorts, in more recent terminology. Although their brains have stopped functioning, their bodies are kept alive through artificial respirators and other medical equipment. This concept ties into the recurring theme seen in the renowned Metal Gear Solid series, particularly Metal Gear Solid 4, where a similar scenario is depicted. In that game, the biomort concept is echoed in the character of Solidus, but whose body is still kept functioning by various means. Ocelot steals his body to access the SOP systems, drawing a parallel to what they are seeing in Factory Number 7. It's truly amazing. To think that Policenauts' meme lives on through Metal Gear Solid. It's like Kojima really loved making the story of Policenauts that much that he knew that it wasn't as popular as the Metal Gear series, and because he admired it that much, he included elements of it within the series.
His body is alive, but his consciousness is locked away by nanomachines. So technically speaking, he's not really brain dead.
Ed explains that the machines keep the bodies alive as biomorts with artificial respirators, hearts, lungs, kidneys, all connected to life support systems tailored to each body's specific needs, controlled by a central computer. When John asks how Ed knows so much about this, Ed reveals that he learned it all naturally when his wife Catherine was sick. Growing desperate, Ed begins to wonder where Hojo's body is being kept. After closer inspection, they finally find Hojo's pod, confirming their worst fears.
弾痕が直してある。ちゃんと縫合して。
見ろ。臓器が傷つかないようにわざと狙いを外して打ち込んである。
Ed realizes that Victor was right all along. Hojo's body was used to frame John. John reflects on the events, noting that after the pharmaceutical performance, they must have brought Hojo's body right back here. Ed admits they were searching in the wrong place, as Hojo had been here the entire time. John wonders if they can prove it, and Ed, after some thoughts, remarks that the virtual recordings can be easily fabricated these days. However, John points out that while it is possible to detect fake VREs, the real recordings usually contain various sensor data that are harder to falsify, giving them at least something to work with. John, now concerned, states that they cannot let Karen see her father like this. Ed agrees and suggests that they hand over the VREs to the BBC when they return to Beyond. As they move further into the facility, Ed expresses his growing unease, which is confirmed when John nearly vomits at the sight of children among the biomorts. John then notices a large screen overhead, resembling something from a stock exchange. It dawns on John that they bring biomorts here from Beyond and elsewhere, and then they sell their organs throughout space. The biomorts are like containers for preserving organs and tissue, explaining why Hojo and Dave went missing and why the BCP refused to perform autopsies on Hojo or Ishida. John concludes that Hojo and Dave must have been turned into merchandise of some sort, and Victor is likely to meet the same fate. Reflecting on everything, John recalls what Ishida told them about this being just a tip of the iceberg, and now it all makes sense. This operation wasn't just about NARC, it was about keeping the horrifying secrets hidden about organ transplantation. Just then, they hear a familiar voice creep up behind them. It's Salvatore.
誰だ?
しばらくぶりだな、ジョナサン、エド。こんなところで会えるとは思わなかったよ。
その声は?
そうだ、私だよ。
Salvatore greets John and Ed with a condescending welcome, making it clear he's not surprised to see them at the LUNAR facility. John, with suspicion in his voice, implies that Tokugawa Corporation has Salvatore on a tight leash, then demands to know what Salvatore is doing here. Salvatore smirks, responding, what does he think? They already know. He begins to reveal the dark truth behind Factory Number 7. They acquire biomorts from beyond on Earth, store them on the moon, and then sell their organs to the highest bidders across the world. He boasts that their product is unparalleled, with a team of specialists ensuring its quality, and no government in the world would accomplish what they do. Salvatore continues explaining that they provide NARC to the Mafia and other organisations. who in return supplied them with healthy bodies. He casually mentions the horrors of trafficking, kidnapping and murder, as if they were mere business transactions, leaving John horrified as he realises the connection to child kidnappings back on Earth. Salvatore also clarifies that NARC capsules John and Ed have been obsessed with are just one form of payment. Ed, confused, questions why they grow poppies on Beyond and not on the moon, thinking it would be less suspicious. Salvatore chuckles, acknowledging it's a good question, but points out that the moon isn't suitable for poppy cultivation due to the delicate nature of the plants and the limitation of genetic biology. He reveals that Beyond wasn't their first choice of cultivation, but it was the only viable option. John, growing increasingly frustrated, questions Salvatore's morality, asking if he understands the magnitude of what he's doing. Salvatore dismisses John's concerns, arrogantly declaring that he and his group are humanitarians, performing a service to society. He justifies their actions by claiming that humans are not capable of adapting to space, the darkness, and loneliness, and harsh conditions inevitably break even the strongest individuals. According to Salvatore, people need drugs and organs to survive in space, and without them they would never get past the moon. John's disgust deepens as Salvatore refers to the biomorts as spare parts, essential for saving him and his corrupt friends from the pressures of space. He explains that the moon is a perfect storage location, as in weightlessness, organs lose function, and the conditions are ideal for preserving tissues. Salvatore adds after they extract and process the organs, they mix them with lunar minerals before sending them off via the mass driver. He elaborates that organ transplant covers a wide range of services and may tailor each product to a client's specific condition, ensuring it's ready for transplant upon arrival. All biomorts except those with infectious diseases or are too old are sent to the moon for this purpose. Ed, now desperate, asks about Victor. Salvatore coldly explains that biomorts aren't just used for their organs and blood, the elderly can be used to produce hormones or as test subjects for new drugs. And young women are harvested for their uteruses, eliminating the need for surrogate mothers. He adds that Hojo's rare blood type made him valuable for mass production, and that the worldwide organ shortage constantly mentioned in the news only serves to increase demand for their product. Salvatore, noticing Ed's distress, taunts him, saying that if Ed had known about this operation earlier, he might have been able to save his wife Catherine. He emphasises the desperate need for organs and drugs, claiming that Tokugawa foresaw this market 30 years ago. John, now furious, accuses Salvatore of being nothing more than a pawn for Tokugawa, questioning whenever he truly believes if they care about him. Salvatore reveals that it all started when John and Ed first arrived on Beyond as Policenauts. Sadokai Tokugawa had approached him with a plan to dominate Beyond using Tokugawa's assets, connections and the BCP, but there was only one problem. John and Ed, with their strong morals and ethics, were in the way. John mutters under his breath, realising the truth behind his accident. Salvatore confirms John's suspicions, explaining that Tokugawa ordered him to take care of John, and Gates made sure the rescue operation was deliberately delayed to eliminate him. Salvatore adds that Tokugawa is still not pleased with John and Ed, and they need to be eliminated. He then threatens Ed, ominously stating that he shouldn't worry about his kids. They'll see their daddy again soon. Ed, in a panic, realises there's nothing he can do to protect them at this minute. Anna and Mark are so far away on Beyond. Salvatore bids them goodbye before a shootout erupts between him and John, the tension reaching the boiling point as they fight for their lives amidst the dark truths of Factory Number 7.
BIOMORT 生命維持装置システムに異常事態が発生しました。
John victorious, Ed implies they better move, that this place will be swarming with EMPs. John states, what now, as they have no way off the moon. Ed has an idea, and suggests that they use the mass driver to return to Beyond.
ジョナサン、気をつけろ。鉛筆のコックピットが閉じてる。まずい。
Upon leaving Factory 7, we encounter EMPs. Given on how heavily armoured they are, Jonathan aims for the head, the only place that isn't protected by bulletproof armour. After a good few rounds, it soon takes care of them.
やったぞ、ジョナサン。
ひとまずな。
As John and Ed make their way to the mass driver in a desperate bid to escape the lunar facility, Ed explains the technical details of the mass driver, a massive electromagnetic catapult designed to launch payloads towards the L2 mass catcher at hypersonic speeds over Mach 7. He describes how, once the payload reaches these incredible speeds, it separates from its carrier bucket under forces close to 100 Gs. John, concerned, points out that 100 Gs would be fatal for them. However, Ed reassures him, explaining that the anti-shock pods used to transport the biomorts and organs are designed to protect their occupants, and they should be fine. Despite Ed's reassurance, John hesitates, admitting that ever since his accident, he suffered from claustrophobia. The thought of being confined in such a small space triggers his anxiety. Ed tries to comfort him, suggesting that this might be an opportunity for John to face and overcome his fear. As they inspect the mass driver, Ed points out the guideway, the acceleration rail that propels the payloads. Curious, John asks what controls the entire system, and Ed directs his attention to a nearby building, indicating that it likely houses the control mechanisms. As they take a moment to gaze into the vastness of space, Ed reflects on the overwhelming emptiness that surrounds them. He remarks on the profound isolation of space, noting that Salvatore was right about it doesn't even really take much for people out here to lose their grip on reality. John, staring into the dark void, adds that the bleakness of space serves as a stark reminder of how much they all take Earth for granted. So Ed spots the mass driver control tower in the distance, suggesting that they can get into one of the anti-shock pods from there. However, as they approach the tower, John suddenly freezes. His claustrophobia resurfaces with full force, and he tells Ed that he just can't do it, insisting there must be another way. Ed, understanding but firm, reminds John of his past as a Policenaut, trying to encourage him to push him through his fear. Just as John begins to steel himself for what lies ahead, the tension is shattered by the sudden appearance of a Goddard, a heavily armed security robot.
なんで月面に BCP でしか許可されていないゴダート型がいるんだ。徳川は鉛筆の施設部隊を持ってるに違いない。
John is surprised to see that the attackers are specialised EMP units, clearly deployed by Tokugawa to prevent their escape. The situation is dire, and the lack of gravity on the moon complicates things further. John knows that firing a weapon in such low gravity will result in severe recoil, potentially sending him tumbling backwards. Realising this, John quickly asks Ed to hold him down, using his body weight to stabilise him. Ed braces himself, gripping onto John firmly to anchor him in place. John takes an aim at the AMP unit, trying to steady his hand, despite the tension of the moment. With Ed keeping him grounded, John pulls the trigger, carefully aiming at the specialised EMP, and each shot echoes into the thin lunar atmosphere as he works to take down the unit. With the fight over, Ed quickly climbs into the pod, encouraging John to do the same. John asks if anyone has done this before, and Ed implies that they just might be the first, as they get ready to zoom off at hypersonic speeds back to beyond.
やっぱりやめた方が良かった。もう遅い。生きていたら L2 で会おう。
Back on Beyond, Ed expresses his relief to be home, remarking that 6 days in the pods has taken his toll on him. John, equally weary, echoes this sentiment, hoping that everyone back on Earth is okay. Dave suggests that they should start compiling the VRE data they gathered from the moon, eager to piece together the evidence. However, as they enter Ed's residence, they are met with an unexpected scene. Anna, Ed's daughter, is there and visibly distressed.
Papa, 大変よ! マークが
どうした?
Upon arrival, Meryl hands over a piece of paper with a chilling message. They've got Mark. Meet at the AMM. The note is written in artificial blood. Anna, worried and frightened, asks her father what will happen to Mark. Karen, trying to stay calm, mentions that the AMM is currently hosting an anniversary event. Ed immediately realises that they are being lured into the public, but Karen notes that people are still searching for them, making it difficult to hide. Determined, Ed declares that he will go alone and promises to make them pay if Mark is harmed. John urges him to calm down, reminding him that they can't just walk into a trap together. When Ed asks what they should do, Karen suggests using her cameras to monitor the situation. Now at the AAM, John and Karen stay in the BBC van, keeping John undercover. The van is equipped with several monitors linked to the cameras inside the museum. Karen explains that they are already covering the anniversary event, so they can keep an eye on things without physically entering the building. She adds that they can practically monitor the entire building, and John states that everyone is on the radios, which is helpful for communication. John checks in with Ed and Merrill over the radio, asking if they've seen any signs of Mark's captors. Merrill reports that there's nothing yet, but mentions they could be in disguise. John points out that their complexions might make them stand out, and Merrill agrees and then asks Karen if she's feeling okay. Karen, trying to stay strong, says she's feeling much better now. Merrill then reveals that Karen collapsed and had to be taken to the hospital whilst John and Ed were away. Karen reassures them, saying it happens often but won't hold her back, and insists they just focus on finding Mark. Ed decides to head back to Moon Corner, while Merrill plans to check the lobby. Karen then explains how the monitors work. There are 8 cameras in total at the AMM, but only 4 monitors in the van, meaning they can only view 4 feeds at each time. Each monitor displays feeds from 2 different cameras, and to switch between feeds, they just need to press the buttons on the right side of the monitor. Karen details the setup of the top left monitor covers cameras 1 and 2 in the lobby, the top right monitor covers cameras 3 and 4 in the Beyond Corner, the bottom left monitor covers cameras 5 and 6 in Moon Corner, and the bottom right monitor covers cameras 7 and 8 in the Space Corner. Basically, us the player, we can use the cursor to select Merrill and Ed for radio contact to move them into position to find Mark. It's pretty straightforward. Ed and Merrill are now in position awaiting John's orders to locate Mark. Initially nothing happens, but soon the top right camera begins to distort as if someone is attempting to block the view. The Beyond Corner feed goes down. John orders Merrill to head to the Beyond Corner immediately to investigate the disturbance. When Merrill arrives, John asks her what caused the disturbance. Merrill reports that someone had placed a handkerchief over the lens. John suggests it might be a decoy and orders Merrill to return to the lobby. As they continue to flick through the feeds, they don't find much until they suddenly spot Tony Redwood in Beyond Corner. They try to reach Merrill, but she isn't at the lobby yet, so John instructs Ed to investigate. Ed arrives at the Beyond Corner, but it seems Redwood has slipped away. John insists that he must be nearby and urges Ed to stay vigilant. Merrill finally checks in, but she's not at the lobby, instead she's in the Space Corner. John informs her about Redwood and warns that he might be heading in her direction. Then John spots Mark, who appears to be holding hands with someone in a spacesuit resembling a Sheeda's. Mark seems to be unharmed. John quickly informs Ed that he has located Mark in the lobby, but warns it could be a trap. John then sends Merrill to investigate. Merrill reaches the lobby but finds that Mark and the spaceman have moved to the Space Corner. John radios both Merrill and Ed, telling them that Mark is now in the Space Corner. So Merrill rushes there, and a frustrated Ed decides to head over there as well. When Ed arrives, he finds Mark, but before he can react, Redwood catches him from behind, aiming a gun at him. Sadly, Ed is shot from behind just as John is about to rush in to help his friend. Karen suddenly collapses on the floor. Ed, struggling to speak, mutters the spacesuit, "It's," before losing consciousness. Redwood, staring directly into the camera, coldly turns off the feed, saying, "You're next, Jonathan." The radios go silent, with Merrill frantically trying to contact John, fearing the worst, that he might be dead.
クリス、エドはどうなんだ？
手術はうまくいったみたい。でも、意識が戻らないの。
At the BCCH, Ed is alive but in critical condition, still unconscious. Chris explains that he will need to be monitored in the ICU for a while. John, visibly worried, asks Chris to keep Ed's condition a secret and to talk to the other doctors and nurses about it. Chris reassures him, saying she's already spoken to the staff and that it's her responsibility to take care of her patients. Anna, filled with concern, asks if her dad is going to be okay. Merrill, visibly shaken, blames herself, saying she was right there and should have done more. John steps in, taking the blame, saying that he got Ed involved in this case to begin with, but Anna interrupts, telling John that her dad always talked about him and has always been so happy since John has showed up. She confesses that she hasn't seen him like this since her mum had died, and all she wants is for him to be happy. Yet all she feels she's done is cause him trouble. She mentions how Ed stayed single and went out of his way to get her that Ellis bag for her. John is about to tell her the truth about the bag, but Anna hints that she already knows. Despite everything, she was happy because she knew that Ed's love was genuine. Chris gently comforts Anna and Mark, promising to do everything she can to ensure that Ed gets better. John asks Meryl to keep an eye out on the kids while he goes to check on Karen. Get well soon, Ed.
どうですか、カレンは。
やっと落ち着いたところです。
Arriving in Karen's room, John finds her lying there, appearing lifeless and pale. Dr. Collins, her physician, remarks with disbelief that she went out and did something reckless, when he had made it clear that she should only be in bed. Introducing himself as Dr. Collins, the doctor asks if he's met John before. John replies that he doesn't think so. Collins states it doesn't matter and calls him by his full name, Jonathan Ingram. Colin then assures John not to worry, saying he won't call the police, not after how Karen spoke about him. This implies that Karen's words were enough for him, and John, curious, asks if Collins believes he's innocent. Collins responds that being a doctor involves reading a person as much as their body. John thanks the doctor, but Collins said the only person he should be thanking is Dr. Goldwyn, and he's just following orders. He then expresses his concern for Karen. When John asks more about Karen's illness, Collins explains that Karen has aplastic anemia, a condition where there is an abnormality in her bone marrow stem cells, which means her body isn't producing blood correctly. In her case, it's due to a rare exposure to cosmic rays. When John inquires about her current condition, Colin reveals that they almost lost her. She's suffering from appendicitis and several other infections because her immune system is virtually non-functioning. Her hemorrhaging hasn't stopped and she's very anemic, which is why her face is so pale. Collins mentions that they've managed to treat her appendicitis with a blood palette, transfusion and high doses of antibiotics, but warns that she won't survive much longer without a transplant. John recalls that Karen mentioned a transplant being the only way to treat her, asking Collins if that's correct. Colin confirms that a bone marrow transplant is the only remaining option for her, and if they don't act soon, it will be too late. He mentions that they might give her radiation therapy before the transplant, but if she isn't strong enough for that, the prognosis isn't good. John, seeking to understand, says Karen told him the procedure is quite complex. Collins agrees, explaining that it's similar to a blood transfusion. They take bone marrow stem cells from a donor and transplant them into the patient's carotid artery. The operation takes about an hour and is relatively easy. But before the transplant, they must kill off the recipient's bone marrow stem cells and white blood cells using large doses of chemotherapy and radiation. Colin reassures John that it's not as dangerous as it sounds. However, the real challenge lies in finding a donor with a matching HLA type. John, confused, asks what is an HLA type. John, still confused, asks what is an HLA type. Colin explains that as a transplant science is advanced, it was discovered that the primary cause of rejection was due to the lymphocytes, a type of white blood cell, specifically ones with human leukocyte antigen or HLA type. In other words, if the HLA types match, the chances of a transplant being successful increase. John then asks what happens if the types don't match, to which Colin responds that they can't perform the transplant. John inquires about the chances of finding an HLA match, and Colin states that HLA types are genetically determined, and the odds of finding a match between non-blood relatives are extremely low. The rate of matches between different races and ethnicities is almost zero. Children inherit their HLA types as a combination of their parents' types, with the highest rates of success being between siblings, where there is 1 in 4 chance they'll share the same HLA type. To be safe, there also needs to be a match between minor histocompatibility antigens, and if both match, the success rate of bone marrow transplants is about 70%. John then asks if they found an HLA type matching Karen's. Colin reveals that they've searched the Beyond's bone marrow bank before but found no matches. However, the doctor optimistically adds that he did something illegal by hacking Beyond's medical database, where he discovered one person with Karen's HLA type, Chief Gates Becker at the BCP. Startled, John can't believe it. The doctor asks if he knows him and mentions if they've requested Becker to donate, but he refuses to participate. He asks John if there's any way he could convince Baker. When John asks if there's anyone else, the doctor states that since Karen is an only child, there's no other chance. In extremely rare cases, with both parents' HLA types happen to match, there can be a match between parent and child, but both of Karen's parents are dead. Dr. Collins then levels with John, admitting that they can't look at Karen's profile anyway. John assumes it's because her father was a Tokugawa employee, and Colin agrees, stating that even doctors need permission. John asks if there's no other way. Collins explains that it's normally possible to use a physiologically active substance such as interleukin-3 to temporarily increase the patient's stem cell count, but this wouldn't have any effect in Karen's case. This method is used in peripheral blood stem cell transplantation and was developed to lessen the burden on the donor. But for Karen, only a marrow transplant will work, and the only person who matches her HLA is Gates Becker. Since John is there, Dr. Collins suggests running an HLA type on him to see if he's a possible match, and John gladly agrees.
すぐ終わります。この血液を用意してある個体を使って HLA の番号を調べるだけです。HLA 型の検査は約5時間ほどで終わります。実際に骨髄を抜くときは少し辛い思いをしますがね。
With Jonathan's blood extracted, it'll take a few hours to determine if his HLA type is a match for Karen's. Fingers crossed. Suddenly, Meryl and Anna and Mark bust into the room. Meryl explains that Mark has drawn a picture of the perpetrators and insists on showing it to John. Meryl points out that Redwood's on the left, but John is distracted by something else. He notices a flower in the drawing and asks, "What is this flower doing here?" Upon an inspection, it appears to be lavender, just like the one we found at Chris's office. This is what's brilliant about Policenauts, is you really do have to remember key moments and try to pay attention to even the smallest of details, which can be crucial to the investigation. This game doesn't just hand you the evidence and clues, you have to gather them yourself, really making you feel like you are a detective. Meryl implies that she needs to tell Jonathan something important about why Ed didn't shoot back at the AMM. She reveals that Ed had confided in her about a tragic event, how he killed Mark's father 5 years ago, and ever since that day, Ed hasn't touched a gun. John recalls the NART junkie Ed mentioned, who was an ex-AP Frozener, but Meryl prompts him further, asking if he knows what the man's name was. She then reveals his name was Ridley Redwood. He was Tony Redwood's older twin brother, fertilized at the same time, but born years apart, making Tony Mark's uncle. John realizes that Mark probably couldn't tell them apart, and Meryl adds that Ed didn't pull the trigger in front of Mark, likely because he had a flashback to that fateful day that happened 5 years ago. John then asks what Ed was trying to tell them after he got shot. Meryl says that Ed was trying to identify the person in the spacesuit. With his insight, John begins to understand the meaning behind Mark's drawing. In a pivotal segment of the game, you have to choose who you believe was in the spacesuit, and if you've been paying attention, it's clear the person in the spacesuit was Chris Goldwyn.
そうだわ。彼女いつもラベンダーの香水つけてたもの。
まさかあのクリスさんが。
でもこのコロニーで香水つけてる人なんて他にいないわ。
しまった。どうして気がつかなかったんだ。
マークは知ってたのね。それで。
まずいわ。彼女デカ長の病室よ。
Realising that the person in the spacesuit was Chris, everyone becomes alarmed. Fearing that Ed could be in danger since Chris is in the same room as him, John rushes to the room and urgently demands Chris to stop, catching her in the act of attempting to harm Ed. In a panic, Chris runs to the balcony, warning John to stay away, threatening to jump if he comes any closer. John, distressed, asks how could she do this. Chris tearfully insists that she had no choice and pleads with him to believe her. When John presses her, asking who put her up to it, she reveals that Tokugawa wanted Ed out of the way. John then realises it was Chris who lured them to the AMM that night. Chris explains that John doesn't understand. He doesn't know what it's like to be on Beyond. She explains that if she wanted to stay and live there, she had to hand over everything to Tokugawa. There's no escaping him on Beyond. She continues explaining that she inherited the BCCH, her parents were saddled with debt. If she was going to keep it open, she had to do whatever Tokugawa said. She admitted that she sold her body and soul to him, all for the sake of her son. John, confused, points out that Chris previously said that she didn't have any children. Chris confirms that the photo they saw in her office was her son. She explains that she was getting less modelling work and was desperate for publicity and money. needing help from the government. She became a Frozener surrogate mother. John, baffled, asks if she means Redwood. Chris confirms that she gave birth to him, but the hospital made a mistake during labour, resulting in an infection that left her infertile. He is the only child that she will ever have, but as a Frozener, he was considered state property. Chris tried everything to get him back, but nothing worked. This revelation just draws parallels to the story of Metal Gear Solid once again, where the sons of Big Boss were created by the Patriots, a corrupt organisation, to use his war genetics to create super soldiers, as evidenced by the Genome Soldiers. Policenauts plays a massive role in the narrative of MGS, showing the deep impact and influence this game had on that beloved title that followed. Understanding this connection emphasises the importance of Policenauts in that the legacy of gaming, it's a game that many may not realise had such a profound influence on the iconic Metal Gear Solid series, making it a pivotal part of gaming history. Chris, in a moment of vulnerability, admits that she wanted to be with Tony. John, shocked, retorts, even if that meant murder? Chris, defeated, says it's too late for her now, but John, determined, insists that it's not too late. He urges her to testify against Tokugawa and Gates, revealing everything they've done. He tells her that if she doesn't, she's no different from the other Biomorts, that they all have to stand up for what they believe in, because that's what life's about. Chris, struggling with her guilt, says she couldn't do that. Frustrated, John reminds her that she's a doctor, someone who's meant to save lives, and that she has the power to fix what's wrong with this place. He pleads with her to tell them everything she knows, insisting that she can help make Beyond a better place. Chris, now calmer and touched by John's words, seems to be ready to confess everything. Just as she's about to speak, Redwood suddenly smashes through the window, ruthlessly killing his own mother, Chris, before she can even say anything.
これで証言台に立つ人間はいなくなったな。ジョナサン、そろそろ決着をつけようぜ。俺たちは徳川ビルで待ってる。お前が勝てば本部長の小鼓も手に入るぞ。死ぬのは貴様の方だがな。
Redwood, hovering menacingly in midair in his EMP suit, taunts John, beckoning him to come to the Tokugawa building. He insinuates that if John wants to get Becca's marrow, he'll have to come and get it himself. With a sinister tone, Redwood adds they can never have enough biomorts before flying off into the distance. John, now filled with resolve, realises the full extent of the corruption and horror that has been unfolding, determined to put an end to this dark legacy once and for all.
そうだ。俺を待ってる。
味方は一人もいないわ。ここではゲイツや徳川に逆らえない。BCP の仲間に呼びかけたんだけど。
仕方ない。
みんな知らんふりしてるわ。相手が悪いって。ジョナサン、ビヨンドを出るしかないわ。
無理だ。カレンやエドは動かせん。
ダメよ。黙って殺されるつもり？誰も助けてくれないわ。
これまで俺は人生を逃げてきた。ロレインのことも。
何言ってるの？
やり残したことがある。
John, his face like stone, is torn by conflicting emotions but knows what he has to do. He's no longer running from his problems, and he's made a promise to Lorraine, and he intends to keep it. Meryl, discouraged and fearful, tries to reason with him, saying they don't stand a chance. But John's resolute and states that he cannot let them get away with this, not as a Policenaut. Meryl, desperate, tells John not to be a fool, reminding him that the Policenauts were 30 years ago. But John, undeterred, declares that the Policenauts means a lot to him. He knows he needs Gates' marrow to save Karen, but it's more than that. He can't walk away from this fight. Meryl, pleading, urges him to think it through, warning that it's a trap. But John, however, is resolute. He bravely states that he's not walking away from this, and he has to fight. This scene just reminds me of Meryl in MGS4 when she's trying to tell Snake not to deal with the Patriots and Ocelot, and to let them take care of it. But Snake is just such a badass and is so determined to complete his final mission, he doesn't let anything get in the way. It really does remind me of that moment, and it kinda gave me goosebumps.
I can't bear to watch you die over something so pointless.
Don't worry about me. Old soldiers never die.
Your cause is our cause now. You don't have to do this.
I'm no hero. Never was. I'm just an old killer, hired to do some wet work.
John tosses his smokes away and loads around into the chamber for everyone he's lost, all for his final mission. When John arrives at Tokugawa HQ, the gravity of the situation hits him hard. He knows this mission could be his last, but at this point he's got nothing to lose. If you guys have played Cyberpunk 2077 by CD Projekt Red, you might remember a similar vibe when V storms Arasaka HQ for one final all-out shootout. It's that same raw do-or-die energy where the protagonist is charging headfirst into a fortress, knowing full well that they might not make it out alive. But this isn't just some scripted hero moment, it's all about feeling the weight of the journey, the personal stakes, and the sense that there's no turning back. Whenever it's John facing down Tokugawa, or V taking on Arasaka, or Old Snake taking down the Patriots, these are the moments that make you feel the intensity of their resolve, when everything hangs on the knife's edge and you can't help but root for them to see it through.
If I gotta die, rather fall into my grave, gun in hand and on fire, and not drag anyone down with me.
Huh. You just discovered what it takes to become a legend. Grab your iron. Let's mobilize.
Welcome to Arasaka Tower.
Time to party like it's 2023.
Are not allowed on premises. We wish you a pleasant tour.
It's their house. Got a game plan all polished.
The action really ramps up in this part of the Policenauts. You're practically in the thick of it, taking on what feels like an entire army inside of Tokugawa HQ. Bullets are flying, guys are coming at you from every direction, balconies, stairwells, you name it, and what after seems like the 100th guy you've taken down, there's a brief moment to catch your breath. As John makes his way to the elevator, it's a classic build-up, setting the stage for a confrontation with Gates. As the elevator ascends, the tension is crazy. Just when you think you've got a moment to regroup, Redwood comes charging at John in his EMP suit, smashing through the window and bringing the elevator to a grinding halt. What follows is a seriously cool shootout sequence. Bullets are flying, sparks are everywhere, and it's a real test of your reflexes. But in true action hero fashion, you manage to send Redwood packing. Well, at least for now. John, now on foot, cautiously enters a dimly lit garage. The silence is unnerving, a stark contrast to the chaos just moments before. Suddenly, Redwood, clad in his EMPS suit, appears out of nowhere, mocking John with a smirk. "How's that cosmophobia treating you?" he sneers.
Little touchy-feely there, Mr. Phasmophobia.
John, unfazed, demands, "Where's Gates?" Redwood grins. "He's waiting for you in the garden, not that you'll make it that far." Before John can respond, Redwood adds a sinister laugh. "You haven't even seen what this suit really can do." John, ever the badass, retorts, "Why don't you show me?" In a meta twist, Redwood breaks the fourth wall, taunting, "Enjoy it, it's like a game." The tension skyrockets as you brace yourself for what's next, knowing that this showdown is going to push you to the limit.
なんだと
分かったかジョナサン。生きるか死ぬかではない。何分で死ぬかだ。頼むから簡単には死ぬなよ。行くぞ、ポリスノーツ。
The fight with Redwood intensifies and it's clear the odds are stacked against John. Redwood's armor makes him nearly unstoppable. while John has nothing but his wits and skills to rely on. Every shot feels like a gamble, every move a test of endurance and precision. Redwood taunts John throughout, using the suit's capabilities to keep the pressure on, but John, relentless and determined, chips away at Redwood's defences. The battle drags on, but eventually you manage to bring Redwood down, landing a critical hit that forces him out of his suit. Bleeding and desperate, Redwood abandons the armour and bolts up the stairs to the next floor, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Battle escalates and John and Redwood take their fight to the stairwell. Within every step they exchange shots, and the sound of gunfire echoing through the narrow space. Redwood is relentless, but John's precision and skill start to tip the scales. Each shot John lands weakens Redwood, forcing him to stagger back, but he keeps pushing upward, determined to finish what he started. John's focus is razor sharp, and his training as a Policenaut shows as he's outmaneuvering Redwood, hitting the mark time and time again. But John remains relentless, pressing on until he finally gains the upper hand. As they reach the next level, it's clear that John's resolve and experience has put him in control of the fight, pushing Redwood to the brink. As John reaches the next floor, he spots a familiar sight, Redwood's blood trailing off behind a concrete post. The air is thick with tension, every corner potentially hiding another ambush. Suddenly Redwood steps out of the shadows, taunting John, calling him an idiot. He dismisses his brother Ridley's death, saying he never cared about revenge. He's only ever done what he wanted, and if someone died along the way, then so be it. Redwood's sadistic nature shines through as he reveals how much he enjoyed toying with Ed, relishing in the chaos he created. But when it comes to John, Redwood's demeanour shifts. He implies that no one has ever gotten under his skin the way John has, a mix of anger and obsession bubbling to the surface. John, fed up with the mind games and driven by his sense of duty, shouts out, demanding Redwood show himself. He's ready for a fight, and he's not backing down. This stage is set for their final showdown, with John fully committed to ending this once and for all. Redwood continues to taunt John, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He reveals that they gave him one of Dave's kidneys, mentioning how healthy Dave was. Seems only fair, since he took mine, Redwood sneers, recalling the moment when Dave shot him. With a twisted grin, he adds, "You don't mind, do you, John?" The twisted mockery in Redwood's voice only fuels John's anger.
ジョナサン、俺を黙らせたらどうだ。できないのか。そう、また逃げられたか。
Redwood gets away again as he climbs the next stairwell. John shoots his way up to Redwood over the balcony, but before catching up with Redwood, who is now badly injured and out of gas, and with nowhere to go, is left in the mercy of the hands of John.
これは誰にも負けん。誰も俺を殺すことはできん。
お前だけは俺がやる。
俺の生死は俺が決める。
Redwood, fully embracing his psychopathic nature, confesses everything with a twisted sense of pride. Hojo, Lorraine, Dave, Victor, they were all me. He sneers, his voice filled with malice. He locks eyes with John with a creepy smile, spreading across his face. How does it feel, John? I bet you'd love to kill me, wouldn't you? John, steadying himself, replies in a soft, almost pained voice, Redwood? Chris was... Redwood cuts him off coldly, acknowledging, what, my mother? He knows, and the twisted satisfaction in his voice is chilling. In his final moments with a defiant grin, Redwood declares no one takes me out, before throwing himself off the balcony, plummeting to the bottom, presumably meeting his end.
ジョナサン・イングラム
残るはゲイツ、徳川。
With Redwood out of the way, now comes Gates and Tokugawa.
よく来たな、ジョナサン・イングラム。
どこだ？
ここだ。ここにいる。
In the garden, John comes face to face with Gates Becker, who is decked out in a heavily armed style EMPS suit. Gate taunts John, saying Tokugawa isn't present and that it's just the two of them now. He tells John that the days of him and his kind are over and dares him to shoot, egging him on with a cold, calculated confidence. John takes the shots but is thrown into the distance, crashing into a pipe. Gates mocks John's aim, pointing out that in zero gravity, recoil is ineffective and that his shots are futile. Gates then reveals his weapon, hinting at its power by firing a few rounds. John gets hit by two of the bullets, and the fight escalates as Gates' true intentions come into focus.
急所は外した。30代の若い臓器は高く売れる。傷つけては徳川に申し訳ない。
In the final confrontation, John, injured and determined, faces Gates Becker, who is in a heavily armoured styled EMPS suit. Gates taunts John, remarking that he didn't hit any vital organs which could fetch a nice price. He suggests that Tokugawa wouldn't be too pleased if he did. Gates challenges John to see a bigger picture, arguing that surviving in space is no small feat, and that space has been determined to keep humanity out. He philosophises that despite millions of years of evolution, humanity wasn't truly ready for space, implying that space is unbelievably brutal. John, perplexed, demands to know what this has to do with drugs and organs. Gates explains that the birth of the space age has been fraught with challenges. Constructing a space colony was theoretically possible since the end of the 12th century, but humans have been the problem. Space's brutality had countless effects on bodies, organs and genes. Beyond, still the only large general colony, is plagued by issues like radiation-induced birth defects and mental health problems caused by space's harsh environments. Gates adds that whilst technology might eventually overcome physical issues, mental challenges remain unsolvable. He asserts that space is only suited for applied uses and research, and humanity will never permanently inhabit it. John questions Gates, asking if he's proven the scientists wrong. Gates, with an air of arrogance, responds that fortune favours the bold. He implies that people like John don't deserve to lead, and proudly states that with Tokugawa's resources they will overcome their problems and venture further into space, facing even harsher environments. He envisions a future where he and Tokugawa are celebrated for their achievements, claiming that they're picking up from where God left off. John, angry and resolute, tells Gates that he's just a lackey for Tokugawa. Gates dismisses John, saying that as a negotiator from Earth, he doesn't understand their plans. Gates reveals their plans have been in place for over 3 decades and were going smoothly until Hojo disrupted them. Hojo having learned about the organ trading and promised a cure for his daughter if he stayed. But he got scared and tried to back out. Gates mocks John, revealing that Hojo had just married John's ex-wife. John vows never to forgive Gates, who responds that the only person who should be asking for forgiveness is John. Fed up, Gates says to hell with John's organs and the rest of him, preparing to leave or perhaps even kill John, but John breaks into laughter, knowing he has Gates exactly where he wants him. He had been broadcasting the truth to the people of the beyond the entire time.
覚悟するのはお前の方だ、ゲイツ。気でも通ったか。そこのテレビを見てみろ。希望通りお前の演説を全世界の人たちが聞いている。ゲイツ、お前も身の破滅だな。メリル、うまく撮れてるか？
Merrill at the command room states everything is looking great, as Gates has just exposed himself and Tokugawa's corruption, all to the public on Beyond.
これはお前貴様ら生かしてはおかん。死ねえジョナサン。くたばれ警官したい。
In a surprising turn of events, Ed shows up alive and well, and finally shoots his gun, and it hits Gates directly in the head, causing him to smash into a wall with his head decapitated, falling out of the window. John, happy to see his friend, makes their way out of Tokugawa, like the heroes they are, up until they run into Tokugawa himself. Ed tries to explain something to John about Karen, but the latter prevents him from doing so.
放送局は我々が抑えた。これが最後だ。諦めろ、ジョナサン。やれ！
動かないで！
Tokugawa, believing he won, gets stopped in his tracks when Merrill shows up with the old team of BCP cops, who all aims their guns at him. Merrill confirms that he's finished, and every media outlet on the colony is waiting outside. With big smiles on their faces, John and Ed knows that Tokugawa is now done, and he is finally placed under arrest, leaving the investigation to be an outstanding success. John then receives some great news from Dr. Collins, and it turns out he is just what they need to save Karen from her illness.
昨夜、徳川グループ3代目、現徳川グループ総裁のジョゼフ・貞興徳川がナーク麻薬および臓器密売、殺人教唆の容疑で検察庁に送検されました。
As we reach the end of Kojima's finest hour, we're left with a wonderful message and a brilliant story that once again showcases Kojima-san's boundless creativity. The investigation was an absolute success, and not just for John and Ed, but for everyone who played a part in fighting for the truth, exposing Tokugawa. While gameplay might not be its main focus, Policenauts delivers a beautifully told experience, a cinematic text-driven masterpiece, and the best detective-style game I've ever had the privilege of witnessing. The elements in this game make it clear why beloved titles like MGS captivate us all and live in our hearts forever.
これから忙しくなるな、エド。定年はお預けだが、無理はするなよ。
ああ、気のいいところを見計らってやめればいいさ。
Bidding their farewells, Ed gives John a letter, something from Karen to read on the plane. John in return gives something to Ed. Ed unsure what it is. John grins and tells him to see for himself. It's a funny kid's drawing from Mark, with a picture depicting Ed saying Papa. This is an emotional moment for Ed.
これはマークが。
ああ。
俺の顔。俺の。
エド、もう大丈夫だよ。マークはお前を理解してる。
Ed, shedding a tear, tells John that him and his family will do just fine, before hugging it out like bros. Ed, hesitant, doesn't want to let John go, who is like a brother. He loves John dearly, but Jonathan's flight is literally about to take off, and they have to wrap things up.
じゃあな、エド。元気でな。
ジョナサン、ここもいいところだ。こっちに残らんか。
Ed asks John if he would consider staying on Beyond, as it's not too bad, but John states he doesn't belong here and needs to return home.
ジョナサン！ジョナサン！俺たちはいいパートナーだったよな！
ああ、最高の友達さ。
John drifting away on the escalator is leaving behind not just his hung-up past with Lorraine, but a legacy of saving the Beyond colony and even the people from Earth, of Tokugawa's corruption. He's heading home, waving goodbye to a chapter in his life. Merrill, waiting behind a wall, gives John a look of approval, as John does in return. Ed hilariously screaming at John to maybe consider stop smoking. Of course, he says he will think about it.
BCP 上層部にまで及んだ徳川グループの汚職事件は今後の宇宙開発に大きな課題を残すことになりました。
A haunting voice plays on the journey home. It's Karen stating that she just wants to say how great she feels to be back following her leave, since she was unwell. But thanks to John's donation of the bone marrow and his matching HLA types, Karen is alive and doing well, and giving the news to the Beyonders once again.
聞きました。私、なんて言ったらいいか。ありがとう。私はいつもパパのそばにいます。あなたの娘、カレン。
And just like in typical Hideo Kojima writing, he always saves a wonderful twist at the end of the story, as we learn Karen is Jonathan's daughter all along. What a breathtaking experience. The game ends with Jonathan with a content smile on his face, but once again, just like we see in MGS games, the credits are something that keeps us waiting. It's not just the ending, but a secret piece of dialogue that Kojima is renowned for leaving in his games.
ビヨンドと地球は一続きだ。たとえどんなに離れていても、地球との関係は不変なんだ。子は親を踏み越えて成長していくが、離れるわけじゃないんだ。俺たちはいつも近くにいる。いつも見守っている。
So in conclusion, Policenauts stands as a game that remains a cult classic, something tucked away on the back of the shelves, collecting dust, especially in today's generation which might not naturally be drawn to this style of game. It's a reminder that sometimes a new generation rises.
The time has come for a younger generation to rise.
With different tastes and different preferences, Hideo Kojima's story is an adventure he's shared with us all, and I'm sure it will stay with us forever. But given the nature of evolving technology in gaming, a game like Policenauts couldn't have stood out the way it should have. Kojima isn't a conformist, and he knows that from a business angle sometimes you do have to play ball. But he's probably one of the only directors I know who isn't afraid to take risks and push boundaries, even if it's not the popular choice, unlike every AAA game that we see today. Konami wouldn't have really allowed Kojima to explore new avenues beyond MGS, because it was his most successful title. He had to play it safe, so Policenauts couldn't branch out, but it's clear to see that its influence will forever live on in Kojima's titles like MGS, and perhaps his even latest title, Death Stranding.
Brought you an astronaut. Mankind can go anywhere, even outer space. You'll be out of hand no time. And the second all this is over, I'm going to take you wherever you want to go. Take a look. This is what the world looked like hundreds of millions of years ago. It was just one big continent. And do you know what this is? The moon. I'll show you the real thing soon. I promise.
Response, America threw everything it had into its own manned spaceflight project, the Mercury program. Even as the Soviets seemed poised to send their first man into space, America was still experimenting with chimpanzees and rockets.
Memes! The DNA of the soul!
So it appears memes really do live on, and it's up to us what we do with them. Anytime you guys play MGS, maybe give Policenauts a bit of a think. Whenever you're at home, or beyond, wherever your journeys take you. I'm the Voicebox, and until we meet again, guys.